हेलो हेलो बॉयज, हेलो। की हाल चाल? हेलो हेलो हेलो। लेट्स गाइस स्टार्ट आवर फाइनल डे गाइस। आज फाइनल डे है, लास्ट चांस। चलो गाइस, आज लास्ट डे है। आज इंडिया के पास आखिरी चांस है। आज गाइस इंडियन टीम के लिए रोंडो मैच बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि गेम चेंजर हो सकता है गॉड लाइक के लिए। रोंडो को ऐसा निकालना है जैसे वो ग्रुप स्टेज में निकाले थे, नहीं तो मुश्किल है गाइस। होप एंड प्रे गाइस। होप एंड प्रे कि ग्रुप स्टेज जैसा वो रोंडो निकाल पाए। चलो गाइज, चलते हैं अपन स्क्रीन पे। चलो गाइज, फिंगर क्रॉस गाइज। आज देखते हैं क्या होने वाला है। रिजल्ट कुछ भी हो गाइज, फुल सपोर्ट करेंगे इंडिया को अपन।
Catch, trying to catch back up close and personal. Ooh, Kamikaze with a quick drop down. Subverts expectations on the pull. Love the movement, ready for the pre-fire as well. Oh, he's feeling himself in the finals today, Blank.
Ooh, just absolutely flubbed it around that corner there. Didn't really have much of a challenge. The faux pas coming through from Ketch. Kamikaze, though, looking on fire as per usual. Picture in picture, we got Aurora coming against Godlike. Aurora not that far behind either to hit that smash ruling. Eren down, and Kamikaze keeps lighting up this stage.
He's been a real meme machine of the competition.
चलो गाइस स्टोरी वोरी सब कुछ हो गया है, सब कुछ कंप्लीट है. अब गाइस फुल फोकस रहेगा अपन का गेम पे गाइस.
Now we get it full screen. This is Aurora. They've had some good moves. Got to keep it consistent. That's the name of the game. Don't let things poison the well the longer today goes on. Furia showing up in the Elim feed in a fight versus Ida as well. And we go over to E Arena, clashing up close towards Flash. Turney K overwhelmed after getting one off with a pump, but he's got backline protection. Well, not for long. That's the flick back over. Schweppes goes in. Can he recover it, Blank?
Absolutely. Seems this way. Only 3 players here, as per usual, as we know. From Rondo, usually have a 3-man send out, and 1 player will be the backup on the res, and that is Bo Z right now. For Flash, Admino moves in. Reefus is down straight away. Some good shots off right there, leaving Aurora in a bit of a pickle. Only 2 players alive. They're over towards the north side of test track, but a good showing there from Godlike. IQ inside the building as Hyunbin gets sniped out by the M24 from AKOP at range.
It's a beautiful shot. Nonshin wanted to first onto this a little bit further though. Tizzy just playing on the lip of the window here. T24 down outside. IQ trying to play off his info. Bait around here just towards the other side. He's got back up in Falak. Oh, good pre-fire. Expected to peek. That one's going to do a little bit of chip damage, but he wants the whole hog. Charges back in. Door closed. Spams around. Upsets Falak on the peak, but the response comes back over from IQ. Charging him down with the SMG.
Honestly, for Tizzy there, he's working no vest, no helmet, playing like he has got all the armor in the world. 12K, 6 bullets! Can't quite handle the jump out there. Tried to go for the drop shot on that one. So easy, is good to go though. Gets the players back up and in position. But this is all the way over towards Ryan.
दे रहा एक ओपे दे रहा दे भाई.
To go. OG also popping off over towards the likes of Alula.
5 किल कर लिया ओजी ने ऑलरेडी. नाइस. गॉडल ने भी 2 किल मारा है.
Red Force, good to continue. The arena though, good start for them. We know that they like to flex out around stadium, get themselves some eliminations where they can. Already started off in a good way over towards Flash. Those 3 points are further towards that smash rule. We have seen multiple times in international before, when we get to those finals, teams can't quite make it to get into that region of smash point on the second
भाई
match.
भाई हो
They gotta be lucky.
यार आज
If you wanna
होना
be lucky
चाहिए
at
यार.
home, you got to join the 2026 Pmwc Lucky Spin to draw for the exclusive set only available here for Pmwc.
गॉडलाइक को ये रोंडो कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा. गॉडलाइक के लिए थोड़ा गेम चेंजर हो सकता है अगर रोंडो अगर कन्वर्ट किया ना उन्होंने अच्छे से तो गेम चेंजर होगा. नहीं तो मुश्किल है. कोई आज ये 122 होने वाला वैसे हिट तो कर लेगा गाइस. आई गेस ये हिट कर लेगा. ये 4 टीम में से कोई एक हिट करेगा गाइस लग रहा है. अगर गॉडल ने सही निकाला तो भाई रोक सकता है.
The arena moving over towards Furia. They are isolated.
भाई मैं विनिंग का नहीं बोल रहा ना, टॉप पे पहुंचने का नहीं बोल रहा. इंडिया के लिए टॉप पे पहुंचना प्रैक्टिकली बोले तो थोड़ा सा है मुश्किल, बट होप मत खोना चाहिए. हो सकता है भाई, मिरेकल होता है भाई, होता है, हो सकता नहीं है. देख हो भी सकता है, कुछ भी हो सकता है. गेम है भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है.
2 players do step up to the plate now for Furia. The reinforcements are in, isolated, no more. Joker and Teddy
I believe कि at least पोजीशन अगर 5th 6th पोजीशन में भी होगा ना इंडिया भाई बहुत बढ़िया है भाई.
Not going to deal any damage though onto the Furious squad. They know how to play in these sort of lobbies with this much pressure, with Smash looming over them. They can dig their heels in deep and start to stand strong, but it's one step at a time. And E-Arena are the first challenge for them right now. It's Godlike that are also just on the periphery of this, getting information for free.
Oh, nice! Godel ने 5 kill निकाले guys.
Chief of a back on the other side of the bollard.
OG ने 6 kill.
Kind of an interesting setup here because they've got a big old split on.
भाई अभी देख मैं जीतने को लेके नहीं बोल रहा कि जीतेगा इंडिया को जीतना ही पड़ेगा. ठीक है इंडिया अपना बेस्ट दे.
You do have Schweppes as well as Mormon in the back lines in stadium. They're waiting, poised, because they're sort of certain this fight is not going to go well. Require a bit of a sick play. Sick couple of plays from Tony K and Joker to get this working.
Tony K, he's just been arming that nade, waiting for an opportunity to get the most out of it. Yeah, quick head count on the util. He's only got 2 nades and the 1 Molotov in a back pocket. Furious.
ओ दिया गॉडल ने फिर से दिया. भाई फिनिश डाल भाई गॉडल फिनिश डाल.
They respond back in kind. A 1-for-1 trade. And Tony K with a nade. That's one of the 2 thrown out. It was a good primer.
भाई गॉडल का फाइट दिखा ना रे.
He's going to be baited down as well. Could be stung from the back here. Oh, the bounce is big. Turn around as well. So close back, but couldn't hit it.
एडमिनो ने दिया ये को. मार बिनो. एस पावर सामने ही है. गॉडल पुश किया इधर. ले अब पुश किया गॉडल उधर से हटा दिया. वाह.
Kalash has talked about it earlier, wants them to be a bit more aggressive on those entries. Lurking around the outside edges a little bit too much when they have
6 kills निकाला Godlike ने. OG ने भी 6 kills निकाले. Nice. मार मिनो मार एस पावर मार. मार 100 में. हाँ एस पावर दे मिनो. भाई पाड़ गॉड.
Nongshim coming in from that north side. S2G do have a player.
Oh, Mino ने मारा guys, सब मार.
Him rest back up again, but Nongshim with a pretty decent injection on that northern side gives him a lot.
Godlike 10 kill के साथ Godlike convert करेगा भाई. मोशन आ चुका है, फीलिंग आ चुकी है वो. फ्यूरिया को घर भेज दिया भाई. फ्यूरिया को घर भेज दिया है Godlike. भाई मार.
It's almost poetic. It's been twice inside of this game.
मां कसम भाई 10 kill 6 kill.
Ulf coming into it to start the day here. They were in 8th place. I believe 61 eliminations over the course of the finals. Up to that point, they were in a pretty good form when it came to fighting. They've just got to maintain that pressure. 2 elims here. We've got the rotate coming over from Aurora. Furia out of the
भाई बस चिकन निकालना है भाई. 10 किल हो गया, चिकन निकालना है.
Godlike though, 10 eliminations. You can only imagine that full squad wipe over towards Fury came through from Godlike with a small assist from both Rise. Yeah, Godlike certainly trying to put their name on the map today, but it feels a little late for them. At 67 points. They can earn those big rankings today. Grab some more cash on board, a bit more pride for the country as well. Overall, really big step up in that last day, which is why I was saying on day 1, you got to give these boys time. It's the first time at an international here at Pmwc, so realistically, they just need.
अभी नहीं ना. अरे तो अभी point hit करेगा तब ना होगा.
And once that was done, they looked
अभी कहाँ?
going in towards the later portions of yesterday and already starting out strong here on the first game of the day. Circle continues to center up around Mei Ran. S2G controlling a very, very good spot It has been good control over the center for S2G.
मानिया अच्छा जा रहा है लेकिन भाई ईडा पीछे है यार रीग्रुप करते टाइम बस क्लैश ना हो जाए यार मानिया को ईडा वाले पकड़ने से पहले बस रीग्रुप हो जाए भाई ईडा वाला बस नहीं पकड़ पाए भाई ये करो फोर मैन रहेगा तभी जाके होगा वैसे मानिया के पास तो रिकॉल होगा ना मानिया के पास तो रिकॉल होगा
time he's been in this esport.
You got a lot of talent on that roster. You can pass the baton too if you need to rely on someone for a sick play mechanically as well. So certainly armed for some good fights. Talking of which, Aurora getting line of sight over onto the Vitality migration as they wanted to make a move straight past. Few shots on target, resulting in them going down to a 3-man squadron. And Tora that also have a similar flight path back over towards the zone.
भाई W यार 10 किल निकाला है गॉर्डन ने
well, bro, the push down.
OG ने भी 6 किल निकाला भाई.
Thunder-footed their way into the zone early. I was saying the consistency of this team looked good, but it's the fact they've turned on this aggression. They're willing to fight for a good position now, Blank.
I mean, playing over towards the northeast side of Meiran, I mean, it's a bold maneuver, right? You don't try and play to hold out teams on the outer edge. But they don't get themselves too stuck into Meiran either. So they have accessibility to the rest of the zone. But this is a livable position in what is a bit of a dastardly circle. Now, E-Arena, we saw them coming in very late. They played over towards stadium for a long time. Go for the recuperate. Two players in Tony K, as well as Joker.
Mania ने डाला ईडा को.
Fury a lot.
Knock.
Just on the heels though of OG.
अबे मानिया को पकड़ लिया. एस पावर ने दिया.
He loves a scrap.
Am I Mino?
Yes. Because it looked like it was a struggle of a fight versus Ida, but they've turned it right around. They lose one player and are able to clean out the entire squad. So goodbye, good night, Ida.
Let's go, Ida वाला खत्म भाई. Ida वाला खत्म. मार दियो Ida वाले को मार.
Whilst E-Arena continue to chase OG.
Keeping it pretty cool here inside of E-Arena.
भारत माता की जय.
How these teams
14 kill भाई.
So crazy as well. Godlike's just hit the 4th.
वैसे recall हुआ था क्या?
On this game, they are cracking it open at the
OG
moment.
अच्छा gatekeep कर रहा है वैसे.
But for E-Arena, I do think you're getting ahead sometimes. Where for this game, for them, doesn't matter so much about getting ginormous points, but what does matter is just getting enough so you open up the capability throughout the rest of the day to hit that smash. But you can get in your head about it. You absolutely can. Soka moves over towards the western side.
Gordon जिस side से घूम रहा है भाई, rotation दे रहा है इस power.
As they were already in Meiran, as we stated earlier. E-Arena was a little bit slow.
Recall है क्या?
Vitality finds the first here in top, but Axel will go down once again. Aurora has
भाई 14 kill भाई.
The entire game.
Godlike need this game भाई. कसम से यार.
Punches pulled there. Clean uppercuts.
अबे नहीं देख अभी Godlike जिस पोजीशन पे है वो अभी ये नहीं देख सकता OG है क्या है सब. अगर 100 में रिकॉल हो गया ना भाई मजा आ जाएगा भाई.
Meanwhile, Nonshin Red Force actually getting vision of their entry point.
ओ 100 में रिकॉल हो गया भाई. 100 में रिकॉल हो गया भाई. 100 में रिकॉल हो गया भाई.
And some extra points.
Look at this shot from Doc. Really, really good stuff. Double spray down on the roll-up is crazy even before they get anywhere close to the compound itself. And not a single dash of damage sent back his way.
हो गया भाई 100 में रिकॉल हो गया भाई. Thank God यार, thank God.
Aurora, but they have a long way to go. Nick the Galaxy currently holding the backside.
Let's go भाई. 4-man team है भाई. 4-man strong है अभी.
Blasting bullets in as Alula holds back Flash over towards the water side.
यही चाहिए भाई. डोमिनेशन दिखाओ.
And then makes the cross. Good timing on that one.
These two sides hounding each other the entire time on Rondo. Feels like they're mirroring each other. Ooh, Orangutan from the side getting a look in as well.
Bye.
Soke feels that one. Gotta drop off. Meanwhile, the team with a whole load of elims and Godlike wrapping down potentially to get a bit of a scout over towards the setup.
ये jump चाहिए भाई. ये अच्छा खासा स्किल के साथ अगर निकलेगा ना, 4 मैन स्ट्रॉन्ग से अगर बोलो कन्वर्ट कर दिए, चिकन निकाल लिए भाई, टॉप 5 भाई कंफर्म है, टॉप 5 कंफर्म है। अगर ये वाला निकल दे, अरे सौम्य फिर से नॉक हुआ यार फलक से।
They want to live this game out. They are really giving a lot of
40 versus Godel हो गया भाई
right now just to survive. One knock goes back over towards Godlike's way.
M4 से हमारा आई गेस लॉन्ग रेंज नॉक हुआ है,
but it's not carnage just yet.
No, it's not, but it is a little bit of a
भाई
crowbar
बहुत
that's
6
been
kill
dashed at them, slowing them down on their potential aggressive play. That was from 4 Fribes as well, by the way. And yeah, we're hyping up the Godlike maneuvers, but they're currently sat on 11 elims themselves. And if they can vie for control of a decent position off the back of this skirmish inside, hey, maybe 4 Fribes are coming alive early.
What's great for 4 Fribes, right? In PMGO Season 1, they were top of the back seat because they came in with Smash Point very early on the first day. And I think that pressure got to them a little bit. It went all the way to match 6. They weren't able to put a lot of points, but they managed to make
ये और
it
अरोरा दोनों मरेगा ना तो सही रहेगा बे। फिर वो इसका नहीं आएगा, गॉडल वर्सेस ये हो रहा है भाई, नाइस। अबे पूरा यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी सिचुएशन है आई गेस। नाइस निकाला, एक निकाला यार।
He's the clutch factor. Whoa, saved by the bell on the nade, so low. Able to keep his head above water for a few more seconds.
Bounce back.
Squad,
oh my
bounces
God.
over.
अबे यार।
Salme out, Adamino the only one left now. That deployable cover barely keeping him alive.
मीनू पे अकेले पे भाई।
Arena looking to get further into this
अबे
game.
यार।
Mino might be able to go for the res if he goes for it now. I think they're going to sweep round in the vehicle, try and figure out what's going on back there. S-Power still down, knocked. Schweppes moves up, goes for the drive-by, has the information.
अबे यार।
Out, so a good refresh on the gear.
अबे यार, रन ओवर कर दिया यार। 15 पॉइंट तो निकाल के गया भाई।
They could swing back down towards that compound on the south side. They held
गुड गेम भाई, 15 किल तो निकाला भाई।
Away from Mayran. Arena getting thrown a bone here, but still they have 3 players. They are not at full force. Let's see how they play this out.
ये 4v4 निकल जाता ना भाई, पूरा
that elongated battle that's gone on the whole
जोन
map
मिल जाता भाई।
S2G and Ulf continues edge guarding them coming out of the blue and keeping shots on target. It's worked out slightly worse for Ulf, down to a duo, but we do say goodbye to Solke on S2G, so a triple threat remains there. There was some fighting over from Nonshin onto OG inside Mayran as well. They were taking
OG का भी एक man
shots
loss
at
हो
them,
गया।
so a 3-man squad living on amongst that. And 4 Fribes
बहुत
consistently
बढ़िया
keeping
खेला
their
भाई,
head on the
15
swivel
kills
as well.
निकाले भाई,
They were
15
bullets
kills।
over to the E-Arena encounter with Godlike. Yes, they got
40
some
और ये
points,
के
but
बीच
none
में
of
फंस
those
गया भाई।
converted to points.
S2G desperately trying to make the cross right now. Couple of shots, but
ऐसे खेलेंगे ना कंटिन्यूअसली, अगर कंसिस्टेंसी रखेगा ऐसा तो सही है।
But they're just about in the zone. Same can't be said for Ulf there. But Alula's going to continue to put the hurt on. I think Nick Galaxy wanted to move around on that eastern side, see what they could pick up, but all those points
भाई 40 और ये के बीच में फंस गया ना। ये जैसे नॉक निकाला वैसे रन ओवर डाल दिया ना।
I like this though, actually. They've got Joker as well as Schweppes playing the northwest edge whilst Mormon holds down the compound. They're looking for exit frags here, Jackie.
भाई ये के पास भाई बहुत एडवांटेज है।
Conversations there between S2G. It's an intense day. Gotta clear the bag instantly.
ये को स्मैश पॉइंट मिल रहा है गाइस, ये को स्मैश पॉइंट मिल रहा है भाई। ये का 119 हो गया, 122 में है, बस 3 पॉइंट जो उनको प्लेस पॉइंट तो मिलने वाला है वैसे भी, तो ये स्मैश पॉइंट मिलेगा।
Don't mind this too much. Just trying to create a little bit of a dip to play around as
ये को
players
स्मैश
will
पॉइंट मिलेगा
attempt
भाई।
to leave from Mayran. That's
ये
OG on
first
the north side.
स्मैश पॉइंट लेगा।
Likely first to leave. It's a gamble play, but they know they're close now. They know they're close. As soon as they start getting into those placement points, they get a couple more eliminations. They're set. Their goal in this game was far easier than most. Not looking for that chicken dinner.
Oh! OG zone में भाई, W zone भाई, W zone भाई, OG zone में
Schweppes has got to go pick up Mormon.
Let's go भाई, let's go.
Plays up by the roadside. Not definite this ends in the urban area. Enigma Galaxy might want to make a send soon. OG loses one on a knock. Not flushed though. Fourth Rise looking fantastic right now this game. 11 eliminations. Holding a strong 2-2 split. Inside of Meirang, controlling both the run out from OG and scouting towards Nongshim.
With Nigma turning their attention onto Flash, you can see Swebs had already identified their setup far over. He was waiting for an opportunity to actually shoot some bullets their way. That was the call for it. No raw connection from this. He'll spot Satan on the rotate with the vehicle as well. Still debating if he can actually get some pot shots here, trusting in his source from distance. And this is also amongst the Lula that are pushing up onto 4-5s. They knew they were fighting OG. They took a few pot shots, but now Quick's trying to take at least a little bit more aggressive space off them.
I think we're Galaxy in a struggle position, and E-Arena can play this very slow here. They don't have to peek too much. Ralph already down there. Should go down to the play zone. Enigma Galaxy is going to try and go for that southern push on this one. Like you said, Schweppes identified their position very early. The shots are coming through. They don't want these points to be stolen from the players inside of Meiran. Schweppes opens up, but looks like those points might be going another way. Nongshim getting some great damage, just playing into that engagement between Alula as well as Flash there. Gonna be long grenades on this one though, Jackie.
Decent chuck, that one might be good. Bounces into the back, it's chip damage, but no conversion. Ooh, bursting just in front of Satan. They've got one smoke to try and pop. Mate, this is dastardly. You are trapped in a hellish position whilst the other squads are scrapping through each other, so the lobby's starting to thin here.
It's tempting for E-Arena just to push this. Getting in towards 6th
place,
right? Very close to that point with 2 eliminations.
Last banda.
You could just sack your game here to go for it. Joker's going to try and get a different angle on this one, move up over towards Mormon, put some more emphasis over
ये
towards
तो hit कर रहा है,
Meiran.
smash point hit कर देगा ये.
We go a little bit further south.
ये इसलिए आराम से खेल रहा है भाई, एकदम chill होके खेल रहा है अभी.
Mainly.
ज़्यादा ये नहीं कर रहा.
Also have a good capability of leaving from this area. Wonder how many vehicles they've still got left with.
FL खत्म होगा
The tires in play. Yeah,
FL
so
खत्म.
we'll take down Bozy, and that's
Nice.
the end of Flash. I mean, Nongshim Red
Nice,
Force has
nice.
been consistently peppering that engagement, but it is Alula who's got away with the majority of the points on that one with 11.
There's been a lot of harassment of all of these squads from Nonshin and
Ula 11 kill मार दिया भाई. 40 का भी 11 kill है.
Fights more uncomfortable for either team involved. For E-Arena, if Nonshin actually keep
ये
this
जो
up in terms
भाई
of a safe
अभी जोन
placement
बन रहा है
in the
बहुत
zone, some
इम्पोर्टेंट
big
है भाई.
plays,
ओ
they might need to shut
W
them
zone
down.
भाई,
And of
W
course,
zone OG
slightly
के
away
एकदम
from their
सामने
setup,
zone है
though,
भाई.
centering up around the 4-5
OG के
crew
सामने
of
zone है.
E-Arena, knowing they can advance a little bit on this.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity now.
Zone
for
अपने
4-5
पे भाई,
going
बस.
forward. Get a chicken dinner here. You set yourselves up to get potentially into Smash ruling by match 2.
भाई
by
zone
the
अपने
end
पे
of match
भाई.
2. Very cool to see both E-Arena and Nongshim Red Force. None of it was small talk at the start of the day. They were certainly looking to make it very, very difficult for any other team immediately.
भाई दोनों
going
इंडियन
to
टीम्स को
match
टॉप
2.
8 में देखना है भाई.
Putting the worry on, requiring teams to keep tabs on them, potentially even hunt them down to keep their tournament alive.
ऑलरेडी हम टॉप 16 बेस्ट टीम्स में से हैं. इंडिया के दोनों टीम्स टॉप 16 बेस्ट टीम्स में से गाइस. अपन का इंडिया का दोनों टीम्स भाई टॉप 8 बेस्ट देखना चाहता हूं भाई.
Which is why it's such great news that Fourth Rise are having such a big pop-off here on game 1.
They're bringing
भाई
it.
OG का हेल्थ डाउन है भाई.
Showing that they're handy with the steal. And for Alula, try as they might to absorb points from this lobby. They're so far down that it's been uncomfortable.
भाई ये पे गॉडल जिंदा होता तो भाई क्या ही किल लेता. आरू ने मारा फलक को. नाइस.
But it took down a member amongst the commotion.
Nice, nice.
224 heading out for Lash.
क्या
like you
बात
say,
है भाई.
a bit of an accidental
क्या बात
play
है.
there, but not the one you want to see.
चलो 7 किल है.
Always praise Falak's gunplay. Basically a legend in close quarters, so to lose
भाई
him
खुद ही
in
फोड़
an
लिया
early
ग्रेनेड से.
finish,
OG ने किल
disastrous
निकाल लिया भाई.
result
बढ़िया.
here. Hyunbin though will find R3B.
ऊला पे एनएस ये कर रहा है।
Nade over the top immediately to confirm. Is that in the window? I was going to say that is a long
अबे एक
lob
को
on
नॉक
that
किया
one.
भाई। अबे यार
By his time, it's a bit more difficult to hit that one. But OG lose Wizgod. He's getting picked up though, off in the distance as OG moves in, but it's Joke from the sidelines actually finding Aru. They're consistently harassing from this outside edge. Playing that compound down towards the south side, then just playing off this rip side around the road, but ooh, it is time to leave now.
Gonna have to force the issue. Jump back behind the dragon wall and get into the zone. For OG, it's so uncomfortable because you were just being completely
चाहिए था भाई।
cut off from
जोन
all
भी है साथ
angles.
में
The
यार।
point's covered by E-Arena, nades from the front in from 4-5s. They cannot peek in any regard. He's going in crazy. Okay, into the building. 4-5.
ओ दिया ये को, नाइस, ये को मार।
Sweep sweeps under the rug. Goodbye, good night.
WW भाई, ये को मार।
From the top, he sees Joker, but it's Lord that steals it from Nigma Galaxy. Nade over onto Wizgod in the
भाई ये क्या होता है ये लोग अंदर?
falls to Hyunbin. It's all turning into carnage.
More man, last left alive here. I think it's one more placing they need on this one, Jackie, as well.
भाई उस गॉड को रिवाइव दे दो भाई।
One more
हो गया
elimination will
हो गया
also do the
उस गॉड
trick.
हो गया।
They want to get themselves up towards 5th place, but it would be so awful to go into match 2 1 point away from Smash ruling.
ये कर गया भाई,
That's
स्मैश
not
पॉइंट
how
कर
a
दिया।
position to play, though.
ये स्मैश पॉइंट कर दिया भाई।
Everyone's completely looking his way.
2 पॉइंट तो मिल जाएगा ना, प्लेस पॉइंट मिल जाएगा भाई।
Nigma Galaxy and just try and take a one-on-one trade.
ये स्मैश पॉइंट कर दिया भाई।
Just wonder if they actually know how many points they've currently garnered on this game and how close it gets them. You'd expect them to, right?
And honestly, for 4-5s, this probably works out in a way with that charge in.
ये खत्म।
Mate, the nade on Mormon. Okay, goodbye.
एंड ये हो गया, स्मैश पॉइंट हिट कर दिया।
We're good.
Whew. They're safe for now. That's what they needed. And with Schweppes charging into that compound, he gave them some extra ammunition. They were having to make concessions, Blank. You can see about 80
ये का smash हो गया भाई।
They've been able to restock up.
ये
Non-Shin though still
first-
making plays, and they got loads of ammo to
फर्स्ट
play
प्लेयर
with.
प्लस
Shots down
टीम
on
टू
target from
हिट
XCY.
स्मैश। पहले गेम में
Hits
स्मैश
onto
हिट कर दिया
another
भाई।
man. OG, you have just
NS
been
अगर चिकन
trying
निकालता है
to
तो NS भी
punch after
smash hit
punch
कर
for
देगा।
so long. They're punch drunk in the back line.
For Nongchin Red Force is where all the storylines
अच्छा नेट डाला था भाई।
Chicken dinner
बच
would
गया भाई।
be ideal, but a few more eliminations and a second place would get them in towards that position. A pitch battle between Nongchin Red Force as well as E-Arena going straight into match 2. Good nade over the top.
Oh, AKOP nice.
Opens up the door here for them to move in. Hazaifa leaning onto this one. AKOP's down, leaving just Wizgod. Goodness me, Nigma Galaxy still going, and it's Lord of all people.
NGX खत्म।
Finally taken out, but top 3 now. Nongchin Red Force ever closer to a chicken dinner and set themselves up alongside with E-Arena at the top.
The solo savagery was nice to
में मरा
watch,
है
but now it all goes down to the 2 squads that were in a prime position on Rondo for so long. The duo of 4-5s versus the 4
NS का
Non-Shin.
4-man है भाई।
They charge up onto the compound. T24 top side. Zypher rearming
फोर्थ मरे भाई अपन।
Shotgun to play with if they come charging through the door. So easy. Dashes the nade onto the lower levels. Wants to ascend up. Nade in. Masking some of the sound. So easy to peek this. Looking for the third angle.
Godlike और OG दोनों अच्छा गेम निकाला।
They read it right. They try and keep
NS अगर चिकन ये वाला चिकन मार दिया ना भाई, सीधा स्मैश मारेंगे।
XZY got to be a good nade through the window. Good damage off the back of that one. The burst is lovely. The play zone will take down Hazaifa. And Nongchin Red Force start the day off with a chicken dinner. Can they grab another after this to close down the entire tournament?
भाई अगले मैच में टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो सकता है भाई।
Non-Shin have seen red, and the aggression has come out when it's needed.
भाई
Fighting harder, pulling out.
भाई नेक्स्ट मैच टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो सकता है भाई। ये और NS में से कोई मार दिया तो भाई नेक्स्ट 2 टीम स्मैश पॉइंट गया भाई।
Last Miramar into first rondo.
हाँ
NS
NS
a different beast coming into these last 2 days of finals. especially coming off such a
भाई वो ये के अगेंस्ट अगर फाइट निकाल देता ना गॉडल,
8-game day set.
भाई फिर तो मजा आ जाता भाई.
It's getting nerve-wracking. You just open with a chicken dinner.
Let's go guys.
Must be so confident.
क्या स्मैश पॉइंट से होगा या पूरा टूर्नामेंट होगा? दोनों इंडियन टीम के लिए बहुत प्यारा गेम गया भाई, बहुत प्यारा गेम गया.
We know there's going to be a new champion, and Nonshin are eyeing up that trophy. They want it branded with their organization, their legacy.
कोई भरोसा नहीं भाई कितने गेम खेलने मिलेंगे.
There is a decent chance they.
दो टीम स्मैश पहुंच गया भाई. टूर्नामेंट कभी भी खत्म हो सकता है भाई, कभी भी खत्म हो सकता है. दोनों टीम ने अच्छा किया है भाई, दोनों टीम ने अच्छा किया है. पहला मैच बहुत अच्छा किया है. आरू थोड़ा स्मोक करके पहुंच जाता ना तो सही रहता भाई, गिरा नहीं पाता.
PUBG Mobile has continued to grow together with players around the world. And even today, we are still fully committed to this battleground. We are continuing to invest more resources, improve the experience, and bring PUBG Mobile to more players in more ways. Today, I'm excited to share something important with you. New app.
ओह PUBG Mobile Lite भाई क्या अनाउंसमेंट है?
PUBG Mobile Lite is not about making a smaller game with a smaller experience.
Bro,
It's about maintaining the high quality PUBG Mobile standard while giving players a light
भाई मतलब BGMI Lite आ रहा है.
way to play. We know that different players have different needs. Some players want the full PUBG Mobile experience with the richest content, all sorts of highest quality gameplays, and everything the game has to offer. For those players, PUBG Mobile will continue to be the best choice. But some players want to jump into battle faster, save more stories, and reduce the burden on their devices. That is why we are creating PUBG Mobile Lite.
भाई that's a big news यार. मतलब BGMI Lite आ रहा है guys, BGMI Lite आ रहा है.
Of PUBG Mobile, built for players who want a
BGMI Lite आ रहा है guys.
flexible way. to
Oh
enter the
damn.
The initial download is only around
बहुत
1
बड़ी न्यूज़ है
gigabyte
भाई.
on Android and under 2 GB on iOS. There is no extra mandatory package before your first match. Once the download is complete, you can load in, can get straight
Damn bro, damn.
into the battleground. We also made PUBG Mobile Lite more flexible. You can choose which extra modules to download based on how you like to play. At the same time, PUBG Mobile Lite is still connected to the PUBG Mobile experience. The classic Arango map, supplies, and core combat are designed to match PUBG Mobile, so the battle experience remains authentic
भाई
and uncompromised. If you already have a PUBG Mobile account, you can log in with it on PUBG Mobile Lite. Your own items can carry over, so you can continue using the outfits you love. You can also team up
ओ
with
भाई
your friends on PUBG Mobile, so your squad can stay together with no social barrier. Going forward, PUBG Mobile Lite will stay updated alongside PUBG Mobile, so players can enjoy
भाई दोनों
new
गेम साथ में खेल
content
सकते
together.
हैं.
We are targeting on official launch PUBG Mobile Lite later this year. Please stay tuned for more updates, and you can pre-register in the store from August 25th. Whether you are discovering PUBG Mobile for the first time or returning to the battleground, we are excited to welcome you to PUBG Mobile Lite. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you on the battleground.
भाई Oh, damn.
Battleground PUBG Mobile Lite pre-register August 25th. I'm excited for it, Max. I know you'll probably end up making a video about it on your Instagram, which is what? Remind me again?
It's Maxman Cast right now on Instagram. But no, I get comments. I'm not joking, Seven.
Yes.
Every single
भाई
day about PUBG
इंडिया में
Mobile Lite, when
खतरनाक
it's coming
पागल हो
back, when it's
जाएंगे
gonna get an
BGMI
update.
लाइट
It's
आने
gonna
वाला
get an
गाइस
update later this year.
What a big
Oh my
news यार
goodness, the world is going to be loving some more PUBG Mobile action.
100%. I'm excited for it. Hopefully you guys are. But I'm excited for the match that we just had here. Because E-Arena definitely able to cross that threshold for being in the Smash Zone.
I mean, they truly analysed the situation. They had every opportunity to get rid of NGX from that, I guess, southern side of zone. But no, they kind of already knew that they did enough to hit the threshold. And I mean, it was kind of all to Mormon's sort of intel on OG and 4 Thrives. They had quite a bit of line of sight on them, their position in zone, but incredibly calculated from them. But of course, we gotta talk about the tippity tough 4 Thrives right now.
We do gotta talk about 4 Thrives because we were expecting aggressiveness out of this team, and boy did we get it.
Boy, did we get it. 4 Thrives coming in hot today. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them. Did they slow down just slightly when I would have liked them to be a little bit more aggressive onto OG, onto some of those other
भाई
teams?
40 के लिए भाई
as the
क्या
zone
ही
started
सीन हो
closing
गया
in
उसके
around them.
टीममेट ने
Yes,
नेट
a
किया
little
वो
bit
फट
more
गया
mobile, just a
अपन
little
ने
bit
उसका
more
डब्बा
aware.
डाल दिया भाई
However, they bided their time. They were patient with what they did. When it came time to actually make those fights, they were able to just flip the switch, turn on that aggression, get those eliminations, and so many points. They are just flying off that leaderboard. This is why I said yesterday they still can do it. If they have a day like they just had in this rondo, if they continue doing that, they still can do it.
Especially when you have a player like IQ, the IGL of this squad,
goddamn.
putting up the numbers, performing for this squad and clutching up. But we also got to talk about Notch and Red Force because they were the winners of this match, Max, and they played that out perfectly. And I think they might have been able to also pass that threshold.
Yeah, like of course GG4 Thrives, but Nongshim Red Force doing so much parkour in the city, swiping.
सारे बंदे
every
like
other
मारो guys,
team
like
under the
करो,
bar.
सारे
And
बंदे
actually,
like
they're
करो
trying to aim
guys.
for 122. I believe they did make it. We'll check out the leaderboards very soon. But Nongshim Red Force giving E-Arena an absolute run for their money. And it is so rare to see 2 teams on the very first game enter the Smash Zone. It might have just happened today.
It might happen today, and something that might happen today is that we might see teams that might not be challenging for that first place putting up great performances, and we saw that exactly out of Godlike. This squad came to play. This squad has absolutely nothing to lose, Slays, because they were going after elimination. Actually, before we even talk about Godlike, I want to see what the overall is looking like, where the teams are currently standing, how far away some of the other teams are from there. Noxian Red Force is actually in first place with 123 points. Now we have 2 teams that are able to win in the next match.
Oh my goodness, by the way, E-Arena should also be colored, I'm pretty sure, because they are also in the Smash Zone. You just need to get above or tie 122 points. So if Nongshim Red Force or E-Arena now lays get a chicken dinner, that's it, tournament over, and we will be crowning our champions.
I know, and it's so incredibly exciting because both of these teams, especially when it comes to those sort of placement points, look at Nongshim at 40 placement points, E-Arena with 34. They have
ये अगर इन्होंने निकाल दिया ना भाई, ये अगर इन्होंने निकाल दिया तो भाई
secure that chicken dinner. Now, Seven, you asked me a little bit about Godlike, which I know was on the second page. And the reason we want to highlight that is because they were sort of sitting more under that middle threshold. But with 10 eliminations early game, another 4 as they sort of rotate in on that northeast side. And then S-Power recovering the
बस प्रे करो ये चीज ये वाला सेकंड गेम ये या तो एनएस दोनों में से कोई चिकन ना ले पाए Godlike का भाई 57 elimination point भाई
15 elimination points on the board is insanity, especially from where they were sitting earlier today.
But I want to check real quick the rankings. We did see for a quick second there. 11 points away
चार
from 4
player
Thrives now.
क्या
Jumping around from the middle pack. 11 points away from top 3. The comeback is happening.
This is what I keep saying. This is
4
what I keep
Thrives
saying.
comeback?
4 Thrives comeback?
4 Thrives comeback? Because this team, I actually got a chance to talk with Falak. If you want to check that out, go to my Instagram at the 7WG. But we're now seeing the race to Smash. There you go. You see 4 Thrives, 23 points away, which this is a perfect start for that team, getting more than 15.
स्मैश पॉइंट हिट किया है S2G को 13 पॉइंट चाहिए अरोरा को 12 पॉइंट चाहिए
Because one of the two teams at the top don't end up winning it.
Well, exactly, yeah. So this is the case, this is the scenario where, you know, neither of those teams, Nongshim or eArena, they don't win next match. We do go into game 3. If 4 Thrives are allowed a
भाई ये तो एक अच्छा बहुत बढ़िया न्यूज़ दिया भाई, क्योंकि इंडिया में बहुत प्लेयर्स हैं भाई जिनके पास अच्छा डिवाइस नहीं है, वो नहीं खेल पाते प्रॉपर्ली, गेम को एंजॉय नहीं कर पाते भाई। BGMI लाइट अगर अपने यहाँ पे आ गया ना भाई, PUBG लाइट का जैसे दिया ना, BGMI लाइट आ गया तो भाई ऑडियंस बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ने वाला है। और तुम जस्ट सोचो भाई, PUBG लाइट मतलब BGMI लाइट BGMI प्लेयर्स के साथ खेल सकते हैं, मतलब वही सीन है इंस्टाग्राम लाइट, फेसबुक लाइट, सेम सीन। मतलब तुम अपना ओरिजिनल अकाउंट तुम वहां पे यूज कर सकते हो, लाइक क्रॉसओवर गेम प्ले भाई, क्रेजी यार, क्रेजी सीन है।
Give him a boom boom back to the lobby. It's Max Grenade of the day.
Sorry, some background music for you, Max.
That was a great. We got the drums, we got the jingle too. But yeah, for that team, I mean, overall, it's a great start here for the final day of PMWC 26. A great performance out of those teams that we were expecting a good performance out of, right? We talked about.
Okay, 5:25 को start होगा guys. 5:25 को start हो रहा मैच. Let's go. 5:25 को start हो रहा है guys. 5:25 को.
One thing that we do need to talk about is possibly this team's being targeted. When I say being targeted, I don't mean getting a hot drop right away, but we are going to be looking at those rotations, because if we look at eArena, eArena has 2 wins so far this PMWC in Erangel, and in the finals, eArena has already gotten 1 win in day 1, match 3 in Erangel.
Actually, I do want to say, I was talking to Kalaris earlier. Nongshim Red Force, they got back-to-back wins, right, on the island finish. So that's going to be something that you got to keep into mind also, because they did win PMMI by smash ruling. Literally, all of the storylines are merging together in favor of the South Korean team of Nongshim Red Force. They could be looking fantastic. But of course, that's if eArena get a win, or if Nongshim Red Force get a win. But Niptura,
yes,
we got to keep in mind, it's not Rondo anymore. It's no Recall Tower anymore, meaning that teams that are not currently in the Smash Zone is going to be even more complicated for them to reach 122 points.
Oh, absolutely. And then you've got, you know, when we've seen this a lot of times in, you know, Smash Rolling, Last Day, all of this sort of stuff, you do tend to see other teams actually go ahead and change their drop location to avoid getting targeted. But you're right, Seven, right? We are going to be looking at those rotations. We need 4 Thrives, we need Nongshim, we need eArena, we need Enigma Galaxy as well. All of those teams. Aurora did not have a good game at all, so they're still chasing that. They need to make sure their rotations are on point, that they might change them a little bit just to avoid any early eliminations, because right now it is now or never. We got 2 teams in Smash ruling. You do not want to take any chances going out earlier.
You're gonna have to use those spidey senses if you're currently at the top. If you're 4 Thrives, you want to continue your frag out. Here you go. You can actually have it back now. Thanks so much for letting me guard. If you're some of the other teams, eArena, Nongshim, you gotta watch out for everything going on your way. And I know right now around the arena, we do have a special guest rolling by.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Spider-Man without the powers. So, you can grab Peter Parker's gloves and you can web swing your way around the city, or you can even use your webs in combat to slow down or trap your opponents. And of course, there's so much to discover beyond the fights. You can visit Peter Parker's apartment and hunt for hidden Easter eggs inspired by the world of Spider-Man. From Peter's messages, to secret clues, to hidden surprises that you're going to have to find yourselves. And remember your favorite Spider-Man movies? Well, here's your chance to recreate those iconic moments. Maybe you pull off a perfect rescue, maybe you escape a fight by swinging away at the last second, or maybe you and your squad just stop everything to take the perfect Spider-Man shot. So, if you haven't jumped in yet, grab your squad and experience Spider-Man in PUBG Mobile. Also, Spider-Man isn't only swinging around Erangel today. We have got Spider-Man on stage right here with us right now, and he didn't come empty-handed. He's going to be handing out PUBG Mobile merch in and amongst the arena, so make some noise for Spider-Man!
It's good to see the heroes back in action on every single front, from Spider-Man to Hyunbin and the rest of Nongshim. Heroes is the name of the game today. These teams have been heroes in their own right. For Nongshim Red Force, what a push to hold down Meiran and find their way to that smash zone. eArena held their nerve. They played that west side well, and they just got across that line. It was surgical precision on that 122.
Surgical is the perfect word, because Rondo did not disappoint. Yeah, we got Spider-Man here to save the day, but we got two massive threats in the lobby now. We've got eArena and Nongshim Red Force that can end the tournament right here, right now, with one single chicken dinner.
That's all it's going to take. We saw Nongshim just do it. Can they pull it out the bag again? But it's not.
Let's
just
go,
those
guys.
teams
3 minute में
on the
start हो
desk,
रहा है, guys.
As Blank and Jackie were saying before as well. There are other teams waiting in the wings.
ये मैच बहुत crucial है भाई, इसमें हो सकता है खत्म भाई.
From that Rondo to jump into the smash zone, there are probably at least 6 teams that can do it this match and join them. So if we don't get one of those smash chicken dinners, it is going to get hotter and hotter as the day goes on, because I don't think we're only going to see 2 teams breaking that barrier today.
Yeah, I'm glad we were able to get
nice start होने वाला है, guys.
Right?
Absolutely.
This is absolutely insane here. My hopes and dreams are coming true. Could we see 6-7 teams in the smash zone with one single squad that could win it? That would be insane. At the same time though, right? You gotta stop these 2 squads, because if eArena or Nongshim Red Force win right here, that's it. This tournament is over, and one of them is walking away with $500,000.
Hey man, I caught Coach Pecco for Enigma Galaxy on the walk over to the caster booth just now, and he was saying, I asked him, hey, you gonna target? And he was like, if we know it's them, things might get a little bit dicey. Hey, you know, I can't say, but yeah, I feel like that is the sort of situation where teams who are certainly below those top 2 will really hard commit if they find one of these teams in a fight. The third-party targeting will definitely be high on the menu for a lot of these teams.
It has to be. It really does. I got a chance to talk to Knight, as a matter of fact, the coach from Furia, and
भाई क्या डेडलिफ्ट दिन पाता है भाई, दोनों टीम को गाड़ी लेके जाना है भाई.
When it comes to the smash ruling, Furia themselves have smashed in multiple of their regional tournaments. So I was talking to them. I was like, hey, exactly the same question, right? If you see a couple teams in the smash zone, will you guys go out of your way to take them out? And they said, well, at a certain point we have to. You know what I'm saying? We know what's at stake. If we have to risk a bad game to ensure that we can continue in this tournament to possibly come back, we're going to do it, right? So even if it's a crash and we lose the fight, we're taking a couple of those players with us. So the whole lobby, honestly, really needs to have that kind of same mentality, because if you want to be able to move up the leaderboards, there are massive jumps in prize pools as we go from 3rd, 4th, 5th place. So you want to be able to stay in this tournament as long as possible, and this one's going to be a fun one. We got a nice Eastern Circle.
I don't know about nice. It's certainly an Eastern Circle, though. It's going to push all the way out towards Milta, east of it, and Milta Power. Lepovka's in there as well. A lot of water here, Jukes. So that is going to be tricky to navigate. Enigma Galaxy will not be getting hot drop currently, but Ulf might try and step in. Ida clashing with Tianba over on the western side. A very, very close drop.
And of course, we got our big threat in the lobby on a bike.
Finally
finding a vehicle here. and they're going to go ahead and be looting all this north side of Georgeville Hospital area.
भाई वो जी अलग
Since it is
drop
such an
change कर
eastern
दिया.
circle, right? I wonder how much these teams are going to be kind of even thinking about possibly a rotation camp, things like that are going to start coming
भाई
into
दोनों
play
के
here.
दोनों टीम सेफ है भाई अभी.
And man, this is going to get intense.
Yeah, a lot of teams looking to put
Aurora के लिए सही है. हम लोग का drop military में है.
between Ida and Tiamba is still popping off. Remember, this is an adjustment from Ida to move out this way with the plane path as south as it was. They are going to get stuck straight in with Tiamba, and neither team is looking super happy about it. Aching on the inside of the building. Swain on the top floor now has Eagle to contend with as well. Drops a nade down to the ground floor. He tries to fend off the remaining two players. QZZ unlikely to get picked back up here. Does bleed out in the end. And a step forwards. Swain rebuffs. One more barrel, but it's not enough to blast it back. Tiamba survived, but with only two players. And Horror can just move in.
के दो players बचे भाई.
Very strange hot drop coming through over on Gatka.
Terrible. I mean, honestly, Ida's disrupted this lobby so much, and Tiamba are devastated. Now down to just
होरा भी आ गया भाई. वाह, Tiamba का किस्सा
trying to do something for his squad.
Third party instant करा भाई.
Just standing still, just saying, like, not like this. Not
And खत्म.
like this.
Eagle को भी मार दिया खत्म.
Horror have been a little bit quieter during the course of these finals. Not the fans, that is, the players. The fans have been plenty loud, and we've loved it, but they haven't quite had the performance that we were maybe expecting from them coming into the games in these finals. It's not going to be enough. I don't see them catching up when we've already got two teams in that smash zone. It is a bit unfortunate. It is not great, but they can look pretty good in game. We know that. And one of the ways that you can look good in game at home is with the Naruto skins. Make sure you're heading into game to pick up the character sets, the Ninetales Fury org, and you can look as good as anyone taking on those ninja challenges.
Yeah, get that ninjutsu going. And honestly, yeah, it seems like Aura, OG, they're going to need to bust some of that out if they want to be able to make a crazy run for it. Mathematically, it is still possible, right? If Aura, they start with 3, they're going to need a 20-point game here, a 20-point game in the next
एक चीज अच्छा पता है, टियनबा खत्म हुआ ना, टियनबा अपने गॉडल के ऊपर था. अभी ये टियनबा को आराम से बीट कर सकते हैं इस मैच पे. अगर गॉडल सही से खेलेंगे ना तो टॉप 8 में एंट्री मार सकता है. ठीक है, 6 पॉइंट का ओनली है. डिस्टेंस ओनली 6 पॉइंट का है गाइस. 6 पॉइंट अपन अगर कवर अप कर लेंगे सही से तो अपन टॉप 8 में इसमें सीधा जंप मार सकते हैं टॉप 8 में. और एक चीज है कि एनएस और ये को भाई कैसे भी रोकना है, उनको बस भाई प्रे करो कि वो लोगों को चिकन ना मिले. वो लोग अगर चिकन मिल गया तो अपन को मैचेस और खेलने नहीं मिलेंगे और अपन और आगे नहीं जा सकते. अगर उन लोगों ने चिकन नहीं मार सके तो अपन और आगे पहुंच सकते हैं. टॉप 8 के अंदर एंट्री मार सकते हैं.
This was all for nothing at a certain point, right?
Well, there's still placements on the line and all of that sort of thing. I'm just looking at the map at the moment and I'm seeing that Nongshim Red Force might be in with their first fight in a moment, which is going to enlighten
कोई बस स्मैश ना मारे यार. दोनों टीम अपने ना फॉर्म में हैं.
They could be running into a 2-2 split across Milta right now for Nongshim as they did not fully or firmly hold the bridge against Alula, so that crossing does come through. And that central glut of teams, and now they start to take shots. Alula in the hovercraft have plenty of armor to rebuff the first volley, but there's more still being flung down range, and that's going to have to divert them on the long road. They find the knock, and there's the flush. Nongshim Red Force extract the first point.
Wow, okay, so they end up getting a point on that. Pretty wild. And Alula are in this next circle, down a player. The thing is, though, if any team nearby happen to hear those shots, they know where Nongshim Red Force is now. So that is going to be a factor, but they are in a really good spot for this circle for now.
I mean, teams should be aware, right, of where they're playing based on the fact that it was Alula that they knocked, and Nongshim Red Force generally going to be in this sort of location. They'll know that Alula are coming up from Novo. So it should be a pretty
अरोरा का अभी चांस है, बट ये मैच अगर स्मैश नहीं होता तो हो सकता है उनके पास चांस रहेगा. ये मैच अगर स्मैश हो गया तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
Which is interesting over on that ferry pier side of things. So if Aurora decide, you know what, we're not going to go over to that east side, we're going to try and break west, Vitality is still lying in wait for it, which I'm not too sure about. I'm not sure if I like that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here as you got some pretty wild rotations here. Speaking of wild rotations, we got Enigma Galaxy rocking their 2-2 split.
The same again.
Same again. You know, I actually talked to Ralph a little earlier this morning asked them, like, hey, you're going to continue to do it? They're like, yeah, you know, it's worked for us in the past. We're going to try it out. We've noticed that on the west side, had a little bit of unluck with some pretty crazy pushes. But we're going to give it our shot here, and we'll see if it pays off for them.
I mean, they did win.
ये भाई 1 मिनट में जो जोन बनेगा ना भाई,
similar to this, on a rotation,
वो बहुत ज़्यादा crucial बनने वाला है.
Obviously, it was a different lobby. It was a different time. We were different people, Jukes. We were so much younger.
We've grown so much.
Yeah, exactly. We've come
अबे
so
तू
far.
मांग के क्या ही होगा भाई.
But
अब जो जीतना होगा भाई वही जीतेगा ना.
Getting through for that regroup is really the difficult part that we've seen for Enigma Galaxy on this regroup rotation. Getting through the glut of teams right now.
हाँ ये मैच
I'm not too sure how
अरोरा
that's gonna work. They may have
करेगा
to
तो
go
उनका भी स्मैश
on the
होगा.
ball.
मैं तो बोलूँगा
Maybe
भाई
they'll
उला ले ले,
go north of the pop, go
होरा ले ले,
around. That would be
गॉडल ले ले, ओजी ले ले.
not sensible, but possible,
ठीक है,
certainly.
अपना टीम ले, नीचे के बॉटम टीम से
difficult
लो
for
भाई.
them to get
मैं
on
तो
the
बोलूँगा
road
भाई
right now
बॉटम टीम
to
से.
see what they could find. E-Arena are also starting their move in from South George. As we can see, we're on board of them, just passing the north side of school to head towards the center of this circle as it centers up on that Milter Hill near prison and mansion.
Rotations are coming as we are zooming in to Erangel. What kind of circle we're going to get here? All right, just beautiful center.
Damn,
Very
भाई,
typical.
damn.
A lot of these teams were expecting this and they got it.
OG already
Enigma
zone
Galaxy,
में.
right? They're going to be on both sides of this circle. It's going to be very difficult for them to get to their teammates here. So we'll see how this pays off. But we still got some teams still trying
OG
to
का
get
अच्छा
in this
spot है
zone.
भाई, लेकिन
Arena
गॉडल और फ्यूरिया
pushing
का
in
spot
super
हो
late
सकता है.
because they land over there in North George.
पीछे
Aura
ये भी
still
है.
in Severny. And you got Vitality going on the
ये
other
और
bridge
गॉडल का
here, so
हो
they're gonna
सकता है
be
भाई
super
क्लैश
late
यहाँ
in the
पे.
circle as well.
Yeah, Vitality's still on the west bridge. I don't like it. I think this is way too long. You're overcommitting. No one's turned up. Not too sure what the game plan was there.
तेरा
for
फेवरेट तेरा
Vitality.
भाई.
It's not the same team we saw.
मैं तो भाई
from,
गॉडल को
from
सपोर्ट
their
कर रहा हूँ दिल
stage.
से. दिल से गॉडल.
It's the same thing we saw in PMGO too.
Yeah, it's a big drop off, which I'm sad to see. Enigma Galaxy, they get their back duo caught up in a regroup, and this is exactly what I was worried about. It's only going to be Lord, his vehicle's on fire, and he goes down because he hops out.
Oh.
As it's on fire, they lose
लॉर्ड
their
को
back
मार दिया.
two.
Uzgod nice.
I guess, yeah, Ralph, keep doing that. See how
Uzgod
that works
निकाला
out
एक
for
kill.
you.
I saw his player cam and I could see he said, "What the heck? You know, oh, what happened?
Nice.
How was this?
Why are there players here in the middle of the circle?
How did I get knocked?
What? Oh, that's crazy.
That's super unfortunate. The 2-2 split, man. I mean, losing players like that is so rough. We'll see how it all continues on, though. That's if we have another match after this, because Nongshim Red Force are on the south side of Milta, full squad, looking dangerous. On the other end, you got the other Titans of the lobby, E-Arena, holding down the north side. So both these teams able to secure position as a full four-man team.
A vice grip on the circle right now. And our teams will look to try and slip that. This is a replay on Lord getting knocked. You can see he drove up. It was actually the hop out that got him. He'd already taken enough damage and hadn't slowed down enough. He hopped out of the vehicle, kept that momentum.
वो
and
देख
it was
है
a
अभी
full
जितने में है.
hit that
मैं तो
ground
प्रे
a little
करूंगा भाई.
bit
देख
too
जीतने
fast.
का बात नहीं है. मैं जीतने का इसमें सोच भी
Just
नहीं
roll the
रहा.
ankle, man.
प्रे करूंगा गॉडलाइक टॉप 5 में जाए.
Have to do it all on their
बोथ
loans.
गॉडलाइक एंड ओजी टॉप 5 में
it's,
जाए यार.
It's a bad time.
भाई
It's a
वही
bad
प्रे है
time.
बस.
I feel
वही
like
प्रे
it
है.
may have worked before. Teams maybe weren't necessarily expecting something like that, and they weren't looking for a duo to be rotating in such an early fashion, especially because they know, oh, well, these players haven't lost, so it should be a full four come from there. But there's been enough games now when Enigma Galaxy have done this that teams should be like, oh, yeah, that's what they do. Let's just clamp down on that.
You know, it's one of those strategies that I don't know whether to be. It's just one of those strats that's just like, okay, it's different. You know what I'm saying? We don't see
one of those bad ones. Yeah, I've heard of those.
It's bad when it doesn't work, right? That's the thing. Is like if it does, it's like, wow, maybe more teams should try this out. But after that, it's like, I think we just stay together. You know what I'm saying?
टॉप 5 हो सकता है अगर टोटल अभी जितने मैचेस है सारे मैचेस चलेंगे तो टॉप 5 हो
They
सकता
would have
है.
been in that smash zone. Let's see where this next circle goes, though.
अगर
Things are gonna start heating up because we get a nice center up. E-Arena are going to be over there in Lipovka, so they're going to have to
भाई
fight this next
गॉडल जो
circle.
स्प्लिट है भाई
It
यार
is a
प्लीज यार
vice
रीग्रुप
grip
कर लो
right
यार.
now.
तुम लोग रीग्रुप
North
करते हो तो
and
सही
southern
होता है भाई.
side is where the big threats lie. In the middle of the map, though, you got S2G, you got Enigma Galaxy as that duo.
OG regroup कर लेगा.
They had four, right? It is what it is. But you got Team Flash on that ridge line, too. That is a very, very strong spot. they can be able to hold a lot of real
भाई
estate
रीग्रुप कर लो यार, रीग्रुप करके खेलना है भाई। एडमिनो एंड एस पावर पीछे है, रीग्रुप करके खेल लो भाई। मानिया मस्त जगह ले लिया भाई, 100 में पहुंच जाएगा। S2G versus OG।
Multiple angles can crash onto it as well, so a little bit tenuous when you have to leave that ridgeline for Team Flash. For Nongshim, they're going to play nice and isolated on the southeast side. Remember, it's not big point scoring games that are necessary. That's not what's going to
ये लॉबी में भाई प्रेडिक्ट करना मुश्किल है, कब कौन गेम पलट देगा ना, प्रेडिक्ट करना बहुत मुश्किल है।
That's the only thing that should be running through their mind right now.
वही भाई, इन दोनों को कोई मारेगा ना तो सही रहेगा भाई, तो गेम और खींचेगा, अपने टीम को और ज्यादा मौका मिलेगा उसमें।
And I hope it doesn't change their play style, because I'm thinking back to PMMI where Tianba had such a massive lead.
Quality drop है क्या?
They kind of employed that same strategy, like hey, let's just put up some basic points. They had so many points as long as nobody smashed. Changed play styles, and they paid the price for it big time, going from what we thought was going to be an automatic first to like 3rd place. So
yeah,
we'll see how Nongshim, who definitely learned from that, if they're going to replicate it or play the game that got them here in the first place.
4 Thrives in that last match were able to ignite those afterburners, send them into the stratosphere on the point scoring. And now 4 Thrives want to keep that pace, but they're kind of cut out on this northwest edge. They are boxed in by that prison cliff area on the east side of them. They're gonna have to pick a direction and commit towards Vitality. May be a good idea to start, but you've got Godlike behind that. And maybe Ulf on the top, on the lip of those prison cliffs could be a target as well. But either way, it feels like a third-party target.
I can't lie, I'm so hyped for Godlike right now. After seeing that Rondo match, they put up so many points. If they would have won that fight with E-Arena, it would have, who knows where they'd be on the leaderboards here. But they put themselves in a good position. They're still in 10th place, 72 points. They're going to go for the back-to-back chicken dinner. They realize it, like, hey, we got to get it done here. If they do, it would be the comeback of a lifetime. You know that their fans are excited. They're hyped up.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for this next zone. And it's gonna go on over to the
northeast
side. And which team gets blessed here,
OG को zone मिले double भाई.
E-Arena on the north side, on that road down from Lipovka, it helps them out. I wouldn't say blessed though. I feel like they are still in a little bit of a dangerous position, especially with Horror descending on them. Look at that eastern sweep. That could be dangerous. That could be trouble. As Coops takes a knock in the meantime as well on the south side, bleeding out another player. Not good news. But Horror, look at a crash maybe towards E-Arena. I do think it is Team Flash that has been the most blessed by this zone.
Godel को भाई zone जाना है, OG के पास already zone है. ये मैच में खत्म नहीं होना है भाई.
Really, really good.
भाई बहुत प्रॉब्लम है अगर अपने को मौका चाहिए भाई.
They're being denied access. As Horror clash with 4 Thrives, who have, okay, they've lapped over the north side of prison, and they're third partying on the road.
ये out हो जाना चाहिए
भाई. All over the place. Now we're going to be looking at Enigma Galaxy. Satan all by himself, going to be challenging Al-Ula here as we switch over. 4 Thrives get eliminated. That is a huge loss right before the 100-point mark. There goes Enigma Galaxy as well. That's 5th and 6th out.
And now Aurora up, trying to sweep past Nongshim Red Force. As Horror picking up those points is a great result for them. 7 eliminations now on the north side, right next to Arena, who take a knock as well. 30k has gone down. S2G battling for the middle of it and taking damage from every single angle.
Nice, Godel.
Will do a lot of damage to them, but S2G managed to weather that storm. A lot of damage across the board on these rotates, Jukes.
And then here we go.
भाई अपने ऊपर के सारे टीम मर गए भाई फ्यूरिया को छोड़ के. भाई बहुत बढ़िया चांस है भाई, बहुत बढ़िया चांस है. अबे मिनो नॉक फिनिश हो गया बे. छी यार फ्यूरिया से मर गया बे.
But this is a battle for the central position in this circle.
I mean, this is another team, S2G, who is within reach of that smash point barrier.
OG अच्छा डिफेंड कर रहा भाई. Let's go.
They just had the win, taken out their sails. 113 right now. They need to get 9 more points on this match, and with 11 more teams alive as a solo kamikaze, has he got something magic up his sleeve? I do not
भाई
think so.
NS
Which is going to leave Aurora to
पूरा 4-man strong बैठा है भाई. वो लोग पूरा होल्ड कर रहे हैं भाई. चिकन का तैयारी कर रहे हैं वो.
definitely a
एके मार, अबे अपने एक टीम को मारा भाई, माने को मार दिया एके ने।
Super easy for them to get in this kind of position.
एस पावर आरू को मार दिया ले। अरे अपने अपने को मार रहे भाई, अपने अपने को आपस में लड़ रहे भाई। ले उस गॉड ने नेड कर दिया एस पावर को।
WizGod gonna get that confirmation on 2 power. Only 1 player up left for Godlike.
Oh, the arena did manage to just roll over to the ridgeline there on the shoreline. But Mormon's been spotted. Okay, Sky is still going. And the arena not safe
मानिया
yet,
खत्म
not
होगा।
out of the woods.
WizGod push कर दिया।
Orangutan still continue to clash. Up the stairs, Godlike.
एंड Godlike खत्म। अबे आपस में मार दिए भाई, क्या यार भाई। कैप्टन इंडिया सिविल वॉर। अबे यार क्या बोलूं मैं, क्या बोलूं भाई। ये मर गया भाई, WW भाई, ये मर गया भाई। भाई क्या यार, इमोशन का अम्मा बहन हो गया भाई। ये मर गया उसके लिए खुश हो रहा हूँ, गॉडल मर गया उसके लिए दुख हो रहा हूँ भाई, क्या करूं भाई। अच्छा एक अच्छा न्यूज है भाई कि ये मर गया, बस एनएस का थोड़ा चाप है। हाँ एनएस मर जाएगा तो भाई फिर ठीक है भाई।
On the north side of this next part of the circle, the west edge with Furia and Orangutan also needs to conclude and try
एनएस
and
का
find a way
बैक
down the
पूरा
hill.
क्लियर है भाई, एनएस के पास
So hard
पूरा
to navigate, though.
अच्छा ही है।
It's
एनएस
really
बहुत
tricky
खतरनाक टीम है
deflates,
भाई।
and there are players lying in wait.
Speaking of lying in wait, yeah, you can see Nongshim Red Force. They don't want to give away their position. They don't want the lobby to know where they're at right now, so they're playing it very, very quietly. So take a look at this replay. Schweppes, popping them out the vehicle.
एक्चुअल में खत्म हो सकता है भाई लोग।
So strong here. And they shut down E-Arena.
एनएस बहुत पेशेंस के साथ खेलते हैं भाई, एनएस बहुत पेशेंस के साथ खेलते हैं। फुल होल्ड करके वो लोग खेलते हैं प्रॉपर, समझ रहे हो? वो लोग हो रहा 11 किल भाई, हो रहा से अब हो रहा, हो रहा से अब हो रहा है भाई।
Aurora want to put themselves in the smash zone here now, though.
Oh yeah.
Here they go. They're going to start pushing, trying to find a position. They got the wizard tower. Are they going to take it? Nope. Pass it up and decide to go for this hill line here. Good strategy. Got to be careful though with those shots from Flash.
Yeah, there's
throwing down some smoke.
भाई इंडियन लॉबी में आपस में लड़ के सुकून नहीं मिला भाई, इधर भी आके लड़ रहे भाई, क्या ही बोले यार।
they're going to have to pick a point to go, and I feel like short team Flash can be taking shots right
Order,
now, but the west
Jiggle,
side is going to have
order,
to conclude
IGL.
and fairly quickly.
शायद
is going to look to crash
एनएस
Team
वर्सेस
Flash.
Aura।
I can guarantee you that at some
हाँ
point in this
देखते
match.
हैं देखते हैं। एनएस बस भाई प्रे कर,
Maybe
एनएस
a little
मैच
bit
के
longer
निकाले।
than we were anticipating. I mean, as I said, the Deadwoods have a lot of those defilades, the hills that slope down from the top of this ridgeline. This tree cover
निकालो
has a
भाई,
lot of rocks to play around. You
points
can
निकालो।
sort of stutter your way forwards a little bit, but later on you're gonna have
गॉडल के पास बहुत अच्छा चांस था भाई,
over onto Doc. They
ऊजी
know
के साथ
who
भिड़
they're
गए भाई।
fighting now.
They will once that thirst happens.
आपस में
And there it is. So now they know 100%
एनएस ने
Nongshim Red Force
अरोरा
is
को
right
डॉग को
here.
दे दिया भाई।
Aurora are going to put every single amount of their resources to make sure they can stop them.
It may well be worth it with all the teams around them going down fairly quickly. Just sitting here waiting for Nongshim to roll out, stepping through, sacrificing shots to Team Flash. They may look to try and just block the road, shut the door in the face of a Smash victory here in match number 2 today, match 14 on the series.
सबसे क्रूशल जोन भाई।
This is going to be a very tough win.
I wish एनएस को फेवर ना करे, उल्टा साइड चले जाए भाई। भाई मैं नहीं चाहता भाई ये टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो जाए भाई। भाई कसम से यार फट रहा है भाई। अबे ओजी का एक नॉक है, ओजी एंड फ्यूरिया हो रहे हैं।
They are able to get some knocks. Silence is going to go into the building, eating some blue zone. Furia are getting peppered little by little. He gets away with just 1 HP.
Oh, WizGod
nice.
He's got the shotgun
Oh, nice.
under the car. The blue zone's ticking, but
Oh भाई WizGod 1v4 or what?
it's Furia, but now Horror here, and he's got a
भाई
to play around with. They'll know he's here, and fear.
let's go 1v4, yes.
WizGod, what? He didn't see him. He'll should hear that. No, with his back to it. will take the shots but not find the knock. And he will be put
अच्छा
down.
1v3 एक मारा था 1v4 नहीं 1v4 नहीं 1v3 एक मारा था
Trying to find a spot in this zone. Tires get popped. Team Flash knocked out Tizzy. It's up to the two players.
नाइस भाई नाइस यार
XZY trying to regroup now.
क्या मारा भाई विस्गॉड
He may be able to sneak his way into the dip. And Aurora now
भाई क्या मारा रे विस्गॉड
a gauntlet to run through and
NS 3 मैन है
charge in headlong nades first.
NS पे जोन नहीं है NS पे नाइस नेट की बरसात हो रही है NS को फोड़ दे एकदम ग्रेनेड पे ग्रेनेड दो नॉक इसके साथ NS का बस लास्ट बंदा नहीं दो बंदा सॉरी
Bombardment onto Nongshim Red Force. They know they're the threat. They're going to use every single piece of utility they have to finish this team off once and for all. Not able to find those other confirmations. Vehicles are getting moved out the way.
और एक मैच होगा भाई और एक मैच होगा NS को उड़ाएगा NS नहीं जीत सकता
a little game of ping pong with that car.
Ooh, but Aurora starting to suffer as well. They have to move forwards, and now they're in the firing line of Team Flash. It may well be enough to stop Nongshim from winning the game, though.
6 kill मारा है भाई.
What they were trying to bid for. All the while, by the way, Kamikaze is still alive, so can't discount him just yet for getting the points.
उसगोड ने वैसे 1v4 किया एक तो नॉक हुआ तब रिवाइव हो गया.
Find the final blow struck to the heart of Aurora, who draw their game out on 113. They will fall to no.
और इसके साथ NS खत्म. NS खत्म bro. NS खत्म. Yes. Yes. NS खत्म. Let's go guys. Let's go. One more match. Oh, 1v4. Nice, bhai.
This is a golden opportunity to jump up placement points, to jump up and get a little bit more cash under the belt.
भाई ऐसा धक हो रहा भाई. अच्छा है भाई.
As I said before, S2G do have the
अभी कोई और स्मैश नहीं पहुंच सकता. ये चीज अच्छा है. S2G स्मैश नहीं पहुंच सकता.
Yeah, he's just trying.
FL के पास चांस है. FL 4 मैन है एंड पूरा के
पास. Any point matters though. I really got to give some major love though to Aura. Look at them. 13 eliminations. This team is trying to make a comeback of a lifetime, and this is how you do it. Got to get this win though. Anything less is not going to be enough for them to make that race to the top.
I mean, even when you do get it, it's still a long road for them to try and find. For Kamikaze, he needs to profit 6 more points on this match. Those can come from either increasing placements or getting eliminations to join that smash point bubble. But this next circle comes in.
हाँ, ओरा का split बहुत अच्छा है.
It does push Flash into into a few of their locations, but it looks like they've spotted him. Kamikaze is there. They roll
S2G खत्म.
down, and no longer do we have that storyline. The battle at the bottom of the tables rings true for the final 4 here.
This is huge. Everyone's trying to move up their placement here. Like again, this is a massive prize pool. Every single placement up is big money in the bank. Aura, though, this is the game of a lifetime for them. This is one of those opportunities that gets your squad excited, gets them pumped up to finally start putting everything on the line. You can see Team Flash, though, they're in the mix here. Aura trying to push from the edge of the circle. They're going to start throwing all their util onto Vitality. That's the threat. If they can hold that rock and secure that position, this could be a solid chicken dinner for them.
Absolutely. A big chance. The nades keep on going forwards. 13 eliminations on side, and they want to add 2 more to the tally. Sky and Jiggle into the fight. Razak goes down first, immediately putting him out of business, out of action. Sky looks for more as well, and they turn it on. It's just too hot.
Aura are on fire. 15 eliminations, but that nade looks dangerous. Gotta watch out. That one hurt, and now it's up to Sky. All by himself. Aula looking to stop the insanity that Aura has put on display here. Here they come. Yasser moving up close and personal to be able to secure this high ground. Team Flash on the other end, putting some suppressive fire onto them as well. Aura just trying to lick their wounds, trying to find their way, but it ain't gonna be enough. That is Aura.
FL मार रहा है.
Down to one single player.
I like Team Flash's proactivity here. They didn't waste time. They didn't hide in the buildings. They stretched their legs and moved out towards this north side to get control of the zone. This is what we've wanted to see from a lot of our teams, and I'm glad to see it now, even if it is potentially a little bit too little too late. For them, they've got 10 eliminations here, so, all right, they're on 15, but there is a real chance that they could catch up. Sky is still cooking an 8, and Alula are gonna have to worry. Okay, he puts it back to the shotgun shell.
He's not moving a muscle here, and I don't think Alula realizes that he's even still there. They have to know there could be a threat in this area. But Quick is just hopping in the vehicle to get a little bit of extra third-person perspective and get some sightlines. Plus, he's protected there. He has no idea. They have no idea he's there. Hello! He missed the shots, though. Sky gets the knock, but gets shot in the back.
पीछे से FL ने मार दिया भाई.
Team Flash shuts down Aura's run.
Pretty mighty flub there on the shotgun, hot over the bonnet.
अरे Frozen क्या हलचल?
He didn't realize, but Quick didn't.
अरे thank you for the samosa.
I'm gonna have to go for the fight. He's gonna stand up for it, right? Right? Not to be. Ooh, a cheeky little pick onto Zeus, and actually Bose is quite low. Over the top though, Tops and Win look to put pressure onto Quick, and remember, Alula only really have 2 players to play around with here, Claws and Yasser. Looking to navigate closer to the middle for Yasser. Flash can regroup on 3. Claws has a lot to face down on his lonesome here on this angle.
Thank you so much.
Needs to find a knock pretty immediately, and is already taken
मिर्ची
down.
भेजने के लिए.
Through with the AUG, puts that one to bed. And a second volley of fire over the top of the rock sees Team Flash to the chicken dinner.
Thank you so much पानी पूरी भेजने के लिए.
That's for sure. Over 20
लेकिन आवाज नहीं आ रहा भाई.
A massive one for them. I guarantee you, their coaches, everybody was telling him, right, hey, this is what you need to do if you want to make a run of it. And this is the start, right? This is the start.
Nice,
still a long road ahead, but now the road is there. You know what I'm saying? It had to happen in this game, and they got it done.
That's what you need to do.
भाई 15 kills मारा है Erangel में. Nice यार.
And step up to that plate. Unfortunate that Nongshim and E-Arena couldn't really get much further into that one. That Aurora hold on the eastern side, it stopped them really from being able to break out in the way that they wanted to. Flash were an incredible suppressive force over the course of that final set of circles. So really, really great stuff from them. But yeah, it could have been very, very different if Aurora had played that slightly in a different fashion.
For sure. I mean, unfortunate for them, super fortunate for the rest of this lobby as we're going to go into one more game for sure. Now, as far as teams that are still within that Smash Point threshold, I believe it's still going to be the duo, right? It's still going to be the 2 teams. But another opportunity in this next game, right, for more squads to be able to push their way on up. As we're going to take a look at the replay here, Team Flash, great job of being able to finish this game strong. Win especially, just boom, putting the nail in the coffin. That's how you do it.
I just didn't want to mess about, you know. He knew this game's over. Come on. Let's go next. Keep the pace, because they do want to keep up that pressure. If you're on a run, now is the time to hold on to that momentum. There is no more runway that you need to cover to take off on this. It is just today. There is nothing that you want to leave out on Erangel and let it go to Miramar, because you may not reach it. No one might.
Just look at these players' faces.
कोई AI काम नहीं करता वैसा.
These guys are
10-12 बार ट्राई करेगा, एक बनेगा.
They know exactly what they need to do in order to make
Gemini
this
कर,
happen.
ChatGPT कर.
On the back of a ton of eliminations and securing those
दोनों ही same level पे हैं.
while stopping E-Arena and Nongshim Red Force.
ऐसा कोई exact नहीं करके दे
सकता. On the end of that circle there. But, you know, I think teams now especially have understood just how threatening this Smash rolling is. And I think they're going to do extra and beyond to make sure that they can stop those 2 squads.
Absolutely. I mean, there is so much pressure on so many teams. I think that, again, I'm gonna go back to my old favorite hobby, it seems, this game of giving a little bit of hate over to Ralph, because Nick McGalaxy, that 2
next match कब है?
work. It was really kind of catastrophic. And hey, you know what? The position that they went to, that they tried to go for on that east side, was where Team Flash won from. So could have been different. But we're going to head down to the stage. Kalaris has a little interview for us for some inside information.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Here with Nongshim Red Force. You're once again to get some insights on what's gone on so far. Let's talk about the Erangel that just actually happened. You guys found yourself in mini mill to power, but then the circle shifted away from you. You sent it north instead of any other direction. Talk to me about that choice. Do you think it was the right one, or do you think there was another path you could have taken?
일단 현빈 선수 첫 번째 질문은
तो इसमें
일단
क्या
아까
देखो?
에란게 경기부터 일단 얘기를 해볼게요. 에란게 경기 때 사실 밀타 파워 쪽의 공장을 이용하셨다가 이제 자기장이 튀자마자 이제 바로 북쪽으로 지르셨는데 사실 그쪽이 좀 다른 선택권이 없어서 좀 강제가 된 건지 아니면은 좀 그게 좀 가능성이 있다고 보신 건지 좀 궁금하네요.
일단 저희 자리에서 치킨 갖고 오기는 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같고 저희가 오로라 한 명을 잘라나왔고 그 골에서 오로라 일단 한 팀 먹고부터 할 생각이긴 했습니다.
Yeah, we already knew that that shift was actually really tough for us. So what we thought was Aurora was actually there, and we got a one knock of Aurora player. So I think we should have started with getting out, knocking out Aurora, and then we find our footing on the ground inside that circle.
So the Rondo game, you just won another one here. You look always great in urban endings, does Nongshim Red Force. So talk to me about that urban ending. What were your biggest concerns? You had great roof control. So what was your guys' perspective on that finish?
또 론도판에서는 또 치킨을 드셨는데 사실 시가전에서 정말 좋은 모습을 보여주시는 것 같습니다. 그래서 그 시가전에서 특히나 이제 지붕을 통한 영역 컨트롤에 굉장히 또 일가견이 있으신 것 같은데 좀 그 점에 있어서 좀 어떤 점을 좀 중점으로 플레이를 했었는지 궁금합니다. 그 론도 플레이 때 시가전 플레이 때 어떤 플레이를 중점으로 두셨는지.
일단 저희 자리가 외곽이었고 저 시가 쪽 한쪽이 비었어갖고 일단 들어가서 서클 받다 보니까 그냥 좀 잘 먹은 것 같아요.
Well, honestly, I think the inside of the city play was actually well forced because we were outside of the circle. But that being said, I think we were kind of lucky because we tried to gain the footing because of actually one of the places were actually empty. So we took
AI में भरोसा मत कर भाई.
there, and then we just took a control of the roof, and then we maintained good condition and intel.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin, here once again. That's Nongshim Red Force currently in position on the smash rule as we continue the games here at Pmwc.
eSports World Cup up.
मतलब समझा नहीं कैनवास यूज है क्या आ गया BGMI लाइट आएगा फोटो खींच उसका चैट जीपीटी को बोल कि इसको ये कर दो उसका बैकग्राउंड रिमूव कर दो देन उसको कैनवा में यूज कर सकता है
for the whole tournament. Great performance out of this squad. But don't forget, for everybody that's currently here at EWC, make sure you guys check out the fan experience. Go look at the awesome stuff between PUBG Mobile and Naruto. Try out Brain Rot Royale. Why not? Because we've been able to try it, and it's quite fun. And actually, I played it way too much. I had to stop so I could actually come here and break down what's been going on in the finals and also check out Spider-Man. Maybe you'll get a chance to meet him and greet him. But about this performance from Team Flash Max, we finally got a chance to see them perform.
I never doubted. No, I have been doubting a little bit. It's been looking a bit dicey recently, unfortunately. But no, really good hold on the northern side, right? Able to get rid of a lot of threats over in that position. Definitely a team that has been very silent. But before this game, they had a total
S2G के पास है.
of 63 points. If my count is right, they just got about a third of the points they've made so far up until now out of all of their games in a single chicken dinner, 23 points. So that's going to get them way higher up in the middle rankings. And let's keep in mind, even if you're not number 1-7, the prize pool distribution is getting way higher on that first half of the leaderboards.
It is. For some of these teams that might be too far away from that threshold of the Smash rule, they're going to be pushing up because there is that prize pool at stake. $3 million that we're going to be giving out. And Horror eSports
S-Power अगर
really well seen
कड़क किल मारता ना इसमें फाइनल में अच्छा खासा कंसिस्टेंट रह के किल मारता है ना S-Power ग्लोबल MVP ले सकता है.
Right from day one throughout to today, because they could have been in a very different position on those leaderboards than we see them right now. But also, just mention very quickly, as we look at the team stats here for Sleepy and Sky actually doing some mega work. They did have some really good nays. They were pushing very well. They are the team that got rid of Arena in the mid phase of that game, taking shots onto Nungshin there. So, you know, very, very proactive, really looking around them and trying to get as many elims as possible. I think we can call that farming.
They were farming a little bit. They definitely were. But actually, the key thing we have to keep in mind for Horror here is they are the team that eliminated Arena, which is a team, if you get that elimination, one of the plays, you're like, that's Arena. That's Arena right there. Go. Push them. And then they did it.
भाई देखना पड़ेगा बे.
Right, Lace? They delay the tournament just a little bit more, which really is going to make this event so much more interesting because so many teams can enter the Smash Zone.
I know, and how crazy it is that the top of the leaderboards seem to fall and then these mid teams sort of have that glimpse of hope and opportunity. But that's why we love it here for PUBG Mobile with the Smash Rule, especially. Now, I do want to sort of draw your attention to S2G, a team that is quite incredibly close to that Smash Rule. But if we talk about the first game, we didn't really get to chat to them sort of in that first mid-section. They had a nice recovery, a little bit of a hot drop, couldn't capitalize on as many eliminations as they wanted to. The roughest zone shift for them, they had like that kind of open terrain, they couldn't really move in. And then they passed. And then this game, again, it kind of like they're losing their team so incredibly early after eliminations. You saw Kamikaze there on the north side trying to sponge those points, but again, falling short. Look how incredibly close S2G are, 116. They should have done it earlier.
Just
ऐसा मत बोल बे.
6 points away from being able to
मत कर,
enter
मत
the
कर.
Smash Zone. Aurora Gaming as
मत
well,
कर.
currently 9 points away. And teams that were going to be looking to be able to close that gap, especially when we saw Arena get eliminated.
मेरे chats
really not going for that many eliminations, playing it quietly. Four Thrives.
Review
Four
होता है.
Thrives wasn't really able to do much. And with the win that we just saw, Team Flash now moves into 7th
Monitor
place.
होता है
Yeah, really good push up here. Team Flash 7th
ये सब फालतू
position
बात मत
overall.
कर.
That's going to be an extra bit of money in their back pocket. But the thing is, they're looking very scary. Look at the top three. 3 chicken dinners, 2 chicken
Don't be a
dinners,
racist,
3
man.
chicken dinners, while the other teams below all have 0 like 4 Thrives or a singular chicken dinner. So that is really making it scary that the tournament
Guys, like karo, सारा like karo.
The big thing as well for me is that Aurora Gaming, Nigma Galaxy, and Arena all finished up that match with 0 points on the board, right?
Yes.
None. Nothing for game 2. S2G is moving up. As you said, Lace, you've got 4 Thrives. Well, also they got 0 points, so they don't count.
S2G घुसा देगा इसमें.
All of these teams, they are really making a push forward, while those top teams, except for Nongshim, they're it's getting very close for the rest of those teams.
And in this first page of the overall, there is one big outlier, especially when we're looking at the wins here. And it's none other than 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives, the only team in this first page that doesn't have a win. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, yes, 4 Thrives, if you are able to have a good performance in the next match, at one point, we need to start seeing those win if they want to be able to win via Smash Roll.
I mean, even if we bring it back to sort of the group stages, they were sort of unable to get those chicken dinners. Of course, they could capitalize on eliminations, but they weren't really one of those teams that would close out the win. We're sort of seeing this trend now, and of course, they want to sort of get those elims and sponge those points to hit that kind of Smash Roll threshold, but in then, it's still, if you calculate statistically, it's still, their win rate is is not really that nice. Yeah,
A little bit
politely.
tough. But you know what? I'm gonna pivot the conversation. I want to bring it back to Nongshim Red Force.
Yes. Let's discuss.
And what
I wanted to take a bit of time here because that was an absolutely insane throw. There are three options. Or you third party to the western side on the mountain next to Lumberyard, or you directly crash into Al Ula, which is what I think would have been a really good option, or you decide to go for the wide wrap onto Flash, which I wouldn't recommend, and they ended up doing. There were so many options to go, but that was like out of the three Nitra, the Wonder was not going to give them the win.
And you know what? It's showcased by Al Ula taking second place from the exact position that we were like, Nongshim, go that way, go that way. Al Ula ended up going that way, get that second place, and I think if it had been Nongshim with the kind of momentum that they had off the win, they would have won there. It is genuinely not even game throwing, it's almost championship throwing in game 2, right?
कितना हो रहा है? 6-5 हो रहा है ना?
They could have ended it done and dusted,
10
and
minute
they
है और.
just didn't. They went for a very different play.
Yeah, and especially because of that rotation. If you push Al Ula, let's say, only Al Ula is going to fight you, right? It's literally team versus team.
Literally.
That wide Eastern rotate, Aurora's looking your way, Team Flash is looking your way, Al Ula's also looking your way. You're just making it harder for yourself. And Nongshim Red Force have some of the best rotations sometimes, and then they pull stuff like that. I'm very confused. They're a very confusing team. Entertaining to watch, but confusing.
I also want to sort of point out, and this is just kind of across battle royales in general, sometimes you only have that one opportunity, and when you miss it, it is now 10. They didn't make that space, they didn't make that play well, so it will be a little bit more challenging now.
And with Nongshim Red Force, especially in that performance, right? I fully agree with you guys. They decided to go the completely wrong way, being within nade range of Aurora.
S-Power को kill निकालना पड़ेगा MVP के लिए.
Surviving Aurora. One thing though for this team is that when we've seen it in the past, you were kind of telling me this too, Neptura, especially at PMMI. Once they hit the smash zone, this team is so scary because they know exactly what they're playing for, which is just the win, right? Yes, they can get some points. And we kind of saw this here being super passive, the team just waiting for the right time. And I think maybe that's what could have hurt them there. They was just looking for something passive. They weren't looking for an actual fight. And that's why they decided to go with that rotation.
You know what? I 100% agree with you there, Seven, because, yeah, they are so scary. They are so patient. We saw that them lining up on Milta Power there, lining up on that wall, going, okay, what's the next play? They didn't look scared. They weren't going too quickly. They were just being very patient. They were sitting and going, okay, what are we going to be doing next? And then they make the most harebrained, like, under pressure play, it felt like, right? Another team I would have expected that from. Not from Nongshim, not with the presence of mind they seem to have while in the smash point. They are not a team that falls under pressure, and it felt like they just did in that moment, so very, very odd. Next game, though, still that chance. No one's quite caught up to that smash zone, so really EA still the only competitor for them right now. Game 3, we can do this.
I'm going to pivot the topic again. Sorry, I'm all over the place. There's so much to talk about right now, but I want to talk about actually the MVP race, which is actually, we could have a dark situation on our hands, which is we saw Eren being top damage dealer, he had a ton of eliminations, and they're currently at the very bottom of the first page. We could have a situation where they're nowhere near winning the tournament, and a player on Ulf could actually become your PMWC 2026 MVP. Gotta be careful there because he is in 4th position, but it's Hyunbin, it's Tizzy dominating here for Nongshim Red Force.
It is, and Hora with that performance that we just saw there, Sleepy being able to put up the numbers. Aaron, you were talking about it as well, but we have a lot of fans here in the arena. We got 4 thrives, we got a bunch more over there from Godlike. Let's see what Barney's currently up to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've said it time and time again that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the fans. We've got so many around the arena, so before we dive into our third map of the day, it is time to check in with them. And so, Furia, Godlike, make some noise! Kalaris, who have you got with you, buddy?
Yeah, that's all well and good, but I've got Nigma Galaxy. Make some noise! Thunderous applause for Nigma Galaxy! What have you got going on, Barney? Let's see, what have you got?
James, Barney, you're not ready because I'm here with 14.
You can hear the celebration in the arena. I'm sure you can hear it at home as this Hall of Heroes echoes with every fan's hopes and dreams, giving out their energy. energy because the tournament still goes on. Not ending in a Game 2 smash, we run it right back. And anticipation has reached fever pitch here in France. Everyone's loving it.
Having a great time here in the arena. The Enigma Galaxy fans getting ready. I mean, they have played very well today. Lord making a great showing on that first match, but goodness me, what an event, what atmosphere we've got here in our arena. Lovely to see all the support coming out for our players, for our teams here. Potentially the last match. Ooh, maybe. Felt like on that last one, weren't quite able to get it there for Nongshim Red Force. They kind of make a bit of a Hail Mary. Didn't work out. But we do have our third match coming up. Erangel, nice and steady map here to get yourself a chicken dinner on. Nongshim might be waiting for later on in the day though. Hitting another big Miramar, but will someone beat them to the punch? Will E-Arena start stepping back up again?
A lot of fine margins and a room that's getting rowdier and rowdier each game that goes by. But we'll focus on the here and now, the present that is the fact. We've been presented with a third game here live from EWC. PMWC has not.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
This game will be anything different. We're back on Erangel, playing path established.
Last match, a little bit difficult, honestly. I don't blame a lot of our teams for struggling slightly there. Very, very southern playing path to start things off. Awkward drop spots, awkward rotates, quick switch out towards the eastern side. Not an easy game to confirm a chicken dinner on. This time around, really, really gentle playing path. Straight across the center. No one's complaining. Everyone's had a lovely in-flight meal and we are ready to get going again. Things spread across the entirety of the map. So a lot of room to rotate, Jackie, but where's the
बस सिविल ऑन ना हो जाए फिर से.
Well, if history is anything to go by,
अपने बीच नहीं देखना यार.
This event, it might be something a
अपने
little
बीच
bit
फाइट नहीं
spicy
देखना यार.
for this one.
बस आपस में ना लड़े यार. ड्रॉप क्लैश ना करे ये लोग.
Might just be. Fair bit of Sosnovka pulled into play here down towards the south side. We got plenty of water in play. Teams have to start getting their feet wet into this one.
Almost same
to
zone
make
bhai.
it happen. Those bridge crossings, absolutely diabolical. Aurora, also tough decisions. S2G, bit of a menace team to run into on that eastern side, but Fourth Rise have been consistently oppressive over towards the west. So hard decisions need to be made for this squad. They're getting vehicles, likely will loop down towards the south side of the map. They'd be praying for a southwest shift on this one. Over towards Farm, Nongshim Red Force will get moving. Planting those seeds of destiny. Hopefully get themselves another chicken dinner today. E-Arena far out over towards the northwest side, South George. Long distance on this one.
And of course, for those of you at home that don't want to forget the event,
वही देखना नहीं
make sure
चाहता
you
यार.
get stuck in with that Naruto in-game event that's been going on. Pick up that awesome Ninetales Fury org and try and make plays like some of the best we've seen over the tournament.
One of the best right here on our screens in Mormon. For E-Arena, he has been the man. Seriously good stuff from him. So many clutch plays, so many moments where it felt dire and Mormon was able to pull it back for the squad. Looking to do the same here in the final day. They've already achieved the smash ruling. As we said earlier on the desk, the only two teams to currently do it, but do think that that will change after match 3 if we don't end it all here and now. Right now you have that serene sense for E-Arena as well as Nongshim Red Force that there is only one other squad in the lobby that could beat you to the punch.
नहीं थे हम तो करना चाहते लाला. भाई मत लड़ भाई. अपने में क्या लड़ना भाई. इधर आके तो इतना लड़ना ही है. इधर आके लड़ना ही है भाई. BMIC आने वाला है, लड़ना ही है.
they've still got a chance.
BMHD होने वाला लड़ना ही है.
Upset in this lobby. But I think we saw some of that talent yesterday when they were fighting under so much pressure as well. In disadvantaged situations from distance. Hamzy G, he was popping off. There's a lot they can do, bro. You know, we touched on Kamikaze an awful lot over the event, but I think it's that duo that brings so much firepower. We'll see what they got this time.
Hamzy as well as Kamikaze looking great. And for S2G, they're a team that's put up quite a lot of chicken dinners so far, actually. I think they're currently on 3. Looking to break that record, though I think it will be difficult today to do that, since get up towards 5, and by the time they get to 5, they should have also just won at that point. That's a smash. So possibility
Yeah, भाई देखते हैं क्या होगा.
records ruined by the format for them. But I do think they would be happy with the win, regardless.
Yeah, I don't think it'll bother them too much, right?
बस प्रे कर NS और ये में दोनों में कोई चिकन ना ले.
Only 6 points on this game that's needed for them.
S2G के पास पता है S2G बहुत ज़्यादा ये है. अगर देख S2G अगर इसमें
Enigma Galaxy is going to have to be a bigger match. 22 points on that one, which is almost certainly going to be a chicken dinner. Yeah, a lot of teams looking to breach that smash ruling as we come into match 3, which is where it always gets stressful. Hot Jukes, a little documentary style, earlier on today was saying that he'd love to see 6 teams towards that final match, all vying it out for the chicken dinner. I've felt like a lot of times internationals do go to that 6th match no matter what, and even in PMMI, ooh, for Nongshin Red Force, oh my god, he's alive. For Nongshin Red Force, he did go to match 6 when they got that smash. Satan immediately peeling off there for Enigma Galaxy, but they are in close contention with 4 Thrives, who are exiting from Ferry Pier and Yellows.
बच गया भाई.
4 Thrives, they've been loving these fights versus Enigma the entire event. Always able to catch them on their egress. I was just as surprised as you were. He actually got out from that one.
ईदा दे रहा है
But
NGX
Lord,
को.
not lucky enough to bypass Ida. That back and forth conversation between those two teams continues even this far into the
दे
event.
दिया है NGX
Emre
को.
running down Lord to get that confirmation off.
Yeah, now that idea of getting the chicken dinner.
40 ने पकड़ लिया, 40 ने पकड़ लिया ईदा को.
A little further
Oh,
away,
भाई.
4 Thrives will aggress over towards Ida. Should hit them up towards the 100 now, so they've also hit the century on this game. Getting ever closer to that count. Nongshin Red Force was able to make a fairly good rotation towards the central position. They like to play around this area. They are cut in with S2G though. Slightly scary spot to be working with. Very central. Still only here in zone 1. Anything can happen as long as they're set up. Position to move from.
अबे सोमे को नॉक किया भाई. एस पावर को नॉक किया. एडमिनो ने दिया. एडमिनो ने फिनिश.
Will flush out Scarface. So full-on engagement here between Ulf as well as Godlike.
Already big shots being connected. And it's wiped up so quickly. Ulf withstand the pressure. They do lose one player, but they can get back up, and that's a key piece of the puzzle for them. Keep him in play, reset with the meds, and grab the extra loot.
For Aaron,
0 point पे निकला यार.
During this tournament, Max was highlighting
0
on
point
the
पे
desk
निकला
how
यार.
much he was able to really prove himself here at this
OG
event.
को भी
Despite
डाला
having
है.
some awkward moments, honestly.
अबे
The gas station, which went terribly wrong, but even then he is putting up numbers. OG do take a knock there to Tiamba, who have been sadly very quiet after day 1. A majority of the points earned there, if they were able to replicate anything
पूरा
like
पिंच
that
हो गया
day 1,
भाई.
day 2 or day
Only
3,
1 point
they
भाई,
would
1
have won
point.
this
0 ने
tournament
1
by a
point,
mile.
1 point निकला भाई.
Sadly, that's just not the case. Trying to get back into the mix of it now, though, is Milu. So let's look for these nades.
Maru on about half HP there. AKOP in the back line.
Aru फिर से knock.
Oh, nice arc from Milu. Milu the madman, when he's feeling himself, he can do so much damage on a battleground. He's got backup from the boys. If they can get out of this one cleanly, maybe they can at least try and ruin some of the runs for the other squads above them. Milu keeps it going to get that flush as well, so that will remove Aru. Hard cut him out. Blue coming in to make it a bit more suffocating between these two sides.
Quite a few nades already expended here from Tiamba as well as OG. We're right in zone 2 now. Blue starts to take a fair bit. QZZ gets a bit panicked there, will drop a couple of shots through and then immediately send in Milu. He's just going to prime the nade. That's a nice one from him.
Oh bhai, kya grenade kiya bhai?
Lets it go through. Is he going to peek this onto AKOP? It's me. Does not care in the slightest.
Bhai, last year.
Denies the point.
अबे यार बहुत ज़्यादा ही खराब किया भाई दोनों इंडियन टीम्स के लिए यार 0.10 निकला भाई इनका भी BGMILIVE announced officially we just won dedicated Indian server.
I think he was sat on about 11 elims off the back of 3 games back on day 1 as well, mate.
He's a killer, that's for sure. Tiamba lucky to have him. Great to see him back on the team again. Some subs came through yesterday.
भाई अलग सर्वर तो नहीं मिलेगा, सेम सर्वर आई गेस मिलेगा क्योंकि PUBG लाइट का जो अभी ऑफिशियल अनाउंसमेंट किया इधर तो उस पे ऐसा सीन दिया कि PUBG मोबाइल का तुम जो अकाउंट है वो तुम लाइट में लॉगिन कर सकते हो, सेम BGMI का अकाउंट तुम BGMI लाइट पे लॉगिन कर सकते हो। तो आई गेस ये हो सकता है कि तुम जैसे फेसबुक लाइट रहता है ना, तुम कभी भी फेसबुक में शिफ्ट कर सकते हो, कभी भी फेसबुक लाइट में शिफ्ट कर सकते हो, ठीक है? तुम्हारे पास जैसा डिवाइस है उस हिसाब से तुम तब शिफ्ट कर सकते हो। तो आई गेस वैसा होगा, बट PUBG लाइट में तुम कुछ चीजें शायद से नहीं मिलेंगे जो चीजें तुम लाइक एक्सपीरियंस नहीं कर सकते PUBG लाइट में मोबाइल में जो होगा। एंड ग्राफिक्स का तो ऑब्वियसली भाई ग्राफिक्स रहेगा, सुपर स्मूथ से भी नीचे का ग्राफिक्स देंगे आई गेस, बिकॉज भाई वो बहुत ज्यादा नहीं तो ये करेगा भाई, फिर मतलब नहीं रहेगा।
might be looking just to swing on the coastal side.
And I guess जितना कि क्रॉस प्ले का रहेगा, ठीक है? क्रॉस प्ले का सुना यहाँ पे तो वही बोला क्रॉस प्ले का, लाइक BGMI वाले लाइट वालों के साथ खेल सकते हैं।
This is a dangerous rotate here for Aurora because even if they get down towards the beachhead, S2G might have a sight line with Hamzy, and we know just how good Hamzy is at distance. An eagle eye on him. Nades go through, but so easy brushes them.
हाँ भाई यार, सर्वर का तो है यार, पिंग का इशू कुछ दिनों से, ये अपडेट पे तो ज्यादा भाई मैं खुद फेस कर रहा हूँ यार। एक काम करा करो भाई, जिस गेम पे तुमको अगर पिंग इशू दिखे ना भाई, सीधा लेफ्ट करो गेम, दूसरा गेम खेलोगे ना तो सही पिंग आता है। ये तो मैं फॉलो कर रहा हूँ तो सही चल रहा है, ठीक ठाक चल रहा है, मतलब ऐसा नहीं, मेरा 20 का पिंग कांस्टेंट रहता ही है।
Dives behind the driving, but it's not quick enough as Joker will adjust his crosshair and find that one on the exit. Mormon takes a knock back over.
Bit of a disjointed Irish exit there from Ulf. Alula under pressure though as S2G just flies in over towards the garages. R3 in the corner, and S2G cleans it up. Not a single player lost. Should be able to get that res.
S2G ने एक भी प्लेयर लॉस नहीं किया।
Meantime, after seeing those players leaving, did get that lead.
S2G crazy खेल रहा है भाई।
A little bit further into the circle here. Milta not the main feature.
S2G hit कर देगा।
If we go down towards the southeast, we know just how good Nongshim can be in an urban finish, thriving in the concrete jungles.
So no overcommit. Like you touched on.
सारे बंदे लाइक करो गाइस, सारे बंदे एक बार फटाफट जाकर लाइक करो गाइस, जो भी चैनल पे ना एक बार जाकर सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाइयों, सब्सक्राइब कर दो।
Map geometry favouring them from this position. They opt to go for the 2-2 split. Rufus and top further over near the area we see Vitality starting to encroach upon. Whilst Joel and Doc, two players.
अरोरा को भी पॉइंट निकालने हैं अगर इसमें
raw duel play off each other.
It's actually a possibility right now with S2G leaving. I don't know if Aurora is able to spot that. They certainly don't see Hamzy G continuing to peak the angle, but now they have free capability to actually make a distant ramp if they want. Right now they're holding two fairly decent locations in terms of
अलग-अलग फाइट किया भाई, अलग-अलग फाइट किया।
The edge, so eventually they'll have to move.
उल्फ से फाइट करके मर गया गॉडलाइक, और ये टीएन से फाइट करके मर गया भाई, टीएन में से।
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Get a little bit further up, realize that actually this space is kind of open at the moment for us to get a little bit more of an eye in towards the circle.
एनएस और ये दोनों पे अच्छा जगह है भाई।
That's the kind of premium real estate that man like Doc's going to instantly sniff out and be confident enough to rep himself to take control of. We'll see how this pans out long term for Aurora.
Next circle though. We're going to define a lot of how this works, and we are down towards Milta. Nongshim might be thinking about making a move right now, and they're instantaneous. This is way better than last game. Last game felt late on
top
those
5 का
rates of
chances बहुत
rotates.
कम है यार।
It felt like they were still making decisions. This time they are much quicker with it. Out to the outside edge, not confirmed towards Milta yet. Still giving them capability to move out towards the field should this move towards the west.
एनएस के पास चांस है यार निकालने का ये।
Aurora recalling Reefus back towards the squad as teams start to surge towards Milta.
Timing on this is going to be so dangerously tight though. They all caught vision on one another. Ida have already entered close. 3-man split, Solo's playing in a line there for Aurora with the wrap in late. Rufus seeing the backline of Vitality knows he's got to go down towards the coast and then assist the team. Tiamba getting shots off as well. That's off. Oh, you're going to be eating shrapnel on this one. Wide arc down towards the roadside.
Solus and Aaron here by the toll gates. It's always an awkward spot. Very nameable. Couple of positions you could play around inside the toll booth itself to try and dodge those.
ये मैच थोड़ा अच्छा होना था।
Ordnance. Oh my God, there's mollies everywhere. Aaron can barely move. He has to find an opening with this nade, but for Ulf it's looking like it's more and more over. XZY goes down to an
NS का knock किया है।
Doesn't push it though. Should be resable.
That's 2 players knocked as well.
एनएस का 2 knock.
Getting the first domino falling onto Nonshin, then the assist coming in from Aurora. The Nonshin smash squad might have come unstuck early.
It's far, it's far. It's so hard. He kind of needs to get over the top and try and pick him up, but when the vehicle's currently slammed, it's really difficult to do.
एनएस का एक knock finish.
Just about
नहीं revive हो गया भाई, revive हो गया भाई। क्या भाई?
On the rubble of the wall. That was close.
भाई क्या बचा?
We just saw Federales get a single tap onto
Insane
Hyunbin
भाई।
for the drop with the smoke.
भाई उसकी HP क्या थी?
Took a single bullet, had to hit the deck again. Thankfully, smokes out, limited cover as well.
भाई क्या बचा यार?
Playing in their favor. You can go for another res. They might be able to recover it cleanly.
I think that they won't be recovering though. It's all this utility that they just spent getting those players back up again.
NS 4-man.
They still have left.
फिर
Fexi
से knock
finds
एक।
Tizzy again. Nongshim under mad pressure at the moment between 2 separate squads, both looking towards them. Just have to hold on for the time being. Stop peeking, honestly, but I feel like they realize they need to keep these teams on the outside at bay.
सब एनएस के पीछे पड़ा हुआ है। एनएस को बोल रहा है कि सब मिलकर पेलेंगे। ये को खत्म कर दिया, चलो एक अच्छी बात है, ये खत्म है।
Tiamba survives as for just. Eagle inside. As always, the lurker.
एक गुड न्यूज़ आया भाई।
Play medic for the rest of the squad here.
He might be the eagle, but there is vultures swarming the skies around him. Other teams realizing there's been a lot of damage done here. It's a risky pickup with a position he's in. Luckily, he's got some cover from the vehicles to try and save his mates. That's Aura, though, with Jiggle getting one of them confirmed off the back of the damage that was done. So they do go down to at best a 3-man squad post this pickup.
A lot of teams need to move. A lot of teams that actually fully confirmed though towards Milta now feeling a little bad about this one, which is exactly why you see Aurora playing on this edge down towards the south side and Nongshim not fully moving in. So 4 thrives, they've got to extricate themselves. Flash have also got to pull themselves out of this one. S2G a little bit safer where they play around the warehouses and they can move up.
थोड़ा अच्छा ये है न्यूज़ है भाई, सेम लास्ट जोन जैसा था उनको मूव करना वैसा ही मूव करना पड़ेगा। सही है भाई। S2G कंफर्म पहुंच जाएगा इसमें, अगर ये किया तो थोड़ा इस मैच के बाद पहुंच जाएगा।
That backline in is good to at least.
नेक्स्ट मैच में भाई 3 टीम रहेगा जिसमें स्मैश होगा और अरोरा अगर इस मैच में अच्छा खेल दिया तो भाई वो स्मैश पे जा सकता है.
Vitality have just been really running interference from this angle as well. If there's a peek up from Hyunbin, they're harassing with shots. If they can get LOS back over onto the coast of Aurora, it's punishing as well.
For Nongshim Red Force, they know the shots came from Vitality earlier, so this is sort of the team they need to deal with first. The one thing I really worry about for Nongshim, though, is how exposed the vehicles have been this entire time. You got to imagine that wheels are blown out, if not vehicles fully exploded. They do have to move further in towards the circle, likely will be on foot, unless they can find some kind of vehicle in the near future. Vitality's going to go for a mad rotate over towards the northwest side. They hear the fighting, they notice that Nick Galaxy's down. This is a good opportunity to go for. Vexy helping from the back lines. Really like this push from Vitality.
Ralph's on an island. Last man left alive and not breathing for much longer as Razak will find that adjustment back onto Nigma, so they go down. Vexy's been good as well at providing some overwatch for this squad. Showing up when they needed him. Fury are on the move close by, shots from either side, so a lot of information garnered towards them. They advance further. Silence and Co pushing up with a vehicle is going to peek over the
भाई
top of the
Vitality
rocks.
dominate किया था भाई.
Amber in the distance.
उनका भी हाल हमारे जैसा ही चल रहा है भाई.
Backline potential. Igor goes in. Big sprays. Assisted by Silence. 4-5's taking some damage as well. The pepper back onto them.
Fury's going to move in on this, like you say. Igor's already on that front line. The rest of the team all stood alongside him now. And Vitality find themselves in a very horrendous position. Nades from Tiamba going a little bit wide here, trying to angle these through the smoke. That one should be on target. Easy
और
clean
Vitality खत्म भाई.
Tiamba grab themselves 10, 11 eliminations on this match so far. Much more reminiscent of the past, and Milu's already on 4.
Furia playing with that confidence and aggression we know they've got as 4-5's buckle under the pressure. Furia shutting them down in the close range combat. And Nongshim, after turtling for so long, finally knowing Vitality had been taken out of the picture, they can make a move. They're just wrapping around to where Aurora were.
This is interesting, trying to get rid of Aurora, actually. Only one player here in Reefer, potentially noticed that. There's actually a massive amount of space on this western side that they could clear. Tiamba's a 3-man, Furia's down to 2. Circle moves up that way, leaving Tiamba with one of the few remaining positions, and we are on toll booth. Oh my god, what a circle to end on.
Ooh, deep nades. Reefer's casting that one out. Back nades as he advances to try and create a little bit of space between the teams. Distant shots coming in from Tiamba. He's got to hit the deck, but that's not the only squad you got to worry about.
Aurora को दे दिया भाई.
2G gets a sight line, and goodbye Reefus.
Aurora खत्म भाई. Aurora का Reefus खत्म. Aurora खत्म नहीं, sorry. Aurora का Reefus खत्म भाई.
Moving west on this one for Nongshim and clearing up towards that north side, having all that space.
S2G smash पे चला गया भाई.
That moved into Milta. They are just charging headlong into danger here, where there is so much more room to play on the northwest side. Guys, you don't need elims. You need a chicken.
And they might get barbecued if they take too much time on this one. Joel was cooking a molly.
अब NS का मुश्किल है भाई. NS का मुश्किल है जाना.
And with Fury not needing to force the issue amongst them, they've got a crystal clear line of sight down onto the rotate path for Nongshim. It's so uncomfortable.
Come back, lads. Just come back off this angle. We don't need to play it anymore. You can wrap back over towards. So easy. 2 down.
NS के लिए बहुत मुश्किल है. NS नहीं आ पाएगा.
It makes little sense.
NS के लिए impossible है.
Themselves up wonderfully the entire time for this western exit. And as soon as the circle moves away from Milta, what do we do? Push into Milta?
The panic's there. Paralysis by analysis. The zone takes away one of the members, and we're down to just a duo. Aurora Core on their exit as Lost will be able to continue playing powerfully off this angle. XZY thankfully given a few moments of respite as he runs to try and find any cover at all.
Kamikaze from S2G, we talked from the start of the game. They have just about hit that 122 now. So they have hit that smash.
S2G smash
towards that next match. Another team steps up to the plate. They've done enough here, even if they go down. Looking to take down Ida regardless. Hams, ooh, what a shot! Reactions coming through clutch there, but Kamikaze, as always, the backbone in the team.
Standing straight.
ओरा फोरमैन स्ट्रांग है भाई ओरा के पास चांस है चिकन लेने का
To recover from this quick reactions from Ida, but a shutdown play that will let S2G fight on for another day. Flash though getting eaten alive by Hora, wrapping down the ridge. The nades bouncing in. Tops is down. And Kamikaze scanning to see what more points they can steal.
Hora on for a big game here, actually, Jackie. Looking to push themselves further in the rankings. Only 2 eliminations so far, but so much more to grab here as most teams are bruised and bleeding coming into these final zones. Tiamba also having a good time of it. Nades going over the top here from Nongshim Red Force, rolling down, and we are directly on top of Toll Booth now.
That's okay falling. XZY getting the tags off. They've been under constant pressure the entire time. It's not clean. It's awkward.
Not even a helmet on So Easy here anymore.
Mate, you're playing with a bare minimum. Concessions had to be made, but a nade could be coming their way. Lost with 2 left in the back pocket. The first one thrown in looks good for the bounce. Oh, see ya!
Double bouncer. XZY is down.
NS खत्म I guess नहीं NS का एक बंदा अभी तक जिंदा है कैसे ना कैसे
Nongshim is floundering at the moment.
Hora and S2G फोरमैन है दिया S2G बट खत्म नहीं कर पाया यार खत्म नहीं कर पाया
S2G absolutely have done enough, but they're looking to push further into this game, as is So Easy.
They're trying to send a message with this one. It's not just about what they needed to get into Smash. They want to prove that they can be the big dogs in the lobby. Response back over though. Hamza G eating the nade from Hora as Hora are lighting up the sky. Explosion after explosion on top of the Turkish team. They are stuck on the ridge and cannot advance. Backline attack from Tiamba.
S2G का आखिरी बंदा 1 HP है.
Way over the other side. And Tiamba keeping the pressure on.
Trying to
get that pick up in, lost with limited space to play off. In comes the nade.
Oh, खत्म भाई.
Makes it work and S2G go down.
भाई Tiamba 12 kill भाई.
Let me introduce you to the biggest dog in the lobby. Hora on the northeast side. So Easy. With barely a hope in this match, but
भाई
still hanging on.
फ्यूरिया को मार दिया होरा ने भाई क्या मार रहे होरा वाले क्या मार रहे भाई ओ
The best thing about this is that even if there isn't a smash win, this is keeping them contention for the top spot at least.
It's going to be big for the placements.
नहीं भाई नहीं मेरे को नहीं
पता. Is there a chance of some sheer shenanigans from So Easy? He's crossing his fingers, mate.
3v1 NS को मार देगा Sky मार देगा लग रहा है.
Has to have him here. Just to peeks over a little bit. So Easy, he's trying to hide his face behind the barest of pylons, behind this railing. It is just not high. God, he has to do something. Oh, they've smoked him.
Hang on a minute.
Cheers, lads. I really needed that.
He's tucked in behind it. There's no real angle from the backside as well from Tiamba, so it just depends. I mean, if Hora go for the hard force over...
This is mad.
Yeah, this could get cheeky quite quickly. Sleepy would have burned down as well. The vehicle... Oh, it's all going wrong! So Easy on a peacock, good for 1, and Tiamba assisting with the shots from the top. He's
first
on these
भाई
Hora on the assist. An unreal...
होरा का ये निकाल दिया भाई एंड खत्म भाई.
Nonshin were looking to blot out the sun on that one with a surprise plays, but it's not going to happen now. And Hora solo remains with the advancement of Tian, but the nade goes over. Sky got a backpedal. Runs back to whatever cover he can find. Can he trust in his source on this one? holding the peak, ready for the shots. Eagle gets knocked
पूरा का भाई
out.
2 बार चिकन मिस हो गया यार.
With a reposition as Sky advances forward with a shotgun in his hand. Nade being cooked by Milu, and this man don't miss.
Good damage. QCC follows up with a second, and Tiamba is back. What a fantastic game.
NS ने पूरा NS ने होरा का पूरा गेम बिगाड़ दिया यार. NS ने होरा का पूरा गेम ही चेंज कर दिया.
Whatever light died out with Milu on day 2, Edie's back on now and it is blaring.
They started.
अगले गेम में भाई 3 टीम स्मैश पे भाई. क्या कमबैक किया भाई. सात बजे स्टार्ट होगा. 20 मिनट भाई. 7:05 पे स्टार्ट होगा भाई. 25 मिनट का गेस ब्रेक है. थोड़ा ब्रेक से आता हूँ गाइस, थोड़ा ब्रेक से आता हूँ.
Spin not going down. I think it looks good. It looks way better now. They're pulling off those maneuvers too. So yeah, great work to Tiamba. Really, really happy to see it. And it was, I think for me, it was fantastic to see these guys happy.
Yeah.
I think that was my favorite thing about that win.
It's nice to see him smiling, nice to see the success story of how they're playing. And mate, you're right. I think if there was a door there, Milu not only kicked it down, he just destroyed the entire house.
He's just a whirlwind.
Yeah. Came through, blowing everyone away. And mate, I'd love to see that. I hope that continues.
I hope it does continue as well. For Tiamba, it's not over yet. We haven't rung the bell. They might have been uppercutted, but they have got back up again. The count did not finish. It's scary, no? Going into these final matches, we've got 3 teams at match point right now. It's S2G, E-Arena, as well as Nongshim. Nongshim's been making some crazy decisions. E-Arena, sadly, on the other hand, have just not been able to eke out those performances so far. It's felt a little bit timid from that team. S2G, though, I think this is a worrisome squad to have in that top 3 because they could just light it up at any moment now. Unless the pressure gets to him, which it seems to be the case for quite a few of our teams.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the contrast we're painting there for E-Arena, right? Where it feels like you had some flash-in-the-pan moments, but now it's come to, you just got to follow through. It's not happening, whereas S2G, we know they can strive for greatness. It feels like championship mentality is going hand in hand with their aggression, the way they're approaching these lobbies. All it takes, one big game. Could be a championship right there. But stay tuned for that. We'll find out. The narrative continues. Do not go anywhere.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Chasing the sunrise, boots hit the ground, hear the battle call. Loot up, lock in, we're ready for it all. Every street, every door, searching for a little more. One squad, one dream, nothing's ever what it seems. The circle's closing in, can you feel it on your skin? Heartbeat like the drum, the final fight has come. Fight till you make it, never gonna break it. Stand your ground and take it, right into the fire. Fight till you make it, every move can change it. Higher and higher, we're reaching for the winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fight till you make it, fight till you make it.
Fighting until we make it. These teams are in Tiamba, able to get that chicken dinner, full control of the zone. But we have to talk about something that's very important. S2G being able to get into the Smash Zone now, not coming up short this match.
I mean, I just sort of want to touch on that. From their compound, they actually probably had the better position out of the squad, sort of moving that rotate in. But I mean, we got to talk about like their push on our Ula. I'm sure Max is going to cover this nicely a little bit later. But
Yes.
just the, I guess, raw power that they had from start to finish from that game, they were finally able to get over that threshold. Do I believe they should have done it in the first two games? A little bit, but that's okay. They've done it now, and obviously this is one of the teams that can take a victory.
They definitely can take a victory. This is a team that has already gotten 3 wins in Erangel in the finals when we're talking about S2G. If we're looking at some of the other teams looking to get to that Smash Zone, it's none other than Aurora. I actually thought Aurora was going to be able to make it already. They're struggling a bit today, Max.
Yeah, a bit of a weird hold onto Nongshim Red Force in particular, looking kind of weird. But by the way, I want to bring it back to S2G. They not only make it into the Smash Zone, they got a 9-point lead on top of E-Arena, which if we do not get a Smash, is going back to the OG rules, which is the most amount of points becomes the champion. So right now, S2G are loving it, but so are Tiamba, shattering dreams in this game, eliminating E-Arena, eliminating the final player here at the very end for Nongshim Red Force, man. They are the reason why the tournament has not yet ended.
Hora eSports back-to-back great games here out of them. And for Fourth Tribes Neptura, this team, after that rondo that we saw, they're starting to struggle. They ended up the first Erangel with a big old donut, and in this one, at least they secured 4 points.
I mean, at least they do. I did see that they had a really fantastic rotation around from just massive wraparounds into Milta and then out of it. But yeah, 4 points is all they're going to get for that. Fantastic nades from Hora. Oh my goodness me. You were talking about it, right, Max? Sky is fantastic with the nades today. Really, really on point. And Tiamba, I mean, honestly, the word that I would use for both Tiamba and Hora, they're feeling very intense. You don't want to go up against them. Look at those sprays. Long range, through the smokes. There's no escaping this team.
What are those sprays from QZZ? Oh my god. That was crazy stuff going out from him. I mean, he was just lasering everyone through the smokes. Incredible stuff. But at the end, Hora, another solid finish. Right?
Yes.
Sure, maybe not chicken dinner, but it's a strong back-to-back, but so easy. In that smoke, actually, that was a smoke right from Hora Niptra. I thought maybe if he stays hidden, he could third-party it. But at the end, Tiamba put the nail in the coffin.
That's something that I was actually hoping that So Easy was going to do. He was going to end up waiting a little bit longer, maybe use that smoke to his advantage. But Max, he didn't want to wait for that third-party option. He just wanted to take matters into their own hands. And it goes back to what we're saying with Numshim. It feels like they're being passive, but they're not quite sure when to be aggressive and when to flip that switch.
They are a little bit hesitant, right? And that's the thing about the Smash ruling. Love it or hate it, teams, the mindset does change a little bit when you do have that chance of getting those chicken dinners. It is quite stressful for now. Not just 2 teams, but 3 teams. S2G are going to be joining their ranks, but of course S2G got 3 chicken dinners so far in the final, so they're looking like a team that could actually wrap it up. But looking at the rotations this game in particular, I know you in particular, Niptra, were quite critical about their push on the western side of Milta. There were other options that maybe could have been more valuable.
Absolutely. I think any... Oh, wait, hang on.
Hold on.
That's my clip right there. So looking at this split, so actually S2G, sorry, I have to jump into it. We're very split. Lost solo, literally in the 1v4. And even then, he's popping off, but he's also getting a bit of assistance from the teams on the other side of the road, right? His particular Kamikaze's got a fantastic angle, and they
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight.
It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
Solke going to be sending it forward. He's going to be joined up then by Hapsididra, an absolutely superhero style in the building, and they get one.
Now, one team that's currently also running into that struggle when we talk about teams struggling that are already in the smash zone lays for eArena.
That was Tiamba's fault. I don't know. like, I have to bring it to Tiamba because obviously eArena, you know, they had a nice little path in there, but Tiamba were actually positioned in such a great spot that they were so annoying to every team. This is
Everybody.
Aurora. This was obviously even helping S2G in that fight. They were able to sort of gatekeep that area from eArena as well. And so it's unfortunate that we're seeing like eArena not being able to push into the position early enough because they are still sort of playing that edge.
They are going to be playing that edge, but right now they need to get that win if they want to be able to win via Smash Rule. They are one of those teams currently in the Smash Zone. Keep in mind, eArena started off the day with 112 points. They have only gotten 11 points so far after 3 matches.
And 10 out of those 11 have been in Rondo. Because remember, they hit 122. That's where they were. In the last 2 games, they've gotten 1 point. What is happening to eArena? You're looking so strong.
Yeah, transitioning to some of the other teams, right? I'm going to be looking at 4 Thrives eSports. This is a team, Max, that we thought was going to continue on that momentum. Remember, this is a team that usually is able to carry on momentum. They're still hesitant. They're still showing those things that we've been critiquing this whole PMWC at EWC 26, which is hesitance at times.
I was hoping they were not going to doubt themselves because they're not in the Smash Zone, unlike what we saw in PMGO Season 1, where they were actually very stressed and Ulf almost were able to close a 50-point gap over the course of those 6 matches. But no, 4 Thrives a bit shaken here. And actually, Niptera, one play that you highlighted is that 3-1 split, right? You had Huzaifa on his own, 3 players in the city. That was a bit of a head-scratcher, right?
Yeah.
He was by himself.
Huzaifa was by himself. I could see maybe what they're trying to do is hedge their bets, but he was in such a difficult position, and it's a shame that he actually, when they actually wrapped around outside of the town as well to go back, Huzaifa ended up being taken out early, so that's a shame.
As I'm looking at the teams here, all the way up to 11th place, 92 points. These teams are getting closer and closer. They're kind of giving in a bit of an advantage there, since some of the teams towards the top are choking a little bit, are not being able to get that many points. For those teams on the second page, what that's going to be costing Niptera and Lays and Maxman, it's just going to be costing for all those teams to just get closer and closer. There's a lot of money at stake right now when we end up talking about some of these squads. Let's see what we have, some of the comments on social media as well. 1 chicken for 40, and then you see what's domination is. Yeah, but right now we're not seeing the domination. We want to see that domination from 4 Thrives, right? Yeah! Let's see if they'll be able to deliver for their fans here at the arena. But for some of the other teams, right, we're now talking about, let's go back to Hora, because Hora is stopping a lot of those teams towards the top from getting those points. The teams towards the top need to be able to find some kind of adjustment to that aggressiveness that we're seeing out of Hora.
Yeah, them, Tiamba also, Hora in particular, they have nothing to lose, right? They're like, okay, we have to go hard or go home today. We have to initiate that comeback and leave the second page, which with the last 2 games on Erangel, they've been doing. We have 1 more Erangel coming up, right? So maybe we can finally see a Hora chicken dinner. That will be very exciting here in the finals of PMWC. But Tiamba, I feel like they're a team that in this lobby, if they get a knock and a flush on a player that's or eArena or Nongshim Red Force, and maybe now also S2G, they just fully capitalize on it. And I love it. They really are one of the few teams that are delaying this tournament until the very, very end.
I mean, I sort of just want to bring your attention to Furia because they are still sort of in that 90 points there. And from that previous game, they were holding the western side. Obviously, Hora was sort of taking out the rest of S2G. They did nothing. They didn't even rotate and swing around where Hora was, which would have capitalized their elimination. So they're kind of not being as present as they usually are.
It could be ending here in this next match. My prediction was in 4 matches. How many matches do you have, Niptera?
4.
Max?
4.
Lace?
I was hoping for 2, so mine's it.
Okay, yours is absolutely cooked.
Okay.
But let's see if it's going to be ending here in match number 4, or if we're just going to be getting a bunch more teams joining in the Smash Zone.
Will this be it? We are about to find out. S2G joins the fray. Now 3 different squads could smash.
3 teams with that opportunity in our final edition of Erangel at the PMWC. It is going to go a little bit further than maybe some were expecting, given how today started, getting two teams into that smash zone so early on. But that double Milter shift on both of our zones has kind of thrown a spanner in the works. I mean, for Nongshim, right? They're dropping around that area. They're getting pushed in around the bridge. It seemed like they didn't quite have the force to be able to push their way out, right? They're still earning a lot of points on these games, though. So if it does go the full distance, they may just be able to win it out like that.
That's what you got to do at the end of the day. Is you got to try to win this.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
It's going to be, you're going to smash, or you're going to end up with the most points on the leaderboards at the end of the day. And Nongshim Red Force with that double Milta circle, like you mentioned, is just putting in the work. Problem is, though, is that if we get another one, I mean, everyone's going to know by now exactly where they're at. So the focus is going to, I think, shift a little bit. But this could be the game where we get another crazy Erangel circle to finish out the Pmwc here at EWC live in Paris. You can see these players cracking their knuckles, getting ready to drop in one last time.
On Erangel, that will be the final bill. 3 teams, as you say before. Out of those 3, I feel like for my money, given today's games, I'm favoring either S2G or Nongshim Red Force. I feel like for me, eArena today has been solid, consistent, but not a game-winning team. And I need to see a little bit more from them to be confident in their ability to fully confirm on that smash. But we've seen them do some crazy stuff, right? They have broken records on their road here, and now they're in with a chance to take that title, give Schweppes his 3rd performance at a global level to get a global stage title with those 2 PMWI trophies already behind him, looking for a 3rd time to take it home.
Well, here comes the big one. We're here in Paris, folks. Let's make some noise as this is the last Erangel of the tournament. Could this be the final match? That's the question we're about to find out as we're looking now at the plane. These players are locked, loaded, ready to go. And we got one going right down the middle here in a nice diagonal coming from George all the way down to Novo.
Yeah, going to give a lot of access to everywhere on the map here. Shouldn't be too many hot drops. I know we've seen a couple of those certainly earlier on. I mean, in our first Erangel, we had that hot drop over near the Gatka Fields that was a little bit questionable. Godlike not super happy about that, but there have been performances across the board here. Sorry, Ida. I think it was Ida and Tianba actually who were on that hot drop earlier on, but still, yeah, a really tricky situation shouldn't be unfolding here this time around. Nobody dropping straight to North George, maybe just grabbing some vehicles and heading there later. Orangutan sending WizGod very far up north, isolated from the rest of the roster. Potentially, again, just grabbing a vehicle, going to break out and rejoin in a moment. As we take a look at our top players, though, it's a 3-way tie with Ulf, Nongshim Red Force, and Horror all having their representatives on our highest elimination counts.
Oh!
And it's a milli circle.
Let's go. I saw some people pop up in the stands after seeing that zone shift. Here we are in military. All right. Aurora are going to be down there. Nongshim Red Force are going to be close to this circle as well. Man, oh man, Erangel doesn't disappoint here. As, yeah, we had to just touch military just one more time, huh?
Hey, we got to do it. We got to do it to them.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
There, obviously, could potentially have some fast rotates there. What we've seen as well from Nongshim Red Force is a lot of times where they've been able to transition very effectively over towards the military island. They've had 2 chicken dinners on 3 of their military island finishes, which is going to hopefully be something that they can repeat. That's what they're looking for here. So a big opportunity for Nongshim, who tends to go for the rotate of 1 player off of the shark fin, rotate
भाई
down
क्या
south
zone दिया
very
यार
early on circles like this.
क्या
try and
zone
get a
दिया
foothold on the north
भाई
side of the island and work from there. That's what they're going to be looking for. But if we've seen it, the other teams have seen it too.
Yep.
So is anyone going to try and counter that?
Yeah, you know that these teams are prepared to their gills here. They know exactly what these teams are going to do. It's just, how are they going to execute it? That's going to be the question. Speaking of execution, if we look at the leaderboards right now, there are some teams that can still definitely win this whole tournament further down. I'm looking even all the way down to Team Flash, Aura, Furia, right? In my mind, though, it's getting to the point to where if they're going to win this thing, it's going to be via Smash, right? And if they're going to Smash, they have this game, and they have one more game to get within that threshold, okay? So if you look at Flash with 92 points, that's still quite a few away to get to that 122, but they have to do it in these next 2 games because you have to hit that threshold and then win the next game.
Absolutely. I mean, from 12th down, I feel like it is pretty much done and dusted for the title, unfortunately. 74 points, putting you really, really far behind of that Smash threshold. Unless everybody else in an entire lobby stops earning points and you just keep going on a points victory, maybe. But still, I'm not too sure about that one. So for 12th down,
48. Yeah, that's 48.
I'm having a bad time thinking about their prospects moving on forwards, which is unfortunate. But there are opportunities for the rest of the lobby to keep that ball rolling. As you say, Flash really very much on an outside chance. I feel like anyone below 7th place is in that same boat, right? Having a really, really tough time, and even in 7th, 6th, and 5th to boot, it's going to be really rough. It will necessitate a chicken dinner in this match.
Yep.
To go across. This is that
तीनों के पास गाइस तीनों के पास है भाई चांस तीनों के पास है सीधा लेने का.
Across to the military island, S2G went very, very quickly, which makes me question how much loot they're going to have on board to try and hold this. Nongshim took a little bit longer to get across, which is going to give them some more power, some more backstop of utility, of supplies, and Aurora, of course, dropping over in that military base. They're not in the Smash Zone just yet, but they are the team that is closest to it, only 7 points behind right now. E-Arena, they're still in South George. It's very likely that they're going to take a long time to go for this rotate.
Yeah, super unlucky on the side of E-Arena. They've had to do the longest rotations in Erangel all day today.
Aurora, 40 and Tianma and NGX चारों के पास चांस है भाई. चिकन मार के ये करने का भाई.
North side of military all to themselves. They know the side of the map like the back of their hand. Enigma Galaxy in the meantime starting to mix into a little bit with Ida, a team they're super familiar with as they battled with them in Pachinki at the start here of the finals.
I mean, it felt like, Ida were across the bridge a lot earlier than this. They just did not have a setup.
No.
So, Enigma Galaxy getting across pretty much for free on that location is a great result for the squad. They are, of course, 22 points behind that Smash bubble, which you'll need to try and push past in the next, as you say, 2 matches.
Yep.
To break on in there. And now Ulf could potentially try and roll across the bridge, but they are going to roll into a much harder stopping block, I imagine.
S2G ने पूरा loop complete कर लिया इधर से.
The west side of that exit, and Enigma Galaxy hold the compound to the east side of the bridge.
I'm interested to see the kind of plays we're going to see from these teams, especially in that lower part of the leaderboards, because you know they want to still win this. These still possible, but what kind of different play styles are we going to see? Like even Godlike with 74 points to make it possible. They need a 25-point game here and in the next one. So they'd have to go and just eliminate everybody, right? So I would want to see aggression no matter what from them. Team Flash with 92 points, right? They're going to be hunting down that 122. That's 30 points in the next 2 games. So 15 and 15.
S2G भाई 40 के ऊपर आ रहा है.
At the same time, that's a chicken dinner with 5 eliminations, so it's not going to come easy.
Hey, we're just going to see. Sure. We're just going to have to see what happens in this game, because right now 4 Thrives with their opportunity crashing into S2G with theirs as well. 1 step closer to the Smash Zone. 4 Thrives denied there as S2G put their first point on the board after gaining that Smash point in that last game and holding this South Edge. I mean, they're feeling all right. They're feeling all right. We're still waiting for Zone 2 to really decide where it's going to go. Yeah, I have this sort of bubbling.
ये अभी तक क्रॉस नहीं किया बट S2G and NS भाई.
Really hard north shift and we go back to the mainland. It's so unlikely, and it's not even really worth bringing up. But I just have that little feeling. I'm like, oh, what? Back in my
हो सकता भाई ये खत्म हो भाई.
Spidey senses.
The John Allen tingle.
That's right.
Is in effect here, folks. If we see that northern shift, oh boy, will this be one heck of a party here Fortunate for Fourth Rise, they're on that most southern part of military, just thinking they can kind of get some of that loot. S2G finding one of their players isolated, and that's IQ gone. Just
यार
like
भाई.
that. Only player out of the lobby so far. Looking on over, there's still a lot of teams that are in the blue zone still. I mean, we got E-Arena still in South George, so they're going to be pushing in super late. Tianba's up there, Godlike's up there, Aura are still just crossing. Yes, Naya. So a lot of teams going to be very, very late on this rotate.
Little family outing for Vitality. Pop into the hovercraft, luggage in the boot. Getting that fuel back on board. Minimal vehicles though. Makes this south side for them a lot more difficult to navigate. I'm not too happy with the amount of mobility that they're going to have. They do need to potentially try and find some vehicles or steal some from another team, as our circle will be coming in fairly soon. Yeah, for Vitality, might be a foot-based approach.
Oh, भाई पूरा bridge पे zoom है भाई.
Draws the fire like we see it. The circle shifted because the res does need to come through.
Rez needs to
मुश्किल है भाई.
Fortunate for Aula, they can't catch a break. You know they wanted that
Oh,
observatory.
OG ने fight ये किया है, initiate किया है.
But they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. Gonna have to do it the hard way. Still on the north side of.
इनको मार देंगे तो खाली है भाई Novo Bridge.
OG battling it out with Team Flash. Two teams pretty down on the leaderboards. Trying to soak up some points here, get some extra placements. Again, you know, Team Flash have a possibility to make a run of it. They need 15 points in this one and the next one to reach that smash zone, to try and smash in that final match. That's if we even get there. We could end this game here and now, folks. But you know what? Before it ends, you guys got to get in the game and get one of those Naruto Uzumaki skins right there. We got the Nine Tails Fury's AUG still available.
डॉक ने दिया 40 का एक बंदे को खत्म किया.
Aurora though at fourth right. This is a huge fight. They are battling it out over by these plain fields. Zol's gonna have the angle there on T24. Throws the Molotov on him. He's gonna have to move. The nade goes out to Zol. Picks him off a little bit. And now it's a battle. The util, he touched the molly!
Oh.
He touched it with the tiptoe and gets knocked. Another huge mistake here out of Fourth Thrives.
Hey, Fourth Thrives had so much momentum, but the pendulum swings back the other way. And Aurora now are another step closer. They put a
last है भाई.
elimination point on the board. They are drawing inexorably towards.
Aurora भी धीरे-धीरे पहुंच रहा है भाई smash point की तरफ. 5 point और भाई Aurora के smash point hit करने के लिए.
If we get that far, because remember, 3 teams can still win it, and we've seen 2 chicken dinners on milli circles coming from Nongshim, who have a 2-2 split on the north side of the island right now. Furia may look to try and challenge the northern point of this. And are Nongshim going to look to regroup over towards the northwest side of Millie? They will have to, at some point, decide which outpost they want to commit to. It may need another.
Godel तो भाई इधर का साइड से जा रहा है, सामने से GX है भाई.
Spot right now. The problem is that everyone's going to want it. And they are completely surrounded by squads. And I guarantee you, the second a team realizes Nongshim where they're at, they're going to full commit to them for sure to try and stop them. E-Arena, meanwhile, going to be coming in through the zone on the north side. Where's the shift going to go? If it goes to the bridge, oh, this is going to be straight chaotic.
It's going to go. It's going to go a little bit close to the bridge. Now Nongshim need to regroup. For my money, I think that southwest side might just be a little bit better for them. They're right next to Ida there. Fury are going to charge on in over the hills. E-Arena have yet
Military bridge camp नहीं हो रहा, but NGX वाले हैं यार, bridge के पास ही हैं. और पीछे से ये भी है. ये भी पीछे से है.
The make or break moment for E-Arena. If they can get across, they've got the backline.
OG के लिए यार scene थोड़ा खराब है यार.
A bit safer, but they have to get there first and challenge off Ulf. Maybe Nigma Galaxy will join in that fray, but they have to get across.
Yeah, they're going to have to get across, and it's going to be a tough one right now. I mean, there is so many different teams crowding these bridges, and on both sides, on the eastern and western bridge. You can see Nongshim though, they got those sandbags. They're going to be holding this hill. This is a great spot in this circle. They're going to have so many different sight lines. They can rotate away from it if necessary. They just got to watch out for the crash. These guys are set up for this one here. I'm not kidding. They are the biggest threat in this lobby right now.
It's crazy. Nongshim in a command point in this circle with the chance to smash this away. Put another military victory under their belt as well would be incredible. What a way to close it down, but they have got a long way to go. We're only 12.5 minutes into this game, and there's going to be at least 15 more of them ticking away every second. A drop of sweat beading on their foreheads of one of our players.
There's Godlike keeping an eye on eArena. Oh, it looks like we did get a huge knock. That's XZY.
Okay, that's resible.
Yeah, that is resible, so you should be able to get safe. Yeah, okay, so Nongshim gonna keep their player up
And
here.
Snake,
Remember,
in
they
Snake
don't
बंदा
know
ना
who it
होके, but
is
हो जाएगा,
until
revive हो
it's
जाएगा.
flushed, so they still don't have a clue it's Nongshim just yet.
We'll be able to get that healing done. Unlikely that there's any full crashes onto this Nongshim position.
S2G के पास chance है यार लेने
The
का.
direction of crash would need to come from the north side at the moment, and Furia, Alola, generally not going to have the greatest of times getting across whilst each other are still there. Not to mention Enigma Galaxy pushing in from that north side as well. So I feel like for the next circle 2, maybe, Nongshim Red Force is going to be very, very safe and secure in this position in a central spot. I'm also looking at S2G on the southwest side. No one really contesting them. Of course, you do still have Fulak from 4 Thrives, the last player to stay alive, who could potentially find a backstop position.
TNB के साथ हो सकता है OG का fight.
A snake in the grass play. But for S2G on the southwest side, I think they have a good run up as well once everybody else crunches in.
Yeah, there's so many teams here. I mean, S2G, Nongshim Red Force, they're going to have some big dominant positions. They could win this game and end the tournament here and now. The question is how are they going to handle these fights? Do they take some of the fights early on like they normally would? Maybe not, because it's going to give away their position and a lot of attention is going to be laser focused on them. A southern shift happens.
भाई नोवो ब्रिज क्या ही चल रहा है भाई.
The high ground.
Now this is really important. Sure, S2G have that high ground. This is really good for them, but Nongshim's decision
Godlike के लिए अच्छा है भाई. ये चला गया उधर.
Pretty make or break. The teams on the northeast side will have to figure out who's going to take
OG के लिए खराब लगा भाई.
I
OG
feel like Nongshim can kind of stay here for a little bit longer, but they have to be able to hold out as the crossing on the bridge starts to unfold. We've got 4 teams behind the queue, and actually eArena are sweeping in to try and play in behind this. They think, oh, surely the eastern bridge is going to be empty. Think again.
Nope, there are a whole bunch of teams holding on this eastern bridge. There's like a bunch of squads, and IGL's had the same idea.
OG भाई unlucky यार.
The blue zone is really going to start chunking them here. They cannot afford to be holding
OG
here
का
for
भाई
so
इस
long.
लेवल पे पूरा लक का इशू है यार. OG का कोई गलती नहीं था भाई.
Chance to disrupt eArena.
A real big chance. eArena have stumbled at every block since that first match that saw them into the smash zone. And they are being denied access. So many players sit in front of them. You've even got Eagle behind in Milta for Tianba to try and make that one happen. So a really, really desperate scenario now for eArena, whilst the 2 teams that sit with them in the smash zone are laughing, and there goes Schweppes.
There goes Schweppes.
Unresable now, stage 4.
And now WizGod is going to be looking to get that thirst, soak up that points.
S2G के पास बेस्ट जगह है भाई. चिकन मार के ले सकता है.
He said, okay, let me go ahead and get back to this side. Mormon desperate at this point, just going to be full sending it across this bridge to try and survive. The blue zone chunking them down. And the crowd, you can hear them chanting. I can hear the S2G chants already. They know this looks really good, but can they finish it out?
Oh, this east side concluding, and we didn't really catch it on camera, but Furia went up towards Enigma Galaxy to take that fight on the northern side. They were able to take a player down and not lose any themselves, but again,
ये ने एक casualty लिया बस.
no challengers from the east.
अबे मानिया को नॉक किया बे. अबे मानिया को फिनिश डाल दिया. अबे यार.
Is going to be coming into this zone raggedy, run through as eArena do manage to get across the bridge, but at the cost of Schweppes.
Yeah, at the cost of Schweppes and a whole bunch of utility as well. They're going to be going through
Bridge
almost
cross
all
हो
their
गया क्या?
meds here just to try and survive. And then they're going to have to get lucky into this circle. They're going to have to hope.
Nice, nice. Bridge cross हो गया है guys. पीछे 40 है वैसे. मानिया का casualty है and पीछे 40 है. बस ये 40 को clear हो जाए.
Getting mighty close to T-Flash. That nade just a little bit too far from Bose.
अबे 100 में भी finish यार.
So taking shots over on the northwest side, over at Godlike. Don't think he's managed to. He's going to manage to push through with complete ease, but
भाई military zone भाई ऐसा ही है भाई. Late निकलेंगे ना तो settle होने को नहीं मिलेगा फिर.
They were the team that was holding out that east bridge. They alleviated that pressure, and now they might try and turn their attention to our tabletoppers, Nongshim Red Force, in their bunker spot. It is really dicey for everybody on this east side. They have to push past such a difficult, impregnable position.
Hey, they found a spot though, right? eArena was able to find a little bit of space here and possibly some eliminations as WizGod is trying to drive by. He thought
ये
this was
match
open. No, it's not. WizGod almost on fire, somehow still alive, and now getting taken out by Alula.
भाई अरोरा के पास चांस, अगर ये मैच नहीं हुआ ना नेक्स्ट मैच तक खींचा तो अरोरा के पास चांस है, अरोरा मार देगा भाई.
In a while is Aurora, who sit as a blocker to Alula, and remember they are a team chasing towards that smash zone, and they find a spot on towards Mormon as well, and knock over to
S2G के पास भाई क्या ही चांस है भाई.
Vitality pick up that flush. So Aurora
गॉडल 2 मैन जिंदा है जोन के अंदर यार.
pretty crucial if they do not make it into the smash zone here, but with Aurora in the
OG का अच्छा ट्राई था बट मतलब भाई मैं बोलूंगा भाई अनलकी सिचुएशन हो गया भाई.
Could be devastating for Aurora if they don't make it all the way.
NSB 4 मैन स्ट्रांग है बट NS को जाना पड़ेगा.
eArena. That's a big one, a big fight about to take off as they're waiting for this next circle. This is still stage 5, but military zones are just so dangerous. Aurora are going to have this beautiful compound for now, so they don't have to move. Right now, they're just keeping eyes on Alula, trying to get a few more eliminations. They know they're that close. Only 5 points away now from that smash zone.
Goodness me, I feel like the most important decision here is Nongshim's rotate. The question is when. What do you need to have in place before you go for it? And I feel like this is one of them. Clearing out the back, Team Flash, as soon as they roll out, they're going to get hounded down. So the ability to clear that out is brilliant. But then where do you go from there? Maybe you try and the arena, but we'll see what they can find in the fight with Flash as they roll up for a second rundown. So easy goes low, but he's still got a little bit more bite behind him. And he snaps back.
Oh.
Flash.
NSB 4 मैन है भाई.
Here come BGMILIVE. They're straight into the fight. Oh, 1-2 go down. There they go.
And NS खत्म भाई. NS खत्म. NS खत्म भाई.
Surgical precision strike. Take down the table.
भाई NGX कहाँ से आ गया भाई?
BGMILIVE heard that fight. They knew who was on top of the hill, and they
वाह
said,
भाई.
we want a piece of that, baby, and they got the whole thing. Nongshim Red Force are out. S2G, eArena still alive. As BGMILIVE in just one fail swoop could have saved this tournament, and we could see another match.
My goodness me, but S2G with that opportunity.
भाई S2G का जगह देखो भाई.
Have to get a little bit closer to it. They've still got the madman Falak to deal with though in the foothills of their position. And Lost is rolling up to it. There's a nade cooking, so have to be careful. Feel like they should know there's someone in the shack. They should know. As the nades are flying, Godlike are launching forwards. Kamikaze will certainly know about it now. Godlike wants to challenge on this hillside, the southwest side, getting hotter and hotter. Oh, okay, it's the Lone Ranger. On horseback, charging into battle.
Falak on the move. 1 horsepower, man. He's on the move. Can he survive? He hops. Jumps out for a little bit longer and survives.
Hey, he's got that big iron on his hip. He's ready for the fight. Godlike, try and take it down. You gotta have that. One more under the belt for Falak, but he goes down to a long-range third party, and the circle goes south too. Over to S2G. For Turkey, they have the shot. They have the inside track.
क्या गिरा है भाई?
It's about conversion now.
And the whole lobby needs to understand who is the greatest threat in this lobby. It's S2G. They're alive. They have the high ground. They have the
भाई S2G को इससे बेटर चांस नहीं मिलेगा यार.
Right here, right now. A lot of fights happening on the other side of things, though, and that's going to be chaotic on the side that S2G are starting to spread their wings. They're taking so much real estate in this circle, looking to get the chicken.
They could make it up to first place overall.
ये भी खत्म. चलो ये भी खत्म.
The only team to make it across, to be in with a chance, with a smash victory on this game, on this final angle, is S2G. But Aurora could change that tune. They are 2 points away from the smash zone. One more team goes down, they are in, and on the north side, it makes it happen. Aurora will join the top 3 in the smash zone if we
Aurora भी smash पहुंच गया भाई. Aurora भी smash पहुंच
गया. He knows it. He knows exactly.
Aurora आ रहा है S2G पे.
He spotted him. Did he spot S2G though in the grass, waiting to make a play?
अरोरा अगर मार दिया S2G को तो भाई सही है भाई. नहीं तो अगर डिफेंड कर लिया S2G तो भाई S2G का है भाई.
Whichever team owns this one, they're going to control this entire side of the map.
There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The only way for Aurora to keep this one going for a chance at their own victory, their own table-topping performance.
Power top 5 तो लेके आया भाई, लेकिन kill नहीं है यार.
Down S2G, who sit atop the mountain, presiding.
वाइटलिटी और अरोरा साथ में भिड़ना नहीं चाहिए भाई. साथ में भिड़ गए तो भाई सीन हो गया भाई. फिर S2G ले रहा है भाई.
Struggling, clawing their way towards the circle, finally fell apart at the seams and could not go the distance, but S2G have their chance.
They've got it. You can see Kamikaze spreading out, rocking a 3-1 split on the side
power
of
को दे दिया.
S2G. Team Vitality, another squad that could be dangerous. They're focusing on the wrong team though. They're looking towards Aurora. All of their efforts need to be going towards S2G. If
भाई गलत जगह देख रहा है भाई. S2G के साइड देखना चाहिए.
opportunity for S2G to third party this and take this tournament.
But I mean, where do Vitality go? Where do they go to try and make the most of this match, right? It is towards Aurora. You can't sweep West. Furious still have some stakes in the cross, and Kamikaze's reinforcing that position. I feel like Vitality might just be giving this one over to S2G.
You got to realize, Vitality, it's either go anywhere else or go home right now. If they battle this out, it's going to give S2G a massive advantage here in this game, as these are the two squads with a full team still alive in this tournament.
We need to put the aura in Aurora right now. They need to look big, play big, score big, get into the smash zone, because they are the only team really in the driving seat. The circle takes the backstop position out for S2G. Vitality are just gonna have to cross, but S2G might take shots at them as well. On this approach, up to the ridgeline, the fight is teetering. We are on the knife's edge.
Here we go.
अब तो 100% chance है भाई.
S2G, because they know they have the high ground. They do lose that building though, so that backstop there by Soul K. He's gonna have to jump on down and look at this position. This is all about fight timing. If Aurora and Vitality battle each other out, S2G should have this one in the bag. And top is looking in Vitality's direction.
Okay. Okay. We'll see if this suppressive force can go. I mean, Vitality's approach is not easy, even if S2G aren't peeking all the way down. There is still angles that they can take over towards Vitality. And they may actually opt to stay on the top of this ridge.
You can feel the tension in the air. You can cut it with a knife. This could be the end of the tournament. We're watching the last game if S2G take this one.
Bye.
Don't count them out either. They have 2 players up, but they could definitely disrupt this entire fight.
Down the line.
Here we go. One more zone shift. One more zone shift to decide who's going to have the advantage. And if S2G are going to be able to take it. Chief driving up, he gets knocked out. Now it's only Ayala left for Furia.
There was also a knockover towards a Vitality player coming through from Aurora, who are pushing up to the ridge, but leaving top out to deal with Vitality's position. It's so suppressed. Oh, the links coming into play, and there's a knockover towards top. That's not going to be resable. 3 players now for Aurora, with their chance to take it all away, but S2G.
भाई दोनों टीम का 3v3 है भाई. 3-3 है दोनों का, Vitality and Aurora का.
Oh, look how important Aurora think this res is. Top desperately calling for assistance.
यार.
And Kamikaze rolls out to try and suppress it, but no.
दे भाई S2G को दे भाई please दे यार. हाँ nice भाई. Oh yes, dog दे. लास्ट बंदा S2G का भाई. डाल यार. अरोरा क्या किया ये? डॉग भाई. What the fuck भाई?
All rest up. They might be the ones to take it all.
It's Kamikaze versus the world. If he somehow takes this, it's game over.
S2G क्या चूक किया भाई?
Dominating this lobby, and Vitality's in trouble.
A Kamikaze in the center of the circle with the assistance from Ayala. Could suppress that
Oh.
position from Aurora. If they get Zio back up, that does change the tune. And Kamikaze has the broadside. Reefus goes low but stays.
भाई
And down go S2G.
क्या चोक किया
Aurora keep it going. We are
भाई अरोरा ने क्या
We are going to the desert, and we
भाई
in the last second. That one was way too close for comfort. And S2G, you can see the look on their faces, the devastation. It could have been
भाई S2G का गेम ये जिंदगी भर नहीं भूलेगा भाई क्या चोक किया भाई तुम लोग नीचे क्यों गए भाई
Paws down. And they are going to feel so bad about that one.
भाई तुम खुद ओरियो बिस्किट का क्रीम बनने गए थे बीच का दोनों के बीच में ऐसे हो गया भाई
But they built that house.
तुम आराम से रुक सकते थे भाई अरोरा वर्सेस वाइटलिटी हो रहा था तुम अगर कुछ नहीं करता ना तुम्हारा चिकन था
This time there's a fourth player in the ring.
अभी 4 टीम है
My goodness. It's games like that are matches of nightmares. Those are the ones that stick with you, that you remember, that you
दोनों मेरा मार में चारों में से कोई भी चिकन मारा खत्म है भाई
If I would have just looked in this direction, made this one little move, we could have won it right there.
अच्छी चीज है भाई एक तरीके से भाई इंडिया के लिए 2 मौके और मिल रहे हैं
Matches left to go. But like you mentioned, Aurora are looking to roar up to the top as they take this one at the last second.
I mean, what a finish coming through. Kamikaze nearly getting
Oh,
this
bhai.
elimination onto Reefus as well. You can see how low Reefus got. Yeah, those nades got cleaning him up as well. Aurora, fantastic play coming through from them. They drop military, they stay military, they win military. That is how you want to close down Erangel. And what a sigh of relief for Nongshim and for E-Arena, who have another crack at this Smash victory.
Yeah, and I mean, I got to give some a major love to so many of the teams that we saw. Fudia put some good points there towards the end. Nigma Galaxy, honestly. Nigma Galaxy pushing, taking out Nongshim right there.
Kinda crazy.
That was crazy. And I think all of these teams need to give Nigma Galaxy a little pat on the back, say, hey, thank you for that one, because that was dangerous.
Absolutely, dap them up. We are going to be heading out for a few, but make sure you don't go anywhere because there are crucial games left to play. Let's see what we've got for you.
मिरामार अरोरा का बहुत स्ट्रांग है भाई
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world.
The impossible doesn't happen.
टाइम है 30 मिनट्स है गाइस
It happens in the hours nobody sees.
Let's go.
It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible. The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought.
अबे डॉक ने निकाला भाई डॉक ने अबे S2G बहुत चोक किया भाई वो लोग अगर चुपचाप खड़े रहते ना वहां पे ऊपर इनका होल्ड करते इनके लिए भाई ले लेता भाई आराम से वो लोग खुद ओरियो का बीच का क्रीम बिस्किट क्रीम बनने आया है समझ रहा है बिस्किट के बीच का क्रीम बनने आया है तो पिसेगा ही भाई दोनों साइड से ना वो उनका फॉल्ट है भाई क्या चोक किया है इतना गंदा चोक भाई 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 ये थोड़ी ना बीजीएमएस लॉबी है भाई ये थोड़ी ना इंडियन लॉबी है भाई इंटरनेशनल लॉबी है भाई समझ रहा है वही तो भाई उन लोगों ने चुक किया। 2 मिनट गाइस, 2 मिनट, आता हूं मैं अभी। टाइम है अभी 7:50-55 को हो रहा है। आता हूं आता हूं बे, आके बात करता हूं। आ गया बॉयज, आ गया वे ये भी बंद था क्या? अबे यार इतना देर से सब कुछ बंद था क्या? तो साइलेंट करके गया था.
Few matches they have earned a single point, and this is what Smash Ruling does to you, man, because you are so focused on getting that chicken dinner, so focused on hitting that smash that you forget that this might just go all the way through to the 6th match, and then Nongshim just takes it off the back of the tiebreaker between them and Aurora.
Now that is the double-edged sword to it. You're scared to play it out like a regular game due to the fear of having it slip through your fingertips and not getting that instantaneous win. But then, like you touch on, you leave yourself very susceptible to be lapped, and it's been a nice step up from the teams above them that are dangerously close to all being tied. 1 point of difference there, S2G on 139, everyone else on 140, and Nongshim and Aurora. The one saving caveat could be the fact we've seen a bit more aggression from our teams trying to first onto the big dogs in the
Aurora भाई top 2 चला गया.
So that's been saving
क्या बात है?
and keeping them going for a bit longer. Cheeky peek there.
लाइक करो फटाफट लाइक करो गाइस, फटाफट लाइक करो.
Boys do start to turn tail.
Lovely pickup from Hazaifa there. He had his eyes over towards that concrete there, understood that that's a potential position a team could be playing in, instantly rebuffs the shots, and because of that Phalanx stays up. Because in that position, I'm pretty sure he drops off the vehicle, he gets insta-flushed. So that does keep 4th Thrives as a 4-man, which they need, because they're right on 105 points. Get themselves 17 more on this match. They set themselves above that Smash ruling. Challenge out for that top 3 as well.
He will fall. This is just as the rest of Ulf have pulled up to the party as well. And they've got a read on this, they know. Instantly peppering the bullets back, and there's no reason to be here anymore. Call it quits.
I mean, it's so central. It's not a bad place to play, but I think you're right. Ulf just realizes that going to cut their losses on this one. This stage of the game, trying to get yourself up in the rankings, not worth it. Take the fight against a team which might be elongated with the nades, been thrown through the windows, playing off the upstairs, can get very dangerous in there. Popping those mollies as well.
Ujika 1 already casualty ho chuka hai bhai.
Zone 2 will cut in very hard on Miramar. Plenty of fun areas. This could head over towards on some hard shifts, can head over towards the high ground now. That's a highway over towards those fielded areas on the north side. Rivdora Armada.
Kya shift hai bhai?
Water treatment also in place, so a lot of elevation as well as very, very shallow spots off the map.
भाई ऊपर की तरफ क्या hard shift
Quite
भाई.
a bit of fun here to work with going forward.
NS की तरफ अच्छा है, advantage है, NGX
This
पे
is very
advantage पे है.
good for Nongshim Red Force as well, because as they've noticed with this circle going over towards the north side, they can cut in across Oasis, moving over towards Torre Armada. Enigma Galaxy will be the first team to grab this spot though, coming in from El Pozzo. But yeah, I think that Nongshim Red Force cuts out the majority of the queue on this.
For Nongshim, they've had a pretty firm grasp on these games, but there's been some awkward decisions again, mirroring the sentiments we've given out here about some of these sides struggling a little bit when the pressure starting to get to them, eating away at them with the decision making.
I mean, this does feel slow as well, Jackie, for Nongshim, because I think they stopped off almost in Oasis. Had to think about what their next move was going to be, and they're still just making it across. It is rocky ground though, so they're slowly finding their way in. But again, the more time they waste on this rotate, the more teams are going to make those wide routes. Furia being one of them. They're actually going to meet them on the roadside probably quite soon. And Furia has not been traveling through the blue. Right now, the rest of Nongshim Red Force are trying to keep themselves at a reasonable HP count. Getting very close now. Might just tuck in.
आतंकी को finish अबे यार.
From pillar to post on their movement throughout this game. They ran into OG. Bit of damage done. I mean, 2 players already hard flushed out. One of them knocked up on the ridge side. It's Aru, the last remaining member, throwing the nades down. That's nearly all of the offensive utility used as well, just the Molotov. So broken bottles and his teammates gone as the fire spreads. Meanwhile, top side, what we touched on before, the non-shin rundown with Furia still hightailing behind them.
They actually get ahead of them on this as well. But Nongshin and Red Force, they're kind of an unsuspected rotation. I think if Furia was keeping an eye on those drop spots, they should know that Nongshim drops towards Ruins and likely has made a very northern rotate, but they're going to take a very, very quick move in. You can see here, Igors playing bumper cars alongside with them are so easy, moves forward. The rest of the team hasn't quite regrouped yet, but they've got the two-man on this. Igor stops short over towards the concretes, forcing Nongshim Red Force to actually move away. He is quick with the positioning. Not very fun, and all this while the circle has been pulling in here, so Nongshim Red Force might need to make some quick decisions later on. Cruz Defy actually quite free at the moment, but do you want to go there too early? You might want to now.
I think the Galaxy on screen now with a wrap round from Alula. Creating some space between them.
Godlike तो भी zone में enter किया है.
See if he can spot them out here. Smoke's casting
But पीछे से Aurora है.
shadow for him to stay tucked for now. Looking to buggy him out of this one. It's Ralph.
Aurora के साथ हो सकता है. Flash.
Oh, there you go. Quick switch on the seats. Easy headshot confirmed. And a hard flush, making it far more uncomfortable for Nigma. Three-man squad moves on.
Yeah, unfortunate. They get down towards the south side of Cruz Defy on that one. Ralph sadly behind.
भाई फामास मारा भाई.
Nongshim continuing on their path forwards. Furious really hampered them in every single turn on this. Consistently, Igor's dragging the rest of his team to better position. Even now moving over towards the north side to get a better beat on where Nongshim Red Force is rotating in. This is really good presence of mind here from Furia. Being very proactive of where teams are, gathering that information. And where So Easy's coming in might be combated by Igor's in the future. Oh, he is being so annoying. Alula will find Eren there, and I believe that is Ulf now out.
Wasn't an easy one for Ulf at all here. So many back-to-back fights. She started off losing him out to 4 thrives, then consistently just got punished by everyone. Now Vitality are just sandwiching behind Furia as well on this push-up from Nonshin. You can see the establishing shot here. Overview of where they are on the spread. Let's see why. Got a scope attached. He's got a read on it. Vitality right behind them.
I got the MK14 as well. Be deadly at distance. Ayala spots Vitality, having a peek over. Just trying to figure out what's going on here. Tizzy stayed behind for Nongshim Red Force, ensuring that there wasn't going to be any cheeky rotates over the north side. He's going to get a Rune Awakening pretty soon, because Aura is making their way in, so we'll be able to pass that information across. And honestly, for Nongshim Red Force, they might want to swing further down on this and give up position to Furia. Maybe play over towards the ridge side of the road. Does expose some sightlines from Flash, but it is getting really cramped up over towards this northeast side for Nongshim. Furia consistently stealing away those positions. Now Tizzy gets that information now and will move.
Knows you're being chased. Sky jumps out instantly, looking to see if he can get boots on the ground and deal some damage. Rest of the squad still continue to maintain a safe distance behind Tizzy on the follow-up. XZY's turned his attention back round towards that angle to provide support. Oh, bumpy pathway in the buggy, but Tizzy's still going.
That's nice.
Gets over the ridge.
Very smooth. Yeah, good shots from XZY as well to back them off. I mean, takes a little bit of damage, but provided enough support there. Circle heads over towards the west. Alula actually have quite a decent compound here on this one. Nick McGalaxy can play out from the south side of Cruz de Valle. Jiggle, quite an aggressive scout, I would say, over towards Vitality as well as Furia. Doesn't die for it. Milu, shot by Vitality. We're getting those shots in. Very quiet game so far, other than Ulf as well as OG going down. Even Tops now from Flash moves over towards the mound on the eastern side to check if teams are trying to rotate past them on that south side. So this is like it's very different to a lot of the other games we've seen. Nobody's taking any chances. Everyone's trying to garner as much information as possible on these rotates.
Yeah, it's far more tempered with the plays that are being made. You can see how much.
भाई Power please यार regroup हो जाओ यार Power regroup हो जा भाई.
One of those squads that are within the smash zone to attempt to set up to make it uncomfortable for their entryway. Similar setup here down towards the bottom side. You've got a close grouping of 3 of the other smash eligible squads in Aurora, S2G.
भाई मैं इसको लाइव कर रहा हूँ, लाइव से हट रहा है भाई. क्या सीन है?
Aurora late to this one. They stayed in Chumacera for a long time, and sort of fair enough to them because this went very northeast on the circle. There has been areas they've found to play in. E-Arena taking this 2-2 split right now. Have to evacuate this compound. Tony K will take shots over towards Doc, who makes it out of there. Gets over towards a little bit of high ground, a little bit of elevation to work with. Actually a playable spot. I mean, he's threaded the needle on that one. The rest of the team can move in.
It pays dividends, but it felt a bit risky initially when I saw the peak over the top of the roof. I was thinking if Doc goes down here, it could have been hellish. The rest of the squad now confident to join him on the push up. Wow. Hamza G making the plays that we know he can deliver on. That's S2G.
आगे भाई. अबे गॉडल ने कैजुअलिटी ले ली भाई, मानिया को मार दिया कहां से. अबे यार 100 में को भी नॉक. अबे 100 को भी. अबे यार ये तो थोड़ा सीन हो गया है भाई.
These 3 squads were so close to each other that nothing could get past them.
Gordon 2 man हो गया भाई.
Player here, not ideal. Makes a chance at a chicken dinner here in match 5.
Aurora का भी 3 man है.
With Alula still controlling center zone. Tiamba again went up to down towards 6th as 4 thrives. Able to grab another point here. Nongshim need to move though. So Easy's actually outside in the blue at the moment. Taking a fair bit of damage off the back of this one. They're really racking their brains of where do they want to go, how do they want to play. I mean, he's still out there. Come on, man. Get in. Don't know what he's trying to say. I think he's waiting for Tops to get off the angle or something. I'm not sure. Finally, we'll regroup with the team, but burning through meds to do it.
That's been a caveat we've seen happen a couple times for this team. Always feeling like they're kind of somewhat trapped in the dirt and then having to burn a lot of utility, offensive or medical-wise. See what the zone shifts from this, though.
Right. I mean, it's clear to see that Furia knows that they need to create some space for themselves. They can't really move down towards that southwest side. They'll be on broadside to Vitality as they move in. So this is the likely position next. So a very important fight between Nongshim as well as Furia. Hyunbin takes a lot of damage. Chizzy up front right now, gathering that information, passing it back for the nades to be sent through. Maybe just dipping back down again, realizing that
ये के पास पूरा advantage है भाई.
A long nade has quite hit on. So Easy will move away. Vitality giving Nongshim a little bit of life.
Anti-Y.
Finally, a pathway's presented, but they've got to fight past teams to get into the safety zone.
Oh, you can play highs on this one, yeah, for sure. It's free, it's open.
All right, just beneath them, that's where Tiamba is stationed, so it's going to work out. They get tucked back in. Finally bypass the awkward setup of the Furia squadron that were advancing towards them. They're chasing somewhat. Flash keeping a bit of the attention off them. The triple threat of Aurora just off in the distance as well. A little bit of a ridge there. Yeah, tuck in, buddy.
Yeah, because Fury could at any moment silhouette themselves on that ridge side. Scary stuff though. But yeah, Nongshim Red Force can play this for the time being. I'm not sure how likely Tiamba's going to allow this to go on without contest. Maybe a couple of nades sent upwards. But yeah, highs and lows here. This is very playable. Usually Tiamba, when you get a central zone like this, it's kind of the guard dogs for where Nongshim Red Force is playing. But with Tiamba being further into the circle here, much better result for them. Yeah, Fury is locked out. So that was a nice swing through from Nongshim Red Force. Some slow decisions today here and there of how they want to play stuff out, but that was a quick maneuver from them. Aurora, Reefus, last left alive here, getting the first aid kit off, and yeah,
Aurora का single बंदा बचा है.
Definitely not likely as Aurora gains no points on this game.
And Aurora खत्म इसके साथ.
That's the final nade coming through. Tops blowing away. Back up as Reese as they get that one on target. So Reefus removed.
Team 140 में था.
The lights go out. Fury are advancing though. Looks like they've started to run out of the nades they had available with how many staggered fights they've had, dashing the last few down.
It's actually cool because the way Nongshim Red Force layered on that top side as well, it forced a lot of nades out of Fury, but they're just going to send it. It's going for a dry push right now. Nades are being pulled in the meantime. Beautiful from Hyunbin.
Really clean engagement.
It's just done.
And Furia को खत्म
Primes
किया.
it perfectly, blows them away on entry. Fury are chasing them for so long, but no, not today.
Vitality on that north side.
Vitality ऊपर आ गया भाई.
Commotion, wanting to get involved on it, but the speed at which Furia went down, I mean, there's just no opportunity. Nate goes in, does a lot of damage towards Tizzy. Gonna sit in the corner though. Federales has to move now.
And Vitality निकल गया भाई.
This next fight between Nongshim and Tiamba will be the decider of how far Nongshim gets into this game. Can't imagine that Tiamba's gonna crumble. Alula's compound becomes very, very high priority for absolutely everyone. You may see a crash on this.
Risky maneuvers going to become more and more impactful. Here's the replay back over from the Fury, a crash down onto Nongshim. Look at that,
was
nade
gorgeous
from Hyunbin. Perfect utility play, over in a split second.
Yeah, it was good stuff. I mean, the thing is, Vexy on that back line with the Mini 14 did good stuff. Nades go in, so yeah, this is the fight I was talking about. They're all in one corner right now. Utility still looks good for Nongshim. Molotov towards the back lines. Does a good amount of damage towards Milu. He's burning out. Might actually go down to this. Great molly from So Easy.
But Hyunbin's already set up for this. There's the go signal, but he can't actually win out on the initial fight. Aking replies back, so it's a 1-for-1 trade on the XCY and Tizzy up for Nongshim. 3 players alive for Tiamba. Oh, the backstab though! Gets around the corner, the back nade misses as Tizzy sends them cratering down! And that's a nice spray, XCY wielding the sniper up close, the quick switch is good!
But Vitality's here to play! Upstairs the molly goes in, might just take them all down, and Nongshim is out! Vitality! With a nasty third party!
क्या third party लिया भाई Vitality?
Nongshim though, very, very difficult one. They made a lot of cool decisions there. Took it as far as they could.
अब S2G और ये के ऊपर है पूरा.
Always in the wings.
Eyes like a hawk on Vitality as they make that quick adjustment.
ये देखो guys S2G का और ये का जगह देखते हैं.
Bringing the heat straight over to 4-5, so there is no chance to catch your breath now. It's all kicking off. Flash again responding. T24 falls. Vexy upset by Darkin from Ida.
S2G going to make that rollout now over towards Flash. 4 thrives. Looking to finish off what they started here. Zias is down. Tops is just dropping. Desperate smokes. Keep himself alive. Hamzy G will roll on through. Vitality lose Federalis on the background. Ida pushes forward. Alula holding on to this very, very important compound towards the center. Rita does go down to a nice nade coming through from Axel. Can't believe Federalis is still crawling in. He's got to go down soon. Yeah, there you go. Darkin picks him up.
Shots back over from Razak as Vitality gets the shot on to try finish things there. You can see the split on either side with eArena still sitting, waiting. Absolute contrast there. S2G, they've been so proactive. 6 elims constantly in play, constantly in flux. eArena just waiting blank.
That has been the name of the game for them. They're able to get 1 more point than previously. The Arena's looking for that finish, looking for that chicken dinner, playing in from that south side. They have the roadside ridge line to play around with.
10 second में 10 second पता चलेगा
That goes down potentially. Ooh, just about lives the spray. Good backup there coming through from his teammate. Yeah, for eArena, they're going for the slow game. Oh my goodness me. I mean, how gifted can you get on this one for Alula?
Every time it shifts, they're counting their blessings more and more. No one's
अबे इनको देख के मेरा साला
out of the position just yet.
एकदम
S2G from
ये भाई
long
सीन.
range, that's Vitality. Getting the sight line onto them.
So sad for Ida as well, because they've just dragged themselves out of 16th place. And they're about to be put back down there again.
Ooh, yeah. And that might come quicker. Unexpected. Darkin trapped behind a vehicle. Lost able to grab that one. Another elim garnered. And this puts them on equal footing as well. 147 to 147. They're climbing up.
Emre takes the knock there. Should be Ida just down now. As Alula gets set up towards that central side to hold off all these teams. eArena will clean up the rest over towards the northwest. Swain still up and kicking for Ida though. Desperately trying to stay in 15th. Very unlikely.
बस ऊला के पास जगह है भाई.
See how far you can go though on this one.
ऊला भाई चिकन ले ले. ऊला भाई चिकन ले.
S2G eyeing up that compound.
4 मैन है भाई चिकन निकाल ऊला. मार S2G को और ये को.
Up to 8 eliminations on the match.
Lost with a reposition. P90 in the hands. It's Mormon that sprays back over to get the final knock onto Ida. They're out now. The squad's being thinned as Hora also take a deathly blow back over. eArena finally getting some shots on the nade.
Good dash.
Oh, mate. S2G. They thought they had that one right on target, but it barely misses.
Dude, 2 out of the 3 teams at the end here could smash right here, right now. For Alula, they have a fantastic position to finish this one out. But the likelihood of this
अब ऊला के ऊपर है भाई. ऊला अगर चिकन मारा तो टूर्नामेंट और एक मैच कंटिन्यू करने देगा. नहीं तो भाई खत्म. ओ वाइटलिटी भी सरवाइव कर गया. अब सब कुछ ऊला के ऊपर है.
S2G on the back line still.
सबको ओपन मना है. ऊला भाई अच्छे से खेल भाई ऊला.
They've just popped all the tires on that buggy, understanding that it's better to have it with no tires than one, and dragging as they move it in. It's going to be slow, sure, but maybe better than nothing down the hillside. Vitality desperately hanging on by a thread at this end game. We're getting down towards stage 9. It's going to pull all these players inwards.
And vitality khatam bhai.
eArena desperately living on the sidelines. Goodness me, both teams with a white knuckle grip on this game, holding on for that win, for that victory here at PMWC. Okay. 1 vehicle. 2 vehicles in play right now for them that look decent. Smokes are starting to be sent out from either side. Both S2G as well as eArena will be breaking down the gates of Alula soon. Hamzy G attempts to get into the vehicle. Solk is going to swing wide on this one.
दोनों टीम सेम टाइम पे करेगा स्लैम तो भाई ऊला डिफेंड करना मुश्किल होगा.
Still being thrown over. Slight shift down. eArena running through their line of smokes with their own cars on the move. They got a good sight line blocked off with the smokes they put down, but this has drawn their crosshairs off S2G. But the same will not be said for that squad. Their eyes light up. Bullet shot out downrange. Keep the punishment on. Meanwhile, in the midst of all this, Yasha peeks back over. Good work done. 1 player hard flushed out for eArena.
Neither team wants to make the play. Kamikaze.
Oh, S2G का भी एक बंदा ना.
Hamzy G up front doesn't go very low. He goes.
Oh भाई.
He's bounced off the geometry and gone flying up in the sky, but their dreams might be dashed back down to reality as Hamzy G hits the deck.
भाई ये क्या हुआ?
eArena with just Joker left alive. Hamzy G trying to keep this game in contention. Lost hits the deck. Nade out. Air bounce there. Doesn't get the damage through. The last to make it happen. Gravity.
And ये खत्म. भाई ले लिया भाई. ऊला ने ले लिया भाई. रोक दिया भाई. Oh.
The arbiters right there at the end. Between tournament ending.
वो बंदा भाई हवा में कैसे उड़ गया यार? क्या टूर्नामेंट है भाई? वो अंदर सीधा हवा में उड़ गया. S2G भाई के लिए यार बुरा लग रहा है यार. बुरा लग रहा है यार. यार क्या हवा में कैसे उड़.
No given, no blessings. Had to fight for absolutely everything. And even when they took the risk, Something went wrong. Sent up flying into the stratosphere, bud, and it's gonna get you a gut-wrenching feeling.
Dear me, dear me. Great tracking though from Alula.
भाई क्या ही बोले यार.
But ready for it instantly.
One more game then. One more game. Finish on the last. Will we get a smash on that last game? There's a lot of teams in contention for it.
चलो last game guys.
It still could be that fourth place squad that wins it all, that takes it all. Nongshim Red Force counting their lucky stars that they were able to still do good in that game because S2G is catching them up off the back of that one. E-Arena was also able to put up good points, getting up towards third place. But at least S2G's put themselves in a position now where they could still win off points alone if they have another good match here.
भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है, समझ रहे हो? कुछ भी हो सकता है, कुछ भी. I mean कुछ भी.
Right up until the end. But my God, unexpected twist on that one. Didn't know Arrow was going to go that way, mate. Definitely.
अपने पाजी.
It was the same for them amongst it all. Alula, though, doing what they had to do, denying out both teams from ending the tournament early.
Mino, क्या हालचाल?
They didn't want to end in 16th place. That's what happened there. But we'll be back real soon for the final match here at PMWC.
कब है? Last match
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible. Being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
चलो गाइस, कितने बजे है लास्ट वाला? टाइम है भाई 8:40 को है, 8:45 को. आधा घंटा टाइम है भाई. हर मैच के बाद आधा घंटा टाइम रहता है. चलो
نك واحد عندنا نك لمش تمام خلص هذا هو كله من ابي طلقه اخذ همي ولا طلقه البيت اصفر يا مالك وحش تيمين خرب عليه.
When you least expected, Al-Ula Esports takes us to the final match, which is going to be upcoming here at PMWC at EWC 26. Welcome back, everybody. My name is the 7WG, joined by Lace, Maxman, and Neptura. And Max, I'm going to go straight to you because another heartbreak here for S2G at the end.
Oh man, I feel bad for them, man. Like the last one was like, hey, great, we got another game. And I'm like, oh, that must feel kind of bad if you're S2G or an S2G fan. But you know what? Al-Ula, they started off the day in 16th position and they are literally alone as their main team, right? Able to keep the tournament going, getting rid of E-Arena, getting rid of S2G and keeping it going with those 22 points. Also, extra prize pool. Al-Ula gonna be loving it.
They are going to be loving it. We see E-Arena there in third in regards to the points. Aurora Gaming in third place, eArena. Nobody else was able to join the Smash Zone here as we're going to be heading into the final match of Pmwc at EWC 26. Nigma Galaxy 106 points. There's still a lot of money at stake here, Lace, between all these squads, even if they cannot win it via Smash Roll.
Yeah, and even if you have a look at Tiumba and the way that they were able to move up this leaderboard from just a few games, you know, this is where the money happens, and it's incredibly exciting, obviously, moving into this. You know, obviously, we have a look at S2G, 154 points. If none of these sort of get into that position, they'll capitalize it. They have been getting those positions in late game to get those extra placement points, so it is looking good for them. But yeah, I've got to hand it to Max. I'm feeling like a Nongshim. I feel like that this is going to be the closeout. Yep. S2G have had 2 opportunities, and I said you only get 1, so the third one may not happen.
This is looking like one of the best finishes we have had at a global event for PUBG Mobile Esports. S2G Esports, we know they're going to be showing out, especially right now with the 7-point lead that they have. Nongshim Red Force showing that they can win via Smash Roll. They could be challenging as well, not just via the points. They could be challenging for the win. Aurora Gaming, we know what that team is capable of, Max. In eArena, all they need is just 1 match, even if they have been kind of non-existent today.
Yeah, today's definitely been a bit of a slow one for the side of eArena, but look at the top of the rankings. 3 wins, 3 wins, 2 wins, and 2 wins for, at the end, Aurora Gaming and eArena. We've been threading the needle. We've been barely missing out on this smash ruling happening for these teams, but now I feel like it's finally time to get the smash ruling on Miramar. These teams, sure, maybe a few fumbles here and there, but they're going to throw everything at the wall and hope it sticks, and finally become your Pmwc 26 at EWC 26 Grand Champions. They're on the second page, Niptura. Still more money is there to be gained.
And it's all still so close, right? So we're so used to seeing big gaps between these teams, but look at this. Ulf 98, Hora 98, Team Vitality 83, Alula 80 with that win
big
coming
jump
in there. Massive jump for them, up into 13th place. And, you know, when we are talking about that prize pool coming down to the final game here in Paris, we're looking at some really decent jumps up in that rank, jumps up in that prize pool. All these teams are going to be fighting.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the top 5 players so far, though, because that MVP, it's not going to be coming from the winning team. It can come from a different team as well. But right now, it's none other. Usually, we're used to talking about Human. Max, you might have a new player to fanboy over because Tizzy is popping off.
To be honest, out of all the players on this team, I'm really happy. Tizzy has been, in particular, this last game, got so much done in Miramar. Loving how he's been able to perform. Of course, Hyunbin, big fan of him. But Sleepy, the fact he's up here is quite surprising, but also not so surprising because his damage is very high, because he is, right, Niptura, usually a long-range player. Mini 14, DMRs, he's going to be using it, so that's going to be buffing up your damage quite a bit. But I got to say, quite surprising that Scarface is up there, knowing Ulf is quite low on the rankings.
I mean, I think it comes down to who's the clutch player in a team, right? Even if the team isn't doing too well, he can still be the one getting the knocks, getting the damage, getting that survival time as well. Scarface has often been a solo for that team. We've seen it from several teams, actually, where that last solo lasts until 3rd, 2nd place, gets that damage, gets those long-range shots, just trying to pressure teams. And so, in that way, yeah, it's probably pretty on par that, you know, they're on that MVP list.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be looking at those top 4 teams, because those teams, I mean, any of those top 4 teams could end up winning it, whether it's S2G, whether it's Nongshim Red Force, whether it's Aurora Gaming, even eArena. You know what? I'll scratch away that you have had a bad day, eArena, because right now, this is your moment to shine if you want to be able to lift that trophy, if Ravenclaw wants to win here again. But let's take a look at this head-to-head between Nongshim Red Force and S2G, and this is for today. And you can see which team has been performing better overall, and it's none other than S2G.
Yeah, you might be saying the survival time is actually relatively close for the 2 teams, but the fact that with a similar survival time, the average placement point of S2G is an extra 2 ranks higher compared to Nongshim Red Force is highly impressive. They've been very consistent, of course. 3 chicken dinners throughout the entirety of the finals. We're also looking good back in the group stage. I feel like S2G, if they just don't have those shaky finishes, I feel like they might be one of the most likely teams to end it with a smash.
Yeah, I was looking, you know, we're looking at the pre-show, right, looking at the head-to-head between Aurora and S2G, and I did say S2G, yes, they have those wins, but they're hot and they're cold, and today we've seen a different version of this team, a different side to them, one that's far more consistent, one that's always there, under pressure, in the top 5. It's really nice to see, Max.
In particular, you saw in the top 4, you had Aurora Gaming. Top, you know, this has been his dream for years and years and years, and he's finally on the brink once again. Is the curse of the 2nd place going to come back to haunt him, or can he finally wrap it up and get that win.
It's going to come down to what kind of circle they're going to be getting. Are you going to be getting blessed, or are you going to have to just fight your way through all the way to that win so you can...
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn, we were there. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
And crown themselves the champions with one more chance to do so. Will it be a heavy hammer that smashes the tournament, or will we find a points victory?
And we're about to find out in Miramar. You can take a look. E-Arena, so far on the day, haven't put up hardly any points except for that rondo, but it was enough to put them in that smash zone. All it takes is one game, one chicken dinner to become our champions. It's about to find out who's got that ice water in their veins, who's got that clutch factor, because that's what it's going to take in order to take this one home.
Hey, Nongshim Red Force have won via Smash Rule before. Maybe they can do it again in the 11th hour. Right down to the wire, but they have some stiff competition. At the top of the tables, the points matter as well. Every single point you earn, so important. And those chicken dinner tiebreakers as well. At the moment, I mean, if one of the top 4 teams wins, they win by Smash Rule. But there are 2 teams with 3 chicken dinners, 2 teams with 2. Those tiebreakers are going to be so important. Those placements that you've been earning over the last 17 matches will come in clutch, and every single molecule of brain power needs to be focused on one singular goal. Finding every single point you can.
Or getting that win. It's either one or the other. And there are still so many squads that can win this. 4 in particular, all in the smash zone. That's going to be the ones that we are going to be keeping an eye on locked. Because I guarantee you, one of them's going to be taking home $500,000. Second place, $250,000. Look around this arena. This is what everybody came for. Not second place, not a good tournament, a world title. 1 game left, and somebody is about to play the most important match of their life. This is it, folks. The PUBG Mobile World Cup at eSports World Cup 2026 live in Paris. We're about to drop into our final match.
Miramar
Let's go, boys.
will be the final arena that our gladiators will take to.
Last match.
So Paris,
Finally. Yes, bhai, wahi to.
some noise. The final match is here. Let's get it underway. The blade path sends us over.
दे रहा हूँ भाई, दे रहा हूँ मैं तेरे को नंबर दे दूंगा एकदम क्लोज है तेरे को बता दूं एस्प्लैनेड का मेट्रो से उतरेगा एकदम क्लोज है लाइक 200 to 500 मीटर्स के आसपास में 500 नहीं हुआ 200 to 300
it's what they need. They have to win this if they want to be crowned your champions.
21 points behind S2G right now. Yeah, they definitely need to get a chicken dinner on side to win this tournament and give that 3-time title over to Schweppes. Allow Ravenclaw to be that winning coach, transitioning from that player role. It would be a beautiful story, but E-Arena have given us cause for pause when we think about their potential to take home those chicken dinners. They have had the highest scoring chicken dinner of any team pretty much ever at this level of PUBG Mobile, but it has not been seen for a while. Maybe the pressure will be able to turn things around for them. At the moment, I'm seeing Aurora pretty close to Flash, though, on the hot drop, potentially in the south.
Well, speaking of the south, that's where we're headed. The zone going all the way down south. teams are going to have to get looted up and get moving. It's Reefus with the Winchester. No way he starts this off like this. Oh, mighty close. T-Flash getting away with that. Uh-oh. Nice return fire there from Win. Just say, hey, calm down with that Winchester, buddy. All right? You better wait till end game to get that going.
All right. I do love the Winchester. There's more damage coming on, and this is, again, Aurora harrying the retreat here for Team Flash. Team Flash, who have managed to find some late in the day points to send them up the tables. Trying to compete with that middle pack. They are right in and amongst it in the thick of that 5th through 10th through 11th, actually, melee in the middle to try and jump up on the prize pool. Tens of thousands of dollars on the line if you can do it.
Absolutely. It's the prize pool jumps significantly every single placement. And I'll tell you one thing you guys got to do for the final time. Get in the game, get into that lucky spin, and drop some 2026 PMWC tournament sets.
Oh yeah.
Get them before they're gone. And looking at
S2G के पास बहुत अच्छा चांस है लाइक विन का.
Looking pretty much as a lock at this point, right? I mean, we're going to see these top 4 in that range, right?
Yeah.
The difference is just where are they going to end up. Just a reminder, folks, this is a $3 million prize pool in this tournament total. $1.7 million about to be given away in just a few minutes. First place, $500,000. Second place, $250,000. Third, $150,000. And fourth, $120,000. So all 4 of these teams are going away with a whole bunch of cash. But there's a whole lot more at the tippy top.
The chicken dinner to these 4 teams is worth $375,000. That's right. That is the right price to put in your best effort to make it work. And nobody wants to step a foot out of line. It needs to come through, and they need it now. Godlike, they're taking a turn around Impala, but Tianba a little bit ahead of the curve. And down they go. Finding that first elim. First blood has been drawn.
And that is Manya out of this tournament.
अबे.
Great, good signs of life from Godlike. I mean, they had some really big games. It's just the consistency that seems
लूट रहा था भाई माने अपना उसको पकड़ लिया भाई 10 वाले.
It's so difficult to face a challenge like this. I think they definitely gave it their all. I think time will definitely show them, and they'll get that seasoning going, and we'll see them rank up the leaderboards in the future for sure.
I've also loved watching 4 Thrives over the course of this tournament.
Yes.
Topping their group stage, able to do a lot of work and really impressing here. Currently in 6th place, a chance to jump up to 5th place in that, as I said before, that 5th to 11th place melee. They are very much in flux. But what I think the most important story for me when it comes to 4 Thrives is that it was not a flash in the pan performance back in PMGO. They have managed to improve and consistently keep that improvement under their belt. There have been times where they've got a little crazy with it. I have to say, back in those group stages, some crazy flex outs. One springs to mind over on that military finish that they were on the south side of the runway and just going for it. But absolutely impressive stuff for this 4 Thrives roster. They should be so proud to be able to put this sort of a record down on this tournament. And I'm sure we'll be seeing them again.
That's for sure. I want to see almost all these teams stay together. I mean, this was one heck of a tournament. I think every single squad here, for the most part, has what it takes. It's just a matter of time here. It's really tough, though, when you deal and face some of the best teams in the world that have been doing it for so long. And we're starting to see Ulf get into it with OG.
Hey.
Battle ringing out. Here we go.
Let's see if Scarface can put that MVP title on the cards as well, because 2 of his teammates are down. He's going to need to come up big. Him and Aaron playing off of one another. 2 titanic forces on the inside of the compound against 3 players from Orangutan total. I don't know if they're all here and in the fight, though, but Ketch will get flushed away. And they are now, all 3, looking to take this fight. Aaron on the outside, but Scarface can't quite deliver the goods here. And it is all up to Aaron. A good nade around the corner, over onto Aru and in with the Tommy gun.
Hey, time to show what you got, Aaron. Let's see. All by himself. Oh, nice shots.
Let's go.
That is just too
yes.
good. Talk about getting predicted. OG gonna get 4 eliminations. And
Nice.
that is
Yes.
it for all for this tournament. Give
Mara
a round of
bhai.
applause here, folks.
Let's go.
All things considered, I think people may have expected more from this roster coming into this tournament. 10th place, likely slipping down further than that as well. Not what they were aiming for, but they did manage to get to those finals. They did manage to qualify alongside their countrymen. And again, there is so much potential there. So much star power, so much still left to give. But they can't give it here. It's done for them.
That is it. Gives teams like Aura, Vitality, opportunity to push themselves further up in the leaderboards and grab some more cash here. As this is one insane prize pool in this tournament. Let's take a look though at Nongshim Red Force, the biggest threat in the lobby, if not for S2G. They have been dominant all day long, and they could definitely take this one. Just a quick flashback for everybody that missed it. PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, not too long ago, global event. Nongshim Red Force smashed in the last match. They have been here before. They felt this pressure, and they succumbed it over, made it, and that is what you gotta do. So out of all the teams in this lobby, Nongshim Red Force, they know what it feels like to be here.
They have borne this burden before. Will they be able to raise that knee off the ground and shrug like Atlas, the weight of the world? On the western side, they are behind Aurora, one of their direct competitors, and we're going out all the way east. It's a long road, but I tell you who's already at the end of it, S2G. In the shadow of the Labendita crater right now on the southeast side, Dukes, they may have
Model
another
center of the zone,
opportunity
bhai.
here. They have had so many in these last few games to find those smashes. Is this the one?
S2G के साथ है clash.
Against Godlike for the compound.
Here they go, folks. S2G battling it out with Godlike.
ओह कमास्कजी को दे दिया भाई पहले ही. ओ खत्म भाई. और एक नॉक.
It's S-Power looking to crush the dreams of S2G.
ओ भाई. W मॉडल भाई S2G को फाड़ दिया. फाड़ इसको.
Dashed here has lost the last to stand. God Power putting an end to the run, but he's still got one more player. A little bit of fire left in the heart, but it is not
खत्म.
S2G are done.
पावर मार.
A massive
MVP बन पावर.
so close to winning this tournament in the past 2 matches, and they go out as the second team
भाई 4TV आ गया ले.
are on those leaderboards to see if they can hang on. Meanwhile, 4 Thrives looking to tear this up as they are putting in the work onto Godlike.
ओ भाई फलक को दिया.
A little bit too hot underfoot, but it's just as power now. We've seen what he can do with these nades. Can he do it again?
Looks good.
Nade out the window. Doesn't get
भाई 1 HP बचा है.
24 still launching himself forwards. This is a madman.
Nice.
Ain't done yet. This man is a one-man army putting in the work. 4 eliminations. He's finding the angles.
Oh, nice. Oh. भाई पावर क्या बंदा है तू. क्या भाई सुपर पावर है भाई इसमें. जॉर्ड भाई.
They can't quite make that top spot, but my God, they can give it a thrill.
क्या मार रहा है भाई. पावर.
He's got what it takes. And refusing to go down here in the last match of this tournament.
Meanwhile, teams across the board are making their way to the zone. 3 teams still in that
क्या
smash
बंदा है
potential.
भाई.
Nongshim have lost a player. Through all of that chaos, they are down to 3. Aurora out on the western side. North Hills have lost Leonas. E-Arena, they're in the shadow of Labendita. Right near to this fight on the northwest side of this, where S2G used to be. S-Power now.
अबे अपना टीम आ गया ले.
But this man is I'm telling you, by himself.
अबे
So much work, but IQ finally shutting down the monster.
creature that is
अबे
power. Finally taking a final breath within the
अबे यार अपने टीम आगे भाई.
And Admino now the lone ranger for Godlike to try and ladder up. Maybe
ओजी नहीं आता तो भाई इसको दे देता भाई.
They might have a chance here.
1v4 दे देता भाई.
But they've only got 2 players. You can see
बाप
from the
बाप
distance,
होता है.
though, a crash from E-Arena moving over towards Ida. Ida really not being providing of much resistance over the course of these finals, but maybe they'll be able to find it.
पावर जानवर है. Is the fucking beast. Is fucking beast.
The top teams
भाई
are
भाई.
getting devastated. Nongshim Red Force lost a player, and now it's Ida. Oh, but Joker shuts down Darkin.
एस पावर जैसा भाई प्लेयर पूरा वर्ल्ड में नहीं है जो गन पावर रखता है ना भाई. जो गन पावर रखता है दिखा दिया भाई.
Nade over. Swain cooking a nade. Wants to answer.
भाई इसको अगर PUBG मोबाइल का लॉबी में रेगुलर खिलाओ भाई. नाम बना देगा भाई.
Doesn't quite find it. As Godlike do get eliminated, but there's one underfoot. Dashes back with the MG3. Needs to find something. Needs to get a big cannon spray down, but not to happen. Emre now.
भाई ओजी यार बीटी कर दिया यार. ओजी बीटी कर दिया भाई.
So for E-Arena, they managed to make their way south, but
अब ये ना मार दे भाई ओजी वालों.
Here comes Nigma Galaxy, and I'll tell you one thing, folks. S2G fans everywhere are rooting for every single team to take out these top squads, because right now they're still at the top of the leaderboards here. It's just these teams below them
Power same है यार.
surpass them. They have a little bit of a point gap, but Nongshim Red Force, Aurora, and E-Arena are still alive, and they're putting up points. E-Arena already has 4, but they are down a player.
That they are. And on the northwest side, we said before, to win this one, it's likely a chicken dinner needed for them. Aurora with 4 players alive, but they have got the blue zone biting at their heels right next to Horror. They will need to push up a little bit further and get into the fight. In the meantime, IQ, the last player alive for 4th Thrives. This has been a devastating position for so many, and IQ wants to dish out a little bit more pain here. Around the corner, spots the shotgun-wielding player from Orangutan, but nobody steps out through the threshold, goes for it, darts in, and nobody's connecting. Jukes, they're not figuring out whose turn it is.
IQ put in the work there with the shotgun, ends up getting some more shots on the WizKid.
क्या भाई ओजी खुद तो पावर को ले गया, ऊपर से इसको भी मार नहीं पाया सिंगल बंदे को. क्या भाई.
The circle shrinks pretty central here. Does not favor Aurora or Nongshim Red Force, 2 of our really crucially placed teams, but gives E-Arena a little slither of it on that western side. The difficulty for E-Arena though, the surround on their position by those roads. They act like rivers on Miramar, very frequently finding it very difficult to get
भाई
across.
क्या सिविल वॉर के कारण क्या ही भाई.
Let's see if they can hang on.
अबे तू सोच पावर जिंदा रहता ना, उसको कब का 40 को धूल चटा दिया होता है इसको.
Meanwhile, S2G just having to wait and watch.
समझ रहा है पावर कब का धूल चटा देता भाई.
And can hold on and take this.
साला ओजी साइड से आके पावर को बीटी मारा, ठीक है, तो पावर गया, पावर दे देता भाई. पावर के पास उतना पावर था वो देने का 40 को.
S2G, despite being out,
भाई क्या यार सिविल वॉर चला के रखा है. ओजी बोल रहा है नहीं पावर को हम नहीं बनने देंगे. लग रहा है ऐसा सी पावर को हम नहीं बनने देंगे. एमवीपी पावर इस मैच पे ये करता तो एमवीपी बनता भाई. जिस हिसाब से ले रहा था ना भाई 10 मार देता, पावर बन जाता एमवीपी. ग्लोबल एमवीपी बन जाता पावर. इस मैच में पावर किल निकाल लेता जिसमें उसमें फ्लो में था. एक 1v3 एक 1v4 भाई क्या ही निकाला भाई. 4 नहीं कर पाया, 3 कितना किया. सब जगह चैट्स देख रहा हूँ, हर जगह पे चैट्स पे LOG LOG LOG. भाई कसम से यार.
Trying to survive for Nigma Galaxy. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride in these finals. They've always been present, they've always been relevant, but have not been able.
अबे यार और ज्यादा दिखा सकते थे बे, और ज्यादा दिखा सकते थे. ये दोनों ना सेकंड डे से सिविल वॉर खेल के अपन का ये कर दिया, समझ रहा है.
Man, great tournament overall for Enigma Galaxy, considering that
आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते जो है.
a lot of hot drops off the rip. I can't wait to see what this team does in the future, and it's interesting to think about those 2-2 splits in Erangel, you know? If they maybe made some adjustments, who knows what could have happened, but still, you know, a good, solid finish from this squad. But at the end of the day, they always end up wanting one of those top 3 positions. Only a few can have it, though.
Hey, talking of comebacks, I mean, Tianba, what a resurgence today. They have done themselves so proud.
अरोरा के पास है चांस, क्योंकि अरोरा का मिरामार बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है.
With the fact that they've been able to dig so deep
अब
today.
सब कुछ जोन के ऊपर, जोन शिफ्ट के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है.
Back on the board. They're in 6th place right now, and with 4 drives on 1 player alive, there's a real chance they could jump up into that 5th place and take that spot away from them. As Enigma Galaxy do go down. They are out 7th place right now. Pretty likely that they
NS, Aurora and
Fury are behind them.
ये तीनों के पास चांस है, बस चिकन कोई भी निकाल ले तो वो जीत जाएगा.
Versus E-Arena. The biggest fight
NS का 2-man है.
could be happening right now. Nongshim Red Force do have the high ground though, so they should be able to get this res.
But they will. They put 2 players out there. It goes away from this position. Everyone's going to have to leave. Meanwhile, 4 thrives do finally fall. They will go out. But again, very, very pleased with their performance over the course of this tournament. Happy to see them here. Hoping to see them again. Meanwhile, whilst Nongshim and E-Arena have their standoff, Aurora have their challenges on the other side of the circle. Alola, who spoiled the day for our 2 teams that could do it last time, now have Aurora to battle off against. They're a little bit pressured as another knock comes on through. Quick already down. Will not be in the fight. 2 players for Aurora to get rid of before they could own these East Hills.
Hey, Aurora Gaming getting some knocks onto Alula, but at the same time, they're saying, thank you, Alula, for that last game. Oh, man.
Very true.
Did you save us? Because that could have been over just like that. But Aurora, this could have been the opportunity for them. Is looking pretty good. They still have, they're the only team in the top 4 with all 4 players up. And a good solid position in this next zone. Can't afford to lose a single player. They catch Claws out. And that's another point on the board.
Nongshim.
Nongshim in trouble. That's Tizzy done. They're down to 2.
One of their strongest players now out of the mix, and that is going to leave just Hyunbin and XZY to try and put as many points on the board as they can, but they are dwindling.
Nice भाई, NS के 2 बंदे मरे हैं. ये का भी 3-man है. अरोरा के पास फुल चांस है.
Leaning this way and that started to look threadbare.
Oh, the fire starting to look like embers here. It's not looking good for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Losing Tizzy is a huge loss. We saw it earlier on the desk. This was pretty much almost your MVP gone. Now it's up to none other than Hyunbin though, and XZY.
अगर अरोरा चिकन नहीं मार पाया ना, उसको 14 points करना पड़ेगा, 14 to 15 points.
But even then, that might not be enough, because Aurora are still there. They can surpass them. XZY with the drive, trying to survive here, find any place in this circle. He finds a smoke, gonna have to hit the deck. And he holds on for now, but everybody is looking in this direction.
This 2-2 split from Furia. I'm starting to question it now. I feel like the time is right for a regroup, but they think otherwise. A 2-2 split of this magnitude is so vulnerable when we get in towards stage 6. Teams are going to look to crash. Aurora on that north side, potentially moving up towards Chief. On that edge of the circle on the northern side. E-Arena also now marshalling their forces. I said these roads can act like rivers. Let's see if they've got their paddle.
And E-Arena are putting up points in the final game. They are making some noise here. They've got 4 eliminations. They're still rocking a trio. Joker starting to keep his eye on Team Flash. Looks like the fight might be imminent here. But Team Flash got to decide what they're going to do. Joker's going to have an angle, and he's going to tell his teammates, hey, look, these teams are right here. Let's start taking some shots. Bose is on the back line, though. That's going to be the biggest threat for E-Arena.
Trying to get a little bit further forward, but Mormon's been spotted. There are only 3 players, remember. A move back up to the top of the hill there.
Interesting.
To re-bolster the position for Bose, maybe grab him on the vehicle, a run out on the other side, potentially what they're thinking about, but they're up to the road. They have to move further.
Nice shots from Joker, though, to be able to buy some time against Team Vitality, because Team Vitality are now looking in this direction. The zone is away from them. This is stage 6. They cannot afford to eat any blue zone here, but they may have to. There's no choice. So many shots are ringing in this direction, and they do not have their position locked down in this next circle.
Absolutely not. Really a lot of tenuous positions, and Fury are finally now looking to go for their regroup down to their south. You can see that northern side starting to make that mad dash across. Aurora could potentially cut through it. They don't actually manage to go all the way, but Reefus spots it, gets that knock. They have to get out of the vehicle, and this is exactly what I was worried about for Furia. They held their 2-2 split too long, and now they might be in the boiling, baking deserts of Miramar. But they are out in the cold. Chief now a lone ranger on the position. And Aurora all too happy to slurp that point away, get themselves closer and closer to the top.
All too happy and looking all too solid right now. Aurora are looking dangerous. The whole lobby needs to be put on.
Aurora का अच्छा है.
Chief, he felt that one.
अब क्या वो convert कर पाएगा वो तो depend करता है zone shift के ऊपर.
They are hoping and praying here as Chief's on fire, and that's gonna
क्या ही मौली डाला भाई.
another point for the side of Aurora Gaming.
They haven't confirmed it yet, but finally the flames lick too hot and he will fall. Ayala and Igor's, I mean, that's it was just they held that split way too long. They didn't go for that regroup in time, and they had paid the price for it. It could be quite an expensive one as well, given where they are on the tables in 9th place. They had a real opportunity to jump up fairly high and get things going, but the southwest side now, Jukes, is looking pretty hot. E-Arena could potentially get involved here if Flash, Horror, and Nongshim Red Force have that scrap.
जोन तो है, मैं बोल रहा हूँ अभी जोन कैसा आगे का जोन कैसे शिफ्ट होगा उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करेगा ना. नेक्स्ट जोन कैसे शिफ्ट होगा उसके ऊपर डिपेंड करेगा.
Nobody behind them, only needing to focus forward and start putting some points on the board. Looks like Hyunbin's gonna get one though. The duo of Nongshim Red Force still not out of this one just yet. Hyunbin having to hit the deck though, buy some time. Can he at least get that confirmation? He does have 2 eliminations so far, but shots ringing out in every direction. It's not looking good here for Nongshim.
Oh, it is going to be a tough time for them, but they are much more central than a lot of other teams, and these South Hills will need to conclude. Quite inaccessible, but look at the bullets keeping him suppressed. And XZY go down. So close. And if Nongshim fall, S2G are going to be a little bit safer. But with Aurora taking a knock from Alola, the last player alive from it, a second as well, 2 players down from Aurora. Is it all coming crashing down around their ears?
They are outside of the zone now as it's shifted. They got 30 seconds on the clock to get these reses going.
Aurora का बोला ना zone shift करेगा तो थोड़ा.
But Team Vitality are looking in this direction. They got nothing to lose at this point, and they are looking straight at them. Can Aurora get these reses? They're desperate. They're moving as fast as they possibly can. 20 seconds on the clock now, and it looks like they just might do it. When it comes to Nongshim Red Force, though, it's up to one single player, and it's none other than Hyunbin.
He needs a Herculean effort to do it. Aurora getting
भाई डॉग को नॉक किया.
Oh no, Doc is down. Top is low.
अबे
needs to anchor for them, but he's fallen too, and Aurora are crumbling.
Top goes down. It's down to one single player for Aurora Gaming.
Aurora खत्म भाई, Aurora खत्म.
Nongshim Red Force are out. 1 player from Aurora, 3 from E-Arena, and S2G trying to hold on. It's up to Reefus all by himself. They're looking in his direction. He's got to move.
Aurora खत्म भाई.
That's is it. He's got to get the shots.
Oh, it's so close. He gets the spray. And there goes the other with the nade. Reefus is
खत्म.
down.
Aurora खत्म भाई.
Only E-Arena who can take it away from S2G. They need a chicken dinner, but down is Joker. They have to hold the middle.
ये के पास बस चांस है वो अगर ले सकता है चिकन तो मिलेगा उसको.
full lay down. It's down to the duo. They have
ये का भी 2 man है भाई.
137 points right now. This is going to
ये
be
का भी
very
chance
difficult
बहुत
for
कम है.
them, but this duo is still alive. If they somehow steal this win, it's tournament over, and E-Arena will win a world title for Thailand.
But it's looking much more likely that Turkey will be able to take that global stage by storm. At the top of the tables right now, S2G denied their chicken dinners, but will still eat hearty tonight if E-Arena fall by the wayside here. They started the day at the top of the pile, but they are getting slowly whittled down with 2 players left.
30K.
30K goes low, but stays up for a moment longer. And these elims are getting away. They are just slowly creeping down. And E-Arena are low. Down goes Foreman.
खत्म फ्यूरिया को.
It's only 30K who can take it away from them. And he is in the fight.
The crowd is excited. They're on their feet. S2G making some noise here. As it's one player left, one Tourney K that is in the way of a world championship.
And खत्म. S2G.
That is it, folks.
भाई S2G जीत गए.
PUBG Mobile World Cup at eSports World Cup.
S2G जीत गए भाई.
Champions are S2G.
The Titans of Turkey will reign supreme in Paris. They will take that trophy. They will bring it back. And they will hold their line. Denied so many times today, but in the
भाई आज उनका किस्मत है भाई.
they were able to sit back. I don't think they were relaxed, but they will take the top spots.
They're going to go home with $500,000 and plenty of time to regrow those nails on their fingers, baby.
S2G भाई अच्छा खेला भाई, अच्छा खेला, अच्छा. ये 3 गेम पहले वो लोग एक्चुअली ले सकते थे, बट उनके किस्मत में था भाई लास्ट गेम पे ही मिलेगा. कोई नहीं ले पाया भाई. स्मैश रूल कोई यूज नहीं कर पाया.
Consistency pays off.
They were able to keep it under control. The teams at the top could not go the distance. They did not have the stamina. And Tiamba looking to close this one out, looking like they're in control. And again, what a resurgence from Tiamba.
भाई बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया S2G बढ़िया.
It's looking like they might take that 5th place just outside of the top spots as they're closing us down. But again,
बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया खेला है.
Is all Turkey, all day, S2G!
They've done it! S2G, hang on! And your
S2G nice.
live here in Paris, France. Man, did they deserve it. Working so hard, game after game. Almost winning it by Smash. But it's points that hang on, the tears ring out, and let's take it on over to the studio to wrap this one up.
Kamikaze and the rest of the squad just shining when nobody was expecting them to become the champions, Max. Turkey back on top of PUBG Mobile eSports.
It is going to Turkey here right now. Kamikaze lost. HamCG and Solke making history for Turkey once more. How do they just keep doing it? Solke, since the OG days, is still here delivering performance after performance. And now,
भाई क्या ही जीते यार.
And such a calculated decision from them.
अच्छा खेले भाई, बहुत बढ़िया खेले.
One chance down, 2 chance down, but it was enough to take the title home.
इतना बड़ा चोक के बाद भी ये लोग जैसे मेंटल माइंडसेट रख के नॉर्मल गेम प्ले रखे ना भाई, they deserve it यार.
Once they do it, twice they do it. They were
they
so close.
They deserve it.
We get just a little mistake, a little fumble, but finally they don't get the win, but it doesn't matter. S2G are our champions. What a play, what a game, what a day for this squad.
A team that didn't start off too hot in the first day, but boy were they able to bounce back with those wins that they were able to get in the second day, propelling them to the top of the leaderboard and challenging for that first place.
We had so many teams looking so good at the top right. The 4 teams all contesting a spot for the championship to be crowned your champions. But I would have to say S2G, the most improved team going into this event from the group stage, making it right to the finals. And it was close. It was down to the wire. It was a 3-way tie at one point today. But they do take it home. And keep in mind, PMGC later on this year will be happening in Turkey. Will S2G be able to do the international back-to-back?
S2G will be looking to win another trophy back at home. But I think it's time we send it over to Barney. I want to see these players lift that trophy.
बस अब देखना है कौन ले रहा है MVP.
Yes, that is right, of course. After a nail-biting day 3 of PMWC, your champions are, of course, S2G. I have to ask, that final game, that must have been the longest game of your life. How did that feel? Solkay, I'll ask you, buddy.
Son maç hayatımızın herhalde en uzun maçıydı. Sizin için nasıl hissettirdi? Solkay sana soruyor.
Yani açıkçası biraz şüpheli olduk çünkü rakiplerimizin hepsi yaşıyordu ve hiçbirinin infosu yoktu. Yani bilmiyorum, kaybettik gibi hissettik. Sonra böyle bir rakiplerimiz oyunda ölünce bir acaba mı dedik. Yani şu an bile farkında değiliz, anlamadık. Bu bir zaman sonra fark edilecek bir şey. Aramızda öncesinde şampiyon olmuş bir hamsi var. Hepimizin ilk dünya şampiyonluğu. Yani garip hissetti, ölünce kötü hissetti ama şu an çok mutluyuz. Bu kadar.
Of course we felt bad once we died because we knew our biggest rivals are still alive. But then, and we also doubted it, but then like slowly seeing our rivals also like getting eliminated, we started getting hopeful, and it's Hamsi's second world championship, but it's the first for us and we're very happy about this.
Number 2, second championship. How are you feeling? You feeling good?
Yeah.
He feels good, baby. All right, we've got things to do before we lift that incredible trophy. So follow me. We're going to the Crusher, baby. After an incredible performance today, S2G managed to secure the PMWC Championship. And with this being at the eSports World Cup, we of course have some additional things to do, like crush 15 of their opponent's keys until their key is the last one left intact. Okay, S2G, if you could step over here onto the Crusher, we've got some important things to do. Right, step on up, please. Up on here, okay. Woo. Are we feeling better now? Kamikaze, you okay? He's good, he's good. He's letting it all out. It's great to see, the emotion is great. You've seen this before, you know what's about to happen. Can I please get you, sir, and Kamikaze together? Let's open up this Crusher. Let's open the iris. Press that button. Here we go. Here is the Crusher. Something special about the Gadia City Grid is that we get to crush 15 keys at once. So, Solkay, Hamsi, if you would like to pull on this, not too hard, just like gently, just, you know, feel good. In 3, 2, 1. Wave goodbye. How did that feel?
It's so good.
So good. Right, one final thing. That's better, isn't it? One final thing that we would like to do before we send you down to lift that trophy is to invite the Keymaster, Jacob. We'd like to invite him onto the stage to hand you your key, the last remaining key intact for PMWC. Jacob, come on over here, buddy. Kamikaze, if you could take your key, that is your S2G eSports key at the eSports World Cup. Okay, so now what I would like you to do, I would like you to walk down the Gadia City Grid. I would like you to raise that trophy and cement your legacy as the champions of PMWC at the EWC 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your champions, S2G eSports!
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, your PMWC champions at the 2026 Esports World Cup, S2G!
भाई बिग डब्ल्यू भाई अच्छा खेले भाई लोग यार।
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Kalaris, who is standing by with our Sony Tournament MVP.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much, Barney. Of course, we are with our tournament MVP. After PMMI MVP, we now have the PMWC MVP in QZZ. Make welcome on, of course, the award here. 2 times MVP on international stages recently. QZZ, congratulations here at PMWC.
QZZ MVP होना भाई। हाँ मारा तो है। 35 W भाई W।
Okay. This is fun, isn't it? This is good. Okay, let's have another chat. Let's have another quick chat. Competing with these teammates.
चलो गाइस आज के लिए इतना ही। इंडिया ने खेला अच्छा सा। देखो ऐसा तुम लाइक पहले ही ऐसा एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर सकते कि लाइक वो लोग एकदम जाके ही तुरंत इंटरनेशनल ट्रॉफी ले लेंगे। लाइक उन्होंने अपने एंड से बहुत अच्छा खेला, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा ट्राई किया, उन्होंने अपने एंड से जितना हो सके पूरा दिया है। कुछ अप्स एंड डाउन्स थे, उनको भी देखो वो रेगुलरली नहीं खेलते, ठीक है, इंटरनेशनल लॉबी। और भाई ये पोजीशन तक पहुंचना इंडिया के लिए टॉप 16 बेस्ट टॉप 16 प्लेयर्स में से, वो भी बहुत अपने आप में बड़ी बात है। गॉडलाइक का फर्स्ट टाइम था यहाँ पे इंटरनेशनल ये करने के लिए, एंड ओजी भी सेकंड टाइम आए थे। तो ओजी भी लास्ट टाइम से बहुत अच्छा खेला भाई, बहुत अच्छा खेला। ओजी लास्ट टाइम जो परफॉर्मेंस दिया था उससे बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस की दिया है इस बार, एंड वी शुड रियली बी प्राउड। हम लोग को प्राउड फील करना चाहिए कि भाई इंडिया इतना ज़्यादा डेवलप हुआ है, एंड आई थिंक आगे जाके और भी अच्छा होगा। ये जस्ट शुरुआत था, नेक्स्ट और अच्छा बनेगा। गॉडलाइक के लिए रियली प्राउड हूँ मैं। गॉडलाइक ने जितना अच्छा खेला है, उनका कुछ मैचेस एक तरीके से बोल सकते हैं उनका हेल्थ का भी इशू था, ठीक है, हेल्थ का भी इशू था, तो वो भी एक चीज अफेक्ट किया है। नहीं तो वो डे 1 से ही ये परफॉर्मेंस दिखाते जो आज दिखाया उन्होंने, ये वो लोग डे 1 से दिखाते हैं। सो रियली यार प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ एज अ गॉडलाइक का पार्ट होके, गॉडलाइक को सपोर्ट करके बहुत ज्यादा प्राउड फील हो रहा है, एंड इंडिया के लिए भी बहुत ज्यादा प्राउड हो रहा है कि गॉडलाइक एंड ओजी जैसे दोनों टीम, जस्ट इमेजिन गाइस, हर एक कंट्री का एक गया है, बट अपन के कंट्री से 2 टीम गाइस, दोनों टीम फाइनल्स। वो चीज के लिए बहुत ज्यादा प्राउड हुआ यार, बहुत ज्यादा प्राउड हूँ। कोई नहीं, और भी आएगा अपने पास अपॉर्चुनिटीज फ्यूचर में जो अपन करेंगे क्रश। रियली प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ। चलो गाइस बाय बाय, मिलते हैं कल, सी यू सून वॉच पार्टी के साथ। बाय बाय, गुड नाइट एवरीवन, गुड नाइट गाइस।